Welcome my fellow villains. Today we will continue the story of the supreme being who plagued the world with terror and justice. The villain would like to thank these awesome people for their support and for you guys who continue to enjoy our videos. You guys are the best. Now let's get into the video. After returning from the Empire, Ains sat at his desk in Irantal and leaned heavily against the back of his chair. While I have already begun recruiting for the newly founded Adventurers Guild of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, it would take quite some time before the results could be seen. I should probably ask Albedo and the others about how to manage the territories. But before that, why did he bring up the matter of vassalage? It'll be troublesome for Albedo and Demiurge, right? I have no idea what my friend Jerkniv is thinking. Why had Jerkniv made a proposal like that? For all I knew, Demiurge might have been working behind the scenes here. I should have discussed all this with Demiurge beforehand. But he went to a faraway place, and now all I can do is think of how to take care of it between Albedo and myself. As I thought, it's impossible, Ains sighed internally. His unease and confusion made his non-existent stomach ache. And then, when he thought about what would happen when they returned, the pain intensified. Runes, What about these runes? How had they come to exist in this world? Or were they simply a form of magical writing which happened to resemble them, and thus the term had been automatically translated as runes? The Dwarven kingdom is located in the nearby Azalesia mountain range. I'll need to investigate it thoroughly. As I thought. I can't avoid going there, can I? Naturally, Ains had asked Flutter about runes before returning to Irantal. However, all he knew was that the king who hailed from the Azalesian Dwarven nation had once visited the empire. I'll need to investigate this matter in greater detail. However, who should I send there? If it is simply a matter of using charm or domination magic, or kidnapping people with teleportation magic, then just about anyone would do. But what if there is a player behind these runes? For all I knew, the person who had brainwashed Shaltear was hiding there. I want to learn more before going in, but it won't be easy to find out about something that even Flutter doesn't know. Ains slowly rose from his seat. He recalled the dangers he had encountered in unexplored regions, the joy of discovering new things, the sorrow of failing a quest, and the expressions and words of the comrades with whom he had shared these experiences. After he slowly filed away these painful reminiscences away into his heart, Ains' thoughts finally took shape. I guess I'll have to go in, even though I know there might be danger. The guild called Ains Ul Gaun is an organization that has been founded on those principles. Naturally, some people might scoff at the idea of comparing games to reality. Still, hesitation could cost one the chance to gain new knowledge, and result in one losing the initiative. Who could say it is not possible? After he decided to investigate the runes of the Dwarven kingdom, a question appeared in Ains' mind. That would be the choice of personnel. Who would be the best candidate to send there? Should I ask the opinion of Demiurge and Albedo? No, if I do that, I won't be able to send out the most capable fighter of all. That person is me. I could say without any false pride that there is nobody in the great underground tomb of Nazarick who is better than me in adapting to unknown phenomena and magic. Simply put, the most efficient course of action is for me to proceed by myself. However, if there really is an enemy player there, it would also be the most foolish move I could make. If there's only a few of us, I can at least take them with me when I flee. That means I should pick people who can buy me time while I prepare to make our escape. The Floor Guardians. As level 100 NPCs, they would be able to buy time for me to escape, even against other players. That said, could I really use the NPCs, the beloved children of my former friends, in such a way? What if I used high-level vassals led by an undead lieutenant? No, their flexibility is too low, compared to the NPCs that were built from scratch. When Ains excluded the emotional side of the issue from his considerations, the NPCs were the ideal choice since there was no doubt that the NPCs could be resurrected. Ains sat down in his chair once again and looked at the maid. Would you be willing to die for me? Of course, Ains-sama. You have but to give the order and I will throw my life away for you. Do the others think the same way? Would they think I was a cruel master? I believe everyone else would gladly accept death without a second thought. Nobody would even think of refusing. We were made by the Supreme Beings, and thus we exist only for the Supreme Beings. There is no greater joy for us than to carry out any command they give us. Really now? Also, I was merely asking out of curiosity. There was no deeper meaning to my question. Put it out of mind. I would use the NPCs, but who will administer this country in the meantime? I had Ains around last time, but now I'll be playing the role of the door-to-door salesman for my wares. It's not like I need to clinch a sale either, so it should be easy. Plus, as time goes by, I might be able to hand over the vassalization of the Empire to Demiurge and Albedo, and let them draw up the plans for it. Yes. It can't be helped. It's not like I want to flee from my work or anything. But who will I take with me? Ains folded his arms with a puzzled look on his face. While he would like nothing more than to have Albedo or Demiurge around, they had more important things to do and they were also project leaders. If I brought either of them along, then problems would crop up in their affairs. Aura and Mari were very good choices, especially because they were humanoids like the dwarves. Thus, their counterparts would not be too wary of them. Cocytus would be tricky. Seabass is a good choice too. It should be fine to bring him out with Pandora's actor around, but I have some doubts about his fighting ability. Gargantua and Victim were out of the question, of course. If that's the case, then it'll have to be Aura and Shaltear. Aura and the monsters she commanded could be considered an ideal choice for the role of a tank. And then there was Shaltear, the best one-on-one fighter. She could serve as a trump card against a strong foe if that's the case. Just as Ains was about to make a move, the sound of a message rang within his head. "Oh, it's you, Entoma." "Yes. I am currently traveling with Shaltear-sama and we have reached the village of the lizardmen. Cocytus-sama wishes to send over a lizardman with a report concerning the village's status and seeks your permission to open a gate." "What should be done, Ains-sama?" "Then open the gate at the usual place." "Ah, no, the defensive spell should still be active. Wait an hour before. Cast the spell at 1346. I will lower the defenses for about 2 minutes at that time." "Understood. I shall relay your message to Shaltear-sama." Ains cut off the message and rose to his feet. "I'll leave the choice of my clothing to you. A lizardman is coming as an emissary of Cocytus. Pick something which won't embarrass me." "Yes." "Understood, Ains-sama." When the appointed time came, Ains felt a gate open in the Great Hall. Shortly after the delay teleportation spell, a lizard man fearfully poked its head out from within. Your Majesty, Ains Olgown. Forgive your servant's rudeness before you." While Yozu is a cut above the rest of his tribe, this lizardman's diction sounded polished and natural. Is this the result of Cocytus training? "Lizardman, you are granted an audience." "Ah, what a pain ceremony. Why can't you dispense with this nonsense and speak plainly?" "Well, that's what I think, but as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Please ask him to identify himself." "Ains-sama graciously permits you to state your name." "Understood. I thank you for your magnanimity. Your servant is Kyukuzuzu, former chieftain of the Razortail tribe." "I've never heard that name before. Should I openly display my ignorance, or pretend that I know?" "No, I'll just nod to continue the flow of the conversation. After all, Cocytus might have mentioned this during a previous report." Following that decision, Ains ordered the maid to have the lizardman tell him why he had come here. What a pain. If I wasn't worried about people looking down on the Sorcerer Kingdom, I would have suggested doing away with this bothersome business. In his mercy, Ains-sama permits you to state the reason for seeking an audience with him." "Understood. Kosaida-sama, the ruler of our villages and the master of the lake, wishes to present something to His Majesty the Sorcerer King Ains Gown, Supreme Overlord and ruler of the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick, as well as the Liege of Kosaida-sama. Ains was surprised by how many titles the lizardman had managed to string together, but he did not show it on his face. He inclined his head toward the maid who stepped forward and received a scroll from the lizardman. Ains had to wait for her to return and present it to him before he could finally read it. After some time, Ains rolled the scroll back up and gave it to a death knight who was standing nearby. "Well done. Thank you. Now then, I will ask you a question, not in my capacity as the Sorcerer King, but as the Master of Kosaidus. After all, they say speaking to one's vassals directly will deepen their mutual understanding. Be at ease. This is not a formal interview. Once you leave this place, no trace of the events here will linger in anyone's thoughts or memories. Neither will I censure you for any lack of respect in your behavior. Now then, how is Zaryusu? I understand he has remained within the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick as of late." "Indeed. By your Majesty's grace, he is in good condition. He is the father of a healthy child, and his relationship with his wife is similarly excellent." "Oh, is that so? I permitted him to return because his child was about to be born, and now it has." I see. Well, it is good that the happy couple is getting along. Was the child white as well?" "Yes, Your Majesty. It is as Your Majesty has surmised. While the child will assuredly be a superior individual regardless of whose bloodline it inherits, it would seem it has tended toward its mother's ancestry, being that its scales are snow white." "Oh, so there's only one child then?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Just one." "Oh. I see. Only one child, then. It would seem they differed from reptiles, who had big clutches. Still, as long as the couple had a good relationship, they might well have more children in the future. I kind of wanted to know if I could have one of them to play with, but forcefully separating a child from its parents is a poor thing to do. However, I've heard that the lizardmen had a tradition of branding themselves before traveling on long journeys. If Zaryusu's child chose that path, then I might be able to train them up as an adventurer. The Adventurers Guild I envision is an organization made up of many species. If I could get a rarely seen lizardman in there, it might end up being good for publicity, like an idol enrolling in a school." How are the mother and child? Are they being fed well?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Many thanks for your kind concern. The mother and child are in good health, and the child looks like it will grow to be exceptionally lively." "Really now, is that so? This is certainly cause for celebration. Then, to commemorate the birth of a child with a glorious future ahead of him, permit me to present a gift. However, I am not fully apprised of the intricacies of birth gifts within lizardman culture. Share your opinion with me then. What would be a good present?" "It would be terribly boring to give fish or something in place of a birthday cake. I would rather give them something more tangible and permanent." "I understand. While my tribe does not have the practice of giving gifts to celebrate births, I feel that Zaryusu would be delighted to receive arms and armor." "War gear, then?" If possible, I would have liked to give something which would please his wife as well, but since armor would protect her husband's life, one could say that it would indirectly make her happy." May your servant venture a question, Your Majesty?" What is it? Why is Zaryusu worthy of such high praise?" "I have no intention of praising Zaryusu. I merely thought of him as the husband of a rare white lizard man. Still, I could not actually say that. He is an outstanding man. In truth, I hear that his training in Nazarick has shown admirable results. As such, I shall reward loyalty and excellence with matching largesse." "I am eternally grateful for your kind words, Your Majesty. We shall strive to show greater loyalty and devotion in the future." Hold on to that determination of yours. All right, this may not concern your village, But what do you know about the dwarves of the Azalesia mountain range? Your Majesty, I have heard about them before. Oh? Then tell me about the dwarves. With the greatest respect, your servant submits that the following was merely overheard from an acquaintance. The dwarves are a species which build cities and productive mines, and they use the ores thus extracted to manufacture all manner of war gear. Among those are weapons and armor made of very rare metals. Very rare metals, you say? Do you know what these metals are called? Regretfully, your servant does not, Your Majesty. My understanding does not reach that far. While adventuring as Momon, I've learned about metals, but there had been no news about anything harder than adamantite. In this world, even orichalcum and adamantite qualified as ultra-rare metals. It is hard to imagine the exotic metals which the lizardman had described being anything more than that. If the dwarves is race that lived within the earth, would they have access to metals which are rare even by my standards? What if this world possesses the prismatic ores of Yggdrasil, and the dwarves are mining them? Granted, that assumes that there are prismatic ores in this world, but if that was really the case, could it be possible to have them produce a caloric stone, one of the hidden items of Yggdrasil? Ains stayed silent for a while as the memories of the past lingered in his mind. He shook his head, chasing away his thoughts, but even so, he could not fully eliminate the idea that had come to his mind. Even if there's no prismatic ore there, the dwarves might know about other metals. What if there is knowledge there which had not spread to the outside world? If I used a charm spell or the like? Oh, I'm being too hasty. I shouldn't let my imagination run wild. Still, this does involve runes as well. As I thought, this is a top priority and should be addressed immediately. It seems I was lost in my contemplation. Tell me, who told you about the dwarves? Your Majesty, that would be Zenbaru, a former tribe leader like myself. Ho! That Zenbaru, Are you saying that frost pane was also a creation of the dwarves? Was it a gift Zenbaru gave to Yozu as a sign of their friendship? That was an heirloom from days past, and it did not come from Zenbaru. Ah, is that so? It is exactly as I've heard. However, there might be something there which the lizardman does not know about. There are many weapons in this world which could not be made in Yggdrasil. For example, there's that weapon with the passive ability to cut through defenses. Like Flutter has said, perhaps Gazef's sword was spontaneously created by the natural absorption of mana, or perhaps through the magic of the dragons. Still, I can't be certain that he was correct. There's many things Flutter himself does not understand. Could the dwarves make a weapon like that as well? While I know I'm looking forward to this a little too much. Dwarves were very popular among those people who wanted to play weaponsmith or armorsmith characters. That being the case, would they possess weapon crafting knowledge which Flutter did not? Does that mean runes are part of it? Taking control of the dwarves. Not bad. The head librarian and demiurge are conducting experiments with scrolls. Inferia is working on potions. Flutter is handling magic items. Then I shall let the dwarves take charge of weapons manufacture. We may need to spend the next few years, the next few decades on technological development. We can't be careless here. If someone was thinking along the same lines as me, then there'd be a higher chance of discovering something useful among the dwarves. Other players might have asked the dwarves to help develop technologies or commission weapons from them, and in the process they would have learned about their application of runes. Should I get Albedo and Demiurge's opinion on this, and ready our forces for a full-scale operation? If the player who brainwashed Shaltear is hiding there, it would be extremely dangerous to give the opposition too much time. If I took a passive stance, the enemy might well pick the most opportune moment to launch an attack. In order to avoid this, we have to take the initiative and make the first move. So this will be a gamble, after all. An ambassadorial party, We will establish diplomatic relations with the Dwarven kingdom. If a player launches an attack, it will be a casus belli for us to mount an invasion in turn. We can then dig out the necessary information from the debris. Ains enumerated the things he had to do after meeting the dwarves. 1. Verify the presence or absence of players. 2. Investigate the runes and their origins. 3. Obtain information and samples of their metallurgy and ores. Also, what if I could get them to export weapons to the Sorcerer's Kingdom so our adventurers could acquire them at a lower price? Pretty attractive, no? But in order for that to take place, I'll have to be on good terms with the dwarves. While I could always take them as slaves within Nazarick, that will be a last resort. I'd like to make my words to Ains that much more convincing. Still, all this is ultimately nothing but a conjecture. Lizardman. Does Zenbaru know about the Dwarven city? Yes. He told me that he had lived in the Dwarven city for some time. Is that so? Do you think Zenbaru would take me there? My deepest apologies, but your servant cannot answer that question. Of course, I am certain that if your majesty orders something, Zenbaru will strive eagerly to fulfill it. However, it has been several winters since he returned from the Dwarven city, so I am not sure how much he still remembers. Really now? Well, if that's the case, I can deal with it using magic. It'll be fine. Control amnesia might well be able to clear things up. I hope Ains or Flutter know something about this. 2 hours after meeting the lizardman, Ains sighed quietly within his room. He had just finished communicating with Flutter and Ains via message. Why do I have to teleport over there in person to prove my identity? Especially Flutter. I thought he'd be used to it by now, but I guess I was wrong. When I used message, neither of them believed me, and had no choice. The same way they're asking me to only use message in times of emergency makes me feel like they had planned it out beforehand. Ains aside, you'd think Flutter wouldn't want to waste time on other matters, considering the book which I gave him. In the end, the only person Ains could count on was Zenbaru the Lizardman after learning that both men are unaware of the Dwarven Kingdom's location. It's about time I sent a message to those two and told them about the dwarves. I'll contact Shaltear first. The right person for the job? Ains closed his eyes, though he had no eyeballs, and thought about the matter for a few minutes. He opened his eyes and cast the message spell. Shaltear Bloodfallen. Is that you, Ains-sama? Where do you need a gate open at this time? Shaltear is the strongest of the floor guardians, and the only one to administer multiple floors. The fact that the first thing she asked was where to open a gate is terribly sad. Now I feel a little guilty about assigning such a task to her. No. This time, I shall entrust a weighty duty to you. A weighty duty? You shall accompany me on my travels, and ensure my safety. Your servant shall fulfill this task, even if she must grind herself to dust in the process. Then I shall explain in greater detail. Come to my quarters in Irantel. Understood. Your servant shall come immediately. Also, give Mari your task of maintaining surveillance on the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Inform him of whatever he needs to know when you hand your duties over to him. Considering the time needed for that. Come over when you've settled your affairs over there. I don't have any appointments which will take me away from my chambers, so I will wait until you arrive. Yes. I, Shaltear Bloodfallen, shall carry out your orders faithfully and without delay. The handing and taking over of duties is very important. Don't rush and make a mess of it just because I'm waiting, got that? I shall order Mari to proceed to your room, the Adiposaur chamber. Understood. Then I shall commit the tasks which I will be handing over onto paper. Also, I trust one don't need to say this, but you are to give your ring to Mari. Of course. I understand that it will only be in his safekeeping for a while. It is very dangerous to bring that ring outside of Nazarick. On the other hand, as long as it and the staff of Ains' old gown are not taken, there would be enough time for all the guardians to gather. Very well. Begin your preparations, then. Yes. Then, is there anything I should bring to your room, Ains-sama? A reasonable question, but there is nothing you need to bring. I will explain my plan to you when the time comes, and then I will give you time to ready yourself. Alright? Understood, Ains-sama. As the spell terminated, Ains sent Mari a message. There was little difference in the contents of their conversation, save that he told him to take Shaltear's place as the protector of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. After hearing Mari's still, small yet clear voice, Ains ended the message. Finally, Ains sent Aura a message. Aura, it's me. Yes, Ains-sama. What do you need me to do? I would like you to accompany me to the Dwarven kingdom. Alright. Understood, Ains-sama. First, I hope you will meet me in my chambers at Irantal while we wait for Shaltear. Ah. What? Shaltear? Aura, lower your voice. I'm very sorry, Ains-sama. Ah. Like I said, lower your voice. Ah, are we going to destroy the Dwarven kingdom? No. How did you reach that dangerous misunderstanding? I just want to conduct some friendly negotiations. Ah, I see. So you've already foreseen that peaceful negotiations will break down, then? Aura, you're... Ains-sama, I'm here. What? You mean you've already arrived at my room? Yes, exactly, Ains-sama. A knock came from the door just as Aura said this, and Ains smiled bitterly as he watched the maid go to answer it. Ains-sama, Aura-sama requests your permission to enter. Ains gestured his approval, and the maid took one step away from the door. Sorry to disturb you, Ains-sama. Alright, then. Have a seat and we'll talk. Prepare refreshments for Aura. Yes, Ains-sama. We have apple juice, orange juice, lemon squash, tea and coffee on hand at the moment. Okay. Apple juice please. As Aura began sipping at the juice the maid prepared, Ains began his explanation. First, let me explain myself about your question concerning the destruction of the Dwarven kingdom. Bringing Shaltear along does fulfill a requirement for combat power, but there is another reason for that. As I was saying earlier, I'm bringing Shaltear along this time around to investigate her adaptability. She was created to be the strongest guardian. At that time, if she had fought properly, even I might not have been able to beat her. Well, if it's for something like that. No, it's not like that. If I were Shaltear, I would have summoned my Einherjar right away and then prepared for battle while it engaged my enemy, then attacked with magic as my MP permitted, followed by the use of my skills. Then, I would have triggered my blood frenzy in some way and then charged into melee with the Spjut Lance while my attack power was increased. If that had happened, I would have run away without a second thought. My skill as a player aside, my character could only be considered to be in the upper portion of the middle tier of all players. Shaltear's character build and equipment placed her in the lower portion of the top tier. If she is fully equipped, with divine class items, she would be in the middle portion of the top tier. If she could change her gear to match her opponent, she might well be able to fight on even terms with the upper echelons of the top tier. However, her reputation as the strongest guardian has instead hampered Shaltear's growth. Why is that, Ains-sama? The most effective use for Shaltear is to deplete the enemy's resources, so she has to be launched out like an arrow. Once she is deployed, she has to be left to run amok through the enemy lines. However, is that really the right thing to do? It might be the best way to fully utilize Shaltear's strength, but can we really say that it's the most suitable method to use? I don't quite understand. But if you feel that it's right, then it should be correct, Ains-sama. This sort of answer really makes it hard to keep the conversation going. What I truly wanted to hear right now is a carefully reasoned reply about the pros and cons of my statement, which is what a proper adult would have said. Still, children were expected to be frank, after all. Is that so? However, I don't think that is the case. When I said that it was the best way, it was only in terms of fully utilizing her strengths. However, it might not be the best way once Shaltear starts accumulating experience. Still, while I said that I want her to accumulate various experiences, that might violate the social contract, and it would cause problems for the company, for the group. What does that mean? Think of it this way. It would not be good to force Shaltear to do things she does not want to do. Obeying you is what we should do, Ains-sama. Don't you think it would be wrong to make her do something that goes against Perorancino-san's wishes? If my orders conflicted with Bukubokagama's desires, how would you feel about obeying them, Aura? Well, I would. It's hard to say. Alright, don't worry about it. It was just a comparison. My reason for picking Shaltear this time around was to challenge her and see if she has grown. I see. That's Ains-sama for you, your complex insights run so deep. A superior had to let his subordinates experience challenges in order for them to grow. This is one of the secrets I've gleaned from a book I had read not long after coming to this world. The reason why I have not given Shaltear an opportunity like this until now is because the situation had been very dangerous, and also because there was no time for such things. Now, however, no, there would be no better chance than this. I'll tell you the rest when Shaltear arrives. That way, I won't have to explain myself twice. Just as Ains said so, knocking came from the door, followed by the maid going over to check on the visitor. It is Shaltear-sama. Ains indicated that the maid should let her in. As the door opened, he saw someone in the doorway. Shaltear Bloodfallen is ready to go. Why? Why are you in your full battle gear? Yes. I am fully prepared to protect you, Ains-sama. I shall exterminate anyone who dares to oppose you, Ains-sama. What should I do about this? It is not as though I could say Shaltear had gotten the wrong idea. You're being too hasty. How about taking action after Ains-sama finishes speaking? Shaltear. You might have the right idea, but things are different this time. Forgive me for not explaining things to you. Ains hurriedly explained the objectives of this operation to Shaltear and his plans to forge friendly relations with the Dwarven kingdom. If that's what you want, is it really alright to bring me along? I have many reasons for choosing you. Having you protect me is one of them. But the greatest reason is so that you can gain experience. It is my selfish opinion that you consider yourself unsuitable for this task due to your blood frenzy. Perhaps after you give it a try, you might discover that you are surprisingly suited for this sort of thing. I understand, Ains-sama. I shall make sure you do not regret your decision. Then, Shaltear, I will be placing you under Aura's command for this journey. Since Aura is in charge of you, I hope you will obey her. Yes. Understood, Ains-sama. I wonder if her response is too high-strung, but it is better than a dispirited answer. Still, it would be troublesome if it all turned out to be for nothing. I appreciate your eagerness, but you should calm yourself down, Shaltear. Then, let us consider the matter of followers. Who else should we bring along? Ains-sama, may I be allowed to speak? What is it? Is something the matter? I was wondering how you would feel about bringing some of us maids along to serve as your attendants during your trip to the Dwarven kingdom. Traditionally speaking, those in power have always brought followers with them to handle miscellaneous tasks. I feel that the Dwarven kingdom will think poorly of you if you do not bring handmaidens with you, Ains-sama. I see. You do have a point there. While spying on Jerkniv, I noticed that the man went out escorted by several carriages, and some of them contained well-dressed ladies. They must be the people who waited on him. If he had stayed in Nazarick back then, I would have observed him more carefully, but regrettably he had not, which is a bit of a shame. No, the fact was that my friend Jerkniv had come a long way to visit me, and I had been terribly rude to him by not insisting that he stay the night. Granted, the man had firmly refused every offer of lodging I had made, but perhaps the right thing to do is to make him change his mind. Perhaps if we have established good relations back then, the matter of vassalage might not have come up at the arena. Oops, I'm getting off track. She has a point, but frankly speaking, there is no way I could bring them to the Dwarven kingdom, given that I knew next to nothing about it. There's a chance that a player might be waiting with his forces deployed and ready for battle. Still, unfortunately, I cannot do that. If we must have followers. Shaltear, can I bring your vampire brides with us? There is no need to ask. Everyone in Nazarick serves you. You have but to order us. Is that so? Now, your proposal is very reasonable. However, it contains a problem, in that you are weak and I am uneasy about your safety when traveling into unknown lands. We are all prepared to face any form of danger. I am pleased by the loyalty which you all show. Therefore, once I ensure that the Dwarven kingdom is safe, I shall send for you via teleportation. Until then, what do you think about handing the matter to the vampire brides? The maid's mouth moved several times, but no words came out. Eventually, she bowed her head. I hope she's not agreeing because I've ordered her to, but that is most likely not the case. Resurrecting level 1 NPCs is cheap, but that is not the problem here. Nobody would bring their friends' children into a dangerous place. Then, Shaltear, bring. Let me see, 6 vampire brides along. Then add 30 more riders on top of that. 5 of them will be the recently summoned Hanzos. I'll contact Cositus while waiting for everyone to gather. Right, I should finish up first. Once everyone is assembled, the 2 of you will travel to the lizardman village through Shaltear's gate. After that, we'll head north to find the Dwarven kingdom. What do you think? Yes, understood, Ains Sama. Yes, let's do that. Then, do you have any suggestions on who the other followers should be? My undead, Ains Sama. My magical beasts. Ah. After you, Aura. What? Did you eat something weird? It's just that I was ordered to listen to you. Ah. It just feels gross. In that case, how about having 25 of your undead ride my magical beasts? I don't mind, but that would be more than the number you mentioned, Ains Sama. Would that be alright? Alright, it's fine. We'll do that, then. Then, let's get to work on our own accounts. I'll give you 2 hours to select your personnel. Keep in mind that you may not be able to return for a while after leaving, and do not think that you can teleport back to Nazarick with teleportation magic. Aura, you need to be particularly careful about this as one of the living. If that's all, let's split up. I have a lot of things to discuss with Pandora's actor. At the same time, Ains made a mental note to contact Albedo about this with a message. At last, the time has come. It's been so long. But at last, I can make up for my past failure and let everyone know that Shaltear Bloodfallen can be of use to everyone. It's been a long time coming. All the work I've been given until now had been so easy that anyone could do it. However, I feel that the work Ains Sama gave you was very important, Shaltear. Well, it is as you say, to some extent. Still, was that work really important? Protecting Nazarick is pretty important, no? After all, being the first line of defense against any invader is a task you'd give to reliable guardians, right? I could not deny that. Does Ains Sama really think that way? Probably. Ains Sama said that you were very strong, Shaltear. Shaltear smiled broadly. That response let Aura sigh in relief. If I have let her go on like that, Shaltear would surely have gone to a lot of trouble for nothing, and that would only inconvenience Ains Sama. If that happened, I have no idea how I would apologize to him for it. In addition, Shaltear is really pitiful. But when I was in the human city, Demiurge singled me out. He must have felt I was useless. If that was what Demiurge, the greatest mind of Nazarick, thought about me, then wouldn't the others, especially Ains Sama, whose wisdom surpasses that of Demiurge, feel the same way? You can't really say that. Perhaps it's because Ains Sama is smarter than Demiurge that he felt that way about you. Ho! As expected of Ains Sama. Ha! Still, that means that the others feel the same way as Demiurge. Ah yes. I can't deny that. Or rather, that is definitely the case. Ains-sama wanted to test your flexibility by exposing you to various situations, so I think encountering difficulty isn't a bad thing. Until then, if you take notes and learn from around you, you'll be able to impress Ains-sama and the others. So I should study up before that? That's right. Think about it, you're traveling with the greatest person in all of Nazarick, right? Doesn't that mean you can learn something from Ains-sama? I see. But, what should I do? Shaltear, that's where the learning starts. Yes. That's right. Now I'm at a loss for words. That ought to be okay. Right? Will she behave herself? Bokuboku Shigama-sama, please watch over Shaltear, who was made by your little brother Perurancino-sama. Ains traveled to the lizardman village through a gate. He was deeply embarrassed as he witnessed a statue with facial bones that were slightly different from his own. It would seem they were trying to beautify me. Do the cheekbones look more handsome when they're like that? I don't get it at all. What kind of aesthetic sense could have produced this? As Ains contemplated the matter, he turned and noticed Cositus and his lizardmen kneeling before him. Raise your heads. After that permission was granted, the lizardmen looked back up, as though they had come back to life. Thank you for coming all this way, Ains-sama. Thank you for your hard work. I have received your report on the village. Though I only glanced through it, I did not see any problems, which is good. Your accomplishments here are worthy of praise. Many thanks. All this was accomplished by your glory, Ains-sama. That said, the excellent results you have shown deserve to be rewarded. Thinking back, Albedo and Mari had already received a ring of Ainsul gown each, Ora had received a watch with Bokuboku Shigama's voice recorded into it, Shaltear had been given Perurancino's bestiary, and I had given Demiurge that demonic statue made by Erbolt. My gift to Cositus is the lives of these lizard men, but it is probably time for some other reward. Perhaps you might say it is not needed, but it is only natural that rewards and punishment must be handed out as they are deemed necessary. Tell me, Cositus, what do you want? No, Ains-sama. I desire no reward other than to serve you loyally. While Solution's request for innocent humans was quite disturbing, a request like Cositus was also quite hard to grant. Ahem. Cositus. A lack of desire can sometimes be more troubling than greed. I now command you, tell me what you want within a week's time, limited to material objects. Do you understand? If that is your will, Ains-sama. That is my will. Alright, then. Cositus, it is time to move on to my reason for coming to this village. I wish to speak to Zenbaru. Understood. I have already brought him here. Please come this way, Ains-sama. Zenbaru, answer Ains-sama's questions. You are permitted to directly address him. Then, I shall get to the point. I wish to visit the Dwarven kingdom. Thus, I wish to employ you as a guide. Can you take me there? My sincerest apologies, Your Majesty, but may I ask your intentions for heading to the Dwarven kingdom? Zenbaru, seeking to know the intention behind Ains-sama's decisions is the height of disrespect. All you need to do is answer the question truthfully. It's fine, Cositus. Zenbaru did not show me any disrespect. But, Ains-sama. It is fine. Then, I shall take a small measure of pity on you, Zenbaru. What gave rise to the misconception you now hold? Zenbaru. I have no intention of harming the dwarves. I have come in person because I wish to form a friendly relationship with the dwarves. Is that really true? What? Zenbaru, you. Cositus. Your loyalty pleases me. But I have already said that it is fine. Pay no heed to what Zenbaru says here and forget it. Yes. Understood, Ains-sama. Was this what they meant by speaking your mind frankly? If the boss asked you to speak your mind frankly, it was clearly a trap. Indeed, that is so, Zenbaru. I will swear it on my name if need be. I wish to forge a friendly relationship with the dwarves. However, it is also possible that the use of force may be required if it is warranted by their response. Can you understand that such a course of action might be unavoidable? Naturally. It makes perfect sense. In this world, might makes right. Even so, how shall I say this? I do not wish to repay kindness with malice. In addition, if you launch a surprise attack and begin their extermination after I lead you there, I pray you will forgive me for taking up arms against you. A quiet grinding came from behind him. Even without checking, Ains already knew it was the sound of Cocytus tightening his grip on his weapons. It's fine, Cocytus. Well, if that happens, I shall simply have to destroy you as well. Not that I mind. But that is quite a brave thing to say. Have you considered the fact that your betrayal might end up destroying all the lizardmen in the village as well? I trust you would not really do that, Your Majesty. It seems you are mistaken. I consider matters in terms of benefits and liabilities. While I will probably not destroy the entire group for the treachery of one man, if it turns out that similar betrayals might occur in the future, and that the drawbacks outweigh the benefits of leaving them alive, do you not think I will exterminate them all without delay? Or do you think I am a brainless, all-loving being? It seemed odd to be saying this as an undead being myself, but I feel that the lizard men were sly. Ah, don't worry. I will not destroy this village even if you do betray me. After all, it would not be an organized uprising, and your reaction is quite understandable given your personality and history. They are your old friends, your benefactors. I understand why you would side with them. However, allow me to repeat myself, I will not destroy the Dwarven kingdom for no reason. So you can be at ease. Whether players were present or not, I do not want to launch straight into hostilities without a dialogue. After all, things were not progressing very well with the neighboring countries. I understand that now. That is for the best. Can I entrust that task to you then, Zenbaru? I understand, Your Majesty. I will take you to that cave city of the dwarves where I once briefly resided. Good, I will address Yozu now. Please accept my felicitations on the birth in the family. Are both mother and child well? Yes, Your Majesty. They are doing fine. It seems my child is about ready to start walking. Oh. Really? That's fast. Is that so? I feel it is quite normal. Ah, I see. I seem to have considered that from a human's point of view. Children. Currently, I am in the process of building a nation composed of beings from various species working together. If I asked you to live in a nation of humans under my rule for the purpose of advancing that agenda, would you accept? I cannot refuse Your Majesty's orders. Oh, don't be like that. I wish to hear your opinion on the matter. Having left the lizardmen as a traveler, you should have experience with this sort of thing, am I wrong? In other words, you should be able to think in ways that differ from regular lizardmen. Because of that, I would like to hear what you think and feel about the ever-changing world that lies ahead of you. I became a traveler because I felt that things could not go on as they had. I was forced to do so by my circumstances. Even if that was the case, your perspective should have been broadened by seeing the world. If possible, why not substitute yourself with a regular lizard man and thus evaluate the merits of lizard men traveling to a human nation? Yes. Personally speaking, I would not want to travel to a human city. I would feel uneasy about doing so with a wife and child in tow. Even if it was a country ruled by Your Majesty. It would be quite difficult. I see. Then, is it possible for the children to become accustomed to that sort of thing? Does that mean you only intend to take the children, Your Majesty? Don't let your imagination run wild. I intend to build a nation where different races can coexist in harmony. The first step of that is to create a place where the children of lizardmen, humans, goblins, and so on can come together and play happily. That is all. Still, I trust that all of you do not intend to live and die in this tiny little world of a lake, but that you plan to step into the world at large? Do you mean you want more people to become travelers? I take it the job of traveler is not very glamorous among the lizardmen, am I wrong? I am simply saying that you should broaden your minds. I am not quite clear on this, but could it be that you and your wife do not intend to grant your child a wider view of the world? That is hard to say. I would like to have our children live in a village that is safe and does not lack food, but times are different now. I understand how you feel. One cannot expect change from those who are set in their ways. The quicker the change, the more the older generation will whine and reject it. It is as your majesty says. The elders still complain every now and then. Doesn't that mean you're one of those old folks then, Zaryusu? Parents with children, then? Yes. Exactly. Well, it seems I will have to make this point clear. Cositus, I shall now give you an order. Yes. Understood. Ains-sama. Even if Zenbaru chooses to oppose me, you are forbidden to harm his friends within this village. I hear and obey, oh, Supreme One. Then, Zenbaru. I would like to know everything you know. Tell me where you met the dwarves, what sort of life you had with them, what sort of gifts pleased them, and so on. Tell me everything. No problem, Your Majesty. What? Such rudeness. It's fine, Cositus. He would lose his head for something like that under official circumstances. However, this is hardly a formal setting. I shall allow this to go unpunished. I believe I am capable of that much. However, Zenbaru, there is one thing you should not forget. Cositus will feel guilty because of the shameful tone you take with me. My sincerest apologies, Your Majesty. Your servant has overstepped himself. It is fine, you should be grateful to Cositus, the administrator of this village. Because of him, I will not harm it directly. It seems I have said something pointless. Shall we begin discussing the Dwarven kingdom? Before that, will you not take a seat, Ains-sama? Indeed. Let us do so. Cositus, don't use something too decadent. Anything I can sit on will be fine. Understood. Then please excuse me. Cositus went to his hands and knees, prostrating himself on the ground. The image of Shaltear overlaid itself on Cositus from Ains' memory. I think I know what is going on, but it might be best to ask, just in case. What are you doing? I heard that Shaltear once did this as well, therefore I sought to imitate her. That was a punishment for her. There is no need for you to do this. But the lizardmen under me have spoken disrespectfully to you, Ains-sama. There is no need to bring up the past. I already said I did not mind. Did you not hear me? That is true. But Cositus is proving unexpectedly stubborn. Ah, that's enough. Then, I shall be taking a seat, Cositus. Yes. Understood. Ains-sama. Sitting down like this in front of others was well, to some extent, this is embarrassing. Still, the others would find it strange if I hesitated here. Cositus seemed to be huffing and puffing in excitement, leaking an ever-thickening white mist. Does it please you, Ains-sama? Crap. I could not be honest here, but what would happen if I did speak my mind? The thought of Cositus' reaction was too frightening. It's not bad. Yes, not bad at all. Will I sound like a pervert if I say that? Then may I know whether you prefer Shaltear or myself? Why? Why do you want to know? Yes. I feel that I must practice for when I must someday bear my master upon my back. What the hell is he talking about? Is Cositus of a species that allowed the female to mount them during reproduction? Or was he just a sexual masochist? Takamikazuchi-san. No, he should have been more decent than that. He might have loved fighting, but he should have been a good man who rarely gave people trouble. But why did Cocytus turn out this way? Have I discovered someone else's secret fetish? Is that so? That's good, Cocytus. Although, I do not know whether it is good at all. Yes. Then dare I ask what your answer is, Ains-sama? It's slightly uneven, but not to the extent that I can't sit down. In that sense, Shaltear is slightly better. What? Is that so? No. No, I mean, you have your advantages as well. Ah, how shall I put this, cold? Yes, this cool sensation would be best on summer days. Now I wonder why I'm so desperate to comfort Cocytus. I see. However. Then. Pay no attention to what is happening over here. Come, Zenbaru, tell me. Ah, yes. I had climbed up and down slopes and peaks to find the dwarves, spending a month in a fruitless search. It was only when I was about to give up that I encountered a dwarf who came out to explore the surface. After that, various things happened, and I earned the dwarves' trust and was brought to their city. My appearance had not done me any favors at first, but I had apparently gained their trust after bearing my heart to them. After that, I had learned martial arts in the Dwarven city. I left once I gained enough confidence in myself and returned to the lizardman village. Now, the most important thing among all this is whether or not you can lead me and my party to the Dwarven city. I could probably do it. The Dwarven city is underground, in the depths of a cavern, so I should be able to lead your majesty there as long as the mountain's terrain did not change. Then one last thing. What about the distance to the Dwarven city from here? My journey back from the Dwarven kingdom had taken about a week along the mountain trails, your majesty. That brought me to the northernmost tip of the lake. Given we lizardmen are not used to walking on land, a week's journey on foot roughly translated to about 100 kilometers. Unfortunately, we had to rely on Zenbaru's memories, so we could not plot the shortest course on a map. I should be prepared to stray off course repeatedly. Is this information useful to you, your majesty? Of course. I welcome expeditions in the dark with only a feeble lantern to light the way. That is what they call excitement, no? Then, I shall appoint Zenbaru as my guide, and we shall prepare to set out according to what he has told me. Aura and Shaltear will arrive soon with their followers in tow, so you should get yourself ready too. I hear and obey, your majesty. Ains nodded graciously to him, and then rose from Cocytus' body. He paid no heed to the quiet, mournful sound from below him. Shaltear and Aura gathered at the lakeside near the lizardman village, accompanied by their hand-picked followers. Ains also ordered Cocytus to stand by behind him, and then called Zenbaru forward. The lizardman stepped away from Yozu and Crush and came before Ains. What do you wish of me, your majesty? Ains could not help but look at the little white lizardman that Crush was cradling. Perhaps Crush sensed Ains' collector's spirit, but she instinctively moved to protect her child. It's not like I'm going to snatch it away. Ahem, Zenbaru, take these items. This ring eliminates the need to sleep, eat, or drink. This ring grants cold resistance. And this necklace grants the ability to use the fly spell. I will teach you how to use it later. It's in case you fall off a cliff. Many thanks, your majesty. Sorry about interrupting your preparations. I have done everything I needed to do. You may return. By the way, Cocytus. It would seem the children are quite curious. The children did not flee but kept their distance, looking at Ains and the others with sparkly eyes. Would the kids be able to adapt if I brought them to a human city? No, what if I did the opposite and brought human children here? Maybe I could build a campsite nearby, and then bring the lizardman children there. I like that image. Maybe I should suggest this to Albedo and Demiurge. If they displease you, shall I order them to leave immediately? That was not what I meant. Don't you feel that children might be able to get along, even if they are of different races? Don't you think human children could walk hand in hand with lizardman children? I am unsure, but if it is your will, then I am sure that they will join their hands, Ains-sama. This has nothing to do with my will or orders or whatnot, it's just a matter of getting people of different species to work together. I guess I can't make this suggestion due to my position as king. My ideas would all be interpreted as absolute orders, and it was quite frightening. Really now? Then, it's about time we set off. Ora, Shaltear. Are you ready? Yes. We're all set, Ains-sama. The same. If you give the command, we can move out at any point, Ains-sama. How about you, Zenbaru? No problems here. Alright, then let's go. Ains-sama, be careful. If anything happens, I can mobilize my forces at any time. Cositus had a point. If there were enemy players around, things might escalate into a full-scale battle, and that would require the use of military force. That might happen eventually. However, this is more of a reconnaissance in force. If we encounter anyone strong, we will fall back after gathering sufficient intelligence. If that happens, we will look forward to your accomplishments on the battlefield. Yes. Understood, Ains-sama. The plan was to head north and climb the mountains, guided by Zenbaru's memories. Could I be allowed to walk ahead of you, Your Majesty? I think looking at the surrounding scenery might help me recall something. All right. Go to the head of the column, then. But don't go alone. Take one of my people with you. If anything attacks, use them to cover you and fall back. You are a very valuable member of this expedition. My deepest thanks. Zenbaru continued forward as he struggled to jog his memory. As the group neared the edge of the forest, the trees gradually grew shorter, and the sun began falling behind the mountain. In Yggdrasil, I would not have been able to experience the greatness of nature in this way. In all honesty, we could go back now without ever finding the Dwarven kingdom, and I would not mind at all. Isn't this the sort of scenery adventurers should be seeing? Then, we shall camp here for tonight. Yes, Ains-sama. Shall we return to the great underground tomb of Nazarick? Indeed, the wisest thing to do would be to make a mark here and then teleport them all back to a safe place to spend the night. However, for some reason, I do not feel like it. It is not a matter of the merits or demerits of the situation, but a purely emotional issue, huh? There's no need for that. We shall set up camp here. But Ains-sama, the thought of making you camp at such a place. A quick look around would reveal only bare rock, and the frigid mountain winds stole body heat. Anyone without cold resistance or thick woolen clothing would feel as though they were being pricked by needles. This was probably because the wind had blown across heaped piles of snow and brought the cold air down the mountain slopes. In Yggdrasil, there are guilds that explored and adventured to turn the unknown into the known. They traveled on an endless journey with those feelings in their hearts. They are weak in guild battles, but threw themselves single-mindedly into the unknown reaches of the world. At that time, I do not understand what they are thinking. However, after encountering a magnificent world like this one, I began to see where they are coming from. While I had been Momon, I too had unknowingly entertained the thought of letting go of everything and traveling the world. Please excuse me, Ains-sama. Oh. What is it, Shaltear? Forgive me for interrupting your contemplation, Ains-sama. Ah, no, it's fine. I wasn't thinking of anything important. Really? All right, then. Then, what's the matter? Ah, you're talking about camping here, right? Yes. Please accept my sincerest apologies for not preparing a suitable tent despite knowing that you might wish to stay here, Ains-sama. I wish to retrieve one from Nazarick. Might I be allowed to use gate? There's no need for that. It wasn't that you forgot the tent, but rather, I didn't write it down on the list because it wasn't required. Did you know that Mari can make a shelter with magic? Yes, Ains-sama, I'm aware of it. I see. Then, you should know that I can do so as well. I could use a magic item like the green secret house instead, but that might be a bit too cramped for our numbers. Now, watch this. Ains looked for a suitable location and found one almost immediately, and then Ains cast his spell. 10th tier magic. Create fortress. As the spell took effect, a mighty tower appeared where there had been nothing before, and its massive double doors looked strong enough to shrug off battering rams. This is good enough. Let's go. As Ains approached the door at the head of his group, the iron doors swung open. He waited there for everyone else to enter and left 2 of the undead outside, ordering them to open the door after it shut. The doors remained closed. He waited a bit longer, but there was no sign that the doors would be opening. Could it be that only I can open them? Aura, go touch the doors. Aura touched the doors experimentally, but they did not seem like they wanted to open. It would seem only I could open those doors. Friendly fire was a pain in the ass. If other players existed in this world, small changes like this might end up affecting others, and in the worst case scenario I might end up killing someone by accident. It's been nearly a year now. And I still have to be careful about using my power. It would be a tragedy if someone got caught in our area of effect attacks. Should I point it out to the higher ranking people? Mari, especially. Although they might resent me for nagging them about it if they've already realized it. I guess I'll try and pass it off as an offhand remark or something. As his heart grew heavy, Ains decided to terminate his experiment and open the gate to let the 2 undead outside come in. Then, we shall spend the night here. Anyone who needs to rest can do so. Anyone who does not, well, standing here isn't very good either. Everyone, stand by in your rooms. There are more rooms like these on the 2nd and 3rd floors, so go ahead and use them. Aura, Shaltear, Zenbaru, the 3 of you stay behind. I want to plot our future route given what we have learned today. Ah, yes, let's gather on the couch over there. Then, carry on, everyone. Ains-sama, what shall we do with the vampire brides? I'll give them orders later. For now, have them wait in their rooms. Then, let's start by recording our travels for the day. Aura, please. Yes, Ains-sama. I'm not too confident on some of the smaller details, but it should roughly be like this. Aura flipped open a memo pad, holding it open with one hand and sketching a map on it with another. Thank you, Aura. Now then, I know you're tired, Zenbaru, but I would like to request your cooperation. You might not like this. What do you mean, Your Majesty? In other words, I wish to look through your memories. What does that mean? I think I came off like a villain when I said that. I can control others' memories with magic, but that same magic can browse through the memories of others. Frankly speaking, it drains a lot of mana and I'd rather not use it if I could avoid it, but relying on your clouded memories alone is somewhat worrisome. I trust it will not have any side effects. It'll be fine. Thanks to the assistance of a certain cleric, I can safely say that I'm quite the veteran at this. There won't be any problems as long as I don't do any weird things in there. In fact, I've performed the same procedure on one of my maids and there were no problems either. You mean Shizu, right? Exactly, Aura. That said, the spell isn't all-powerful. If the person himself has almost forgotten an event, I can only get rough details. There are also other things which complicate the spell's use. For instance, the memories might not reside within the brain, but accessed from a more primordial source. Well, something like that. In any case, I'd like to investigate your memories. I see. Just in case, I would like to ask again, but is it really going to be alright? I understand your concerns. Do not worry, Zenbaru. I will not alter your memories. I swear that on my name. Then, what should I do? Sit there and relax. This won't hurt a bit. However, I need to verify some details with you before I cast the spell. Things like how many months and years ago and where these memories took place, and so on. After hearing Zenbaru's explanations, Ains cast the spell. Having cast this spell many times before, Ains had an expert's confidence in his handling of the magic, but still, using it was extremely difficult. Ains felt his mana draining away in torrents after briefly browsing Zenbaru's memories. Examining memories of the past are the most tiring. It's much easier to view recent memories. As expected, the memories were blurred. Those are faces of dwarves, but they all look the same. I do not know if that was Zenbaru's fault, but I could not tell them apart. This is no good. I used that cleric as a test subject and it worked well on Shizu. But I feel like I still can't use it well enough. I can't afford to make mistakes with delicate things like memories. I wanted to continue experimenting with that cleric, but he can't even speak coherently anymore. Well, rewriting memories works if I limit myself to the recent few years. I guess I should conduct an experiment on what'll happen if I wipe a person's memories clean. Maybe I should select a few people sentenced to death from Irantal and use them for experiments. I ended the spell. How are you, Zenbaru? Do you feel unwell? I feel fine, but weird. I merely looked through your memories. It would be strange if that felt weird to you, given that I made no changes. That is probably a placebo effect of some sort, it should fade soon. Zenbaru shook his head forcefully. Ains paid him no heed, but turned his attention to the map. Even after looking at Zenbaru's memories, I still do not quite get it. There were no distinguishing features there, and how could I confirm his position in the confusing scenery of the mountains? In addition, the memories of hiding from monsters had been far more vivid in comparison. The fact was that even if my mana recovered by tomorrow, I would not gain information which was worth that massive expenditure of magical power. Then, we shall stick to the plan and have Zenbaru lead us north. I didn't see anything helpful in his memories anyway. Dismissed. Everyone, rest. Well, it looks like nobody needs to rest besides Zenbaru. Well then, prepare yourselves for tomorrow. As she watched her master return to his room, Aura turned to Shaltear, who was seated beside her. There are rooms to the left and the right of Ains-sama's own room. Which do you want? Well, I think either side would be fine, don't you think? Well, I guess that's right. Say, what are you doing? Aura looked over at Shaltear after hearing her distracted response. This was when she realized Shaltear was writing something in a memo pad. Ains-sama said that, check. I'm taking notes, of course. I don't want to forget Ains-sama's words. That's pretty hard-working of you. Let me see. Aura paused to peek, and saw that the memo pad was covered in densely packed script, with hardly any blank space left in between the letters. After a quick glance, she discovered that Shaltear had essentially recorded her master's words down in exacting detail, as well as the actions he took. How shall I say this? Of course, it makes sense to preserve Ains-sama's words for posterity, but I doubt Shaltear is writing them down for that purpose. I feel that taking notes is a good idea, but that shouldn't be the whole point, right? Got it? Maybe taking notes makes you think that you've done a good job. But what you should be doing is recording the important things and using them to teach yourself how to deal with similar situations, right? Is it really okay to take notes like this? Well. It seems okay. Well, if that's the case, then great. Just in case, you should go over them again once you return to your room. Try to think about what Ains-sama had in mind and then put yourself in his place and imagine what you would do in his shoes. Oh, really? Yes, really. Now I wonder why I'm saying this sort of thing to Shaltear. For some reason, I feel that guiding her in this way is very natural to me. For some reason, I feel like I have a useless little sister. It might be a little disrespectful, but I wonder if Bukubuku Shigama-sama felt the same way. Everyone prepared to set out on a particularly brilliant morning. Ains felt that this was much less enjoyable compared to his travel preparations from his time as Momon. After that, they continued their search, but their efforts from dawn to dusk yielded no fruit. As the sun sank below the slopes of the mountains, Ains used magic to create a resting place as before, and then, it was time for the next day. Over here. I remember this place. Your Majesty. We should be very close. Is that so? Then, everyone, proceed with caution. Then, I'll leave this to you, Zenbaru. You can count on me. The group advanced and they saw something which looked less like a cave than a crack in the mountain. I've seen something similar in Zenbaru's memories, but I feel that it should have been bigger. Still, this is probably the right place, given Zenbaru's overjoyed reaction. The memories were Zenbaru's own. The lizardman's perspective ought to be more reliable than my fragmentary glimpses. Ains smoothed out his mussed-up robe and gestured to Aura. Acting as they had planned earlier, Aura led her beast towards the fissure. Kingdom of the Dwarves. His Majesty Ains Olgaun, king of the newly founded sorcerer's kingdom of Ains Olgaun to the south, has come to pay you a visit. Will you not send someone to receive him? The voice of Aura the herald echoed through the fissure. Yet, there was no response. Ains indicated that she should announce them again. And so, Aura shouted at the top of her voice once more. Kingdom of the Dwarves. His Majesty Ains Olgaun, king of the newly founded sorcerer's kingdom of Ains Olgaun to the south, has come to pay you a visit. Will you not send someone to receive him? There was still no response. There was no sign of anyone appearing even after waiting a while. There should be guards watching this exit in order to prevent intruders from the outside. If this was the case, someone should have heard her voice. Are they avoiding the dark elf? It's your turn now. Go shout a bit and see how it goes. Ains cast several buff spells on Zenbaru. While it did not guarantee his safety by any means, it greatly reduced the danger he might face compared to being sent out without those spells. Zenbaru drew near the cave and shouted. Kingdom of the Dwarves. His Majesty Ains Olgaun, king of the newly founded sorcerer's kingdom of Ains Olgaun to the south, has come to pay you a visit. Will you not send someone to receive him? Hanzos, heed my order. Presenting ourselves to the master. Infiltrate the interior and verify the situation. Do not be spotted. It shall be done. May I ask how far we should investigate? The Dwarven city is said to be riddled with mining tunnels. Fully investigating the intricate web of those tunnels will take a long time. Perform a cursory inspection. Focus on the central region and the administrative areas of the city. You may investigate the tunnel interiors later. Yes. Understood, Master. Zenbaru, return to the center of the group and wait in a safe space. You should be very useful when negotiating with the dwarves. Shaltear, don't slack off on security. Yes. Understood, Ains-sama. After using a skill, Shaltear was fully armed and armored in an instant. She surveyed her surroundings carefully, not letting a single detail escape her. Ains also carefully watched his surroundings as well. Soon, the Hanzos returned. Ains-sama, we have discovered what might be a Dwarven residential area. We searched it, but found no signs of life. No signs of life? What happened? We did not investigate thoroughly, but there were no corpses or any sign of household products within the houses. Neither were there any signs of battle. It would seem the dwarves abandoned this city of their own will, for some reason. I might only have known him for a short time, but I've gained a bit of insight into Zenbaru's personality, and this did not seem like an act. All right, then. Lead us to the residential district. Yes. Understood, Master. Ains followed behind the Hanzos. This was unknown territory and he could not be careless here. Shaltear, Aura and Zenbaru were also escorted by high-level undead and magical beasts. This is done to set a trap. Any unknown beings who see us as enemies would surely start whittling down our fighting strength from the part of our forces which the enemies are confident in beating. In addition, it is basic tactics to begin attacking our supply lines in the hope of learning something from the objects which they dropped. It's a good choice I've positioned a Hanzo nearby, in concealment to observe the enemy and learn about their attackers. After that, being able to learn their fallback point, or better yet, their home base, would be an unexpected bonus. Well, even if the enemy does appear, it would be good if the vampire brides were safe. I do not want the vampire brides to die. However, I do not mind sacrificing respawning pop monsters to gain information on the enemy. Was this being a little cruel? There was no light from the outside in the cave, and soon they were immersed in complete darkness. However, it posed no problems to Ains, who had dark vision. Shaltear, Aura, the other undead and the magical beasts also possessed that ability. At their level, mere darkness was not a disadvantage to anyone present. Zenbaru, on the other hand, was being cradled like a princess by one of the undead. Given the fact that all the stalactites and stalagmites in the area had been cleared away, and the fact that the area was flattened and easy to walk through, there is no doubt that this place was a Dwarven city. Ains-sama, we are about to reach the residential district. Really now? That there's some kind of blurred lighting in the distance, Hanzo. Didn't you say there were no dwarves here? Yes, there are none. This light is being emitted by a crystalline mineral. This city is too run down. The stories I've heard of the Dwarven city conjured up a mental image of a shining, intricate and dignified place, but there is no sign of that here. There is no trace of Yggdrasil here either. Zenbaru. Call out and see if there's anyone there. After hearing Ains' order, Zenbaru shouted the name of the dwarf who had taken care of him in the past. The fact that there was no echo within this confined space clearly demonstrated the sheer size of the cavern. Zenbaru shouted several more times, but as before, there were no signs of anybody emerging in response. Hanzos. Search the tunnels outside this city for anything that might serve as a clue. Find the reason why this city was abandoned. However, given that we know nothing about the extent of the tunnel network, return if you feel you have gone too far. Yes. Understood, Ains-sama. Aura, you have the best senses of all of us. Have you found any clues? Nope. Can't feel anyone around. Is that so? Then we'll split up into 2 teams to search further. Shaltear, take command of the undead and act as our lookouts. Aura, go ahead to the house where Zenbaru stayed the last time he was here. Search the city for the reason why the dwarves are no longer around, but take care not to stray too far. The 2 guardians replied affirmatively, and then he saw Zenbaru bowing in gratitude. After nodding magnanimously, Ains cast fly. He slowly floated up. Ains-sama. It's dangerous. Please descend. Come to think of it, you're right. It seems I got careless. Still, the fact that I was not attacked is further proof that there's nobody here. Also, there's a chance that anyone who spotted me might want to come closer to learn more, so I'll leave perimeter security to you. Please do not use yourself to lure the enemy into a trap. Punito-san had a point. Depending on the circumstances, a leader might have to use themselves as bait. Still, I guess it's hard for someone like Shaltear to understand that, given that she isn't one of my friends, but my protector. Forgive me. There's an impressive-looking building over there, and there. Although most of the buildings looked like they had been cast from the same mold, there were few which seemed larger than the others. Shall we go and look? Let's call Aura back first. It feels like things might become very troublesome if there's an ambush there. Just then, Aura's voice came from below. Ains saw Aura and Zenbaru waving to him. Given the way they were doing so, it would appear something out of the ordinary had taken place. Looks like they found something. It seems that way. Ains and Shaltear exchanged looks before landing alongside Aura. Come see this, Ains-sama. I could not detect any differences from the other buildings. I found nothing special within it. Is this the Dwarven home where Zenbaru once stayed? No, this isn't it. On our way to the home of the dwarf who took care of Zenbaru, we found several buildings that had been opened up. After checking them, I found footprints on the ground, and those might not be Dwarven footprints. Here, have a look. Zenbaru, dwarves don't go barefoot, right? Ah, of course not. They all wear shoes, and they don't take them off even inside their homes. I used to see them in sturdy, metal-soled boots. That means these footprints are clearly not Dwarven. How much can you learn from them? Let's see. They seem to have been made by a biped, and the drag marks between the left and right footprints suggest a tail of some sort. Was it something like a lizardman? No, it wasn't. The tail is slim, not thick like Zenbaru's. Also, the footprints were filled in with dust, so they must have been left there for quite some time. Whoever left them did not go back and forth often. Also, it looks like the person who came in here left immediately after entering. Did they come because they were interested in a Dwarven city? And it wasn't just one person. There were a lot, at least 10 of them. How far can you follow this trail? This is our only clue, after all, so I'd like to follow up on it as much as possible. Understood. Could you follow behind me, then? Everyone trailed after Aura, while Shaltear stood by behind Aura to protect her. The owner of the footprints moved as Aura had predicted. It had the same objective as Ains, wandering around and looking into the Dwarven buildings. Halfway through the trail, Aura suddenly ground to a halt and stared at the road ahead. She was looking at one of the huge buildings that Ains had spotted from above. There's many identical footprints here. It looks like a squad of them came from over there. What should we do? Should we investigate this squad? No, it might be better to see where these footprints' owners disappeared to. We'll investigate the other group later. All right. Understood, Ains-sama. Aura started moving again. In the end, they reached a building that was fused with the walls and seemed to span the entire city. There shouldn't be anyone inside, but for safety's sake, I will use magic after this. The enemy's defensive spells might take effect centered on me, so everyone should keep their distance. Using divination-type magic carried the risk of being targeted by counterattacks. While the only one among us who might actually be killed in one hit by such a backlash was Zenbaru, there was no reason to unnecessarily deplete my subordinate's health. Ains-sama, please allow me to guard your person. Then I'll come too. No, you need to stay where you won't be affected and watch your surroundings. Indeed. Your sensory abilities are the best among us, Aura. While it does not seem likely, if there actually is an ambush, you may end up being the first one to deal with it. After hearing that from her master, Aura had nothing left to say. All she could do was reluctantly express her acknowledgement. Ains conjured a magical sensor and sent it into the building. As expected, there was no sign of anyone hiding within, and so he sent it deeper inside. What was this building used for? A counter, and are those lockers? It looks like a bathhouse, but there's no separation for genders. Is this a dwarf-only building? Could this building be a checkpoint or base of some sort? Maybe it was meant to stop the enemy coming from the depths of this tunnel. Does that mean the tunnel leads somewhere else? A quick search of the building's interior revealed no trace of the enemy. Ains quickly summarized the state of the inside of the building, and then let Aura head inside, in order to verify if the footprints ended inside that tunnel. After that, Ains, Shaltear and Zenbaru followed. He left the magical beasts and undead waiting outside in case the Hanzos returned in the meantime. What do you know about this building, Zenbaru? Sorry, Your Majesty, but I don't know that much. All I know is that the gigantic building that our company saw just now, the one in front of the building where we picked up the trail of the footprints, was apparently used for administrative tasks. Also, the other big buildings we glimpsed from time to time used to house taverns or blacksmiths and the like. Even the Dwarven chiefs, no, their people in charge, don't live in big houses. I don't know the reason for that. The footprints came from here. Shall we go on? No, let's not. There's other places to investigate in the city. We'll leave this place to the very end. Also, it would be better to have the Hanzos around for it. One could say that the tunnels were very extensive, considering that the Hanzos still had not returned. After they went back outside, Ains cast a message spell to speak to the Hanzo leader. What's the matter, Hanzos? Haven't you found anything yet? Our deepest apologies for taking so long. However, please take heart, though it has taken some time, we have finally found a trace of someone's presence. What? Really? Did you discover any evidence about the disappearance of the dwarves? This is not proper evidence, but there seems to be something, a sound coming from the depths of this tunnel. Not a natural sound, I take it. Indeed. It sounds like someone digging out in our vein. What should we do? Would it be best if we went forth to investigate? No, forget it. Before you do that, take us there. Our present location is. That's it, we'll use a torch as a signal. After ending the message, Ains took out a torch. After using it for a while, the Hanzos finally appeared before him. Forgive our tardiness, Master. Dispense with the formalities, time is money. Take us there now. Yes. Understood, Master. Ains rode atop a magical beast in pursuit of the running ninjas. Eventually, they came before a building like the one they found while following the footsteps. The Hanzos stopped here, so this was probably their destination. After alighting from his beast, Ains listened to the Hanzos' explanation of the situation. There is a hidden tunnel within this building. The entity in question is inside that tunnel. Ains-sama, there's a new set of footprints here. It doesn't look like it came out of the tunnel, and they only lead inside. The person who made them wore boots, and given their size, I would put them around Shaltear's height. Also, there's only one of them. Let's try to open a friendly dialogue with this person. Even if they attack, you are only allowed to defend yourselves. Under no circumstances are we to make the first move. Do you understand? In order to avoid alarming the other party, we'll have Aura try to talk to them, and then. Were humans the only species that shun the undead? Or was it a given fact of this world? In any case, my subordinates still stood at the head of an undead army. That being the case, I might make a better impression by exposing my face and not hiding my identity. Alright, Hanzos. Take us to where you heard that sound. The Hanzos led them through the building and into the tunnel. The ceiling was fairly low, so it should have been excavated by dwarves. Dwarves in Yggdrasil were universally short in stature. If they had dug this tunnel, it would probably be around this height. Aura's ears twitched as they moved through the tunnel. That confirmed the accuracy of the Hanzos report. Ains strained to listen, but he could not pick up the sound Aura had heard. Is that it? Is it close? It's hard to tell. I can't judge the distance accurately because of the echoes. If it's in a straight line, an arcane eye would be able to reveal the other side's identity. Someone without Aura's keen hearing would not be able to hear anything due to the distance between them. However, if we drew closer, the other party might pick up on the presence of a long procession on the move. If anyone heard an unknown group approaching them, their first instinct would probably be to flee for their own safety. Of course, having Aura around meant that they would not be able to escape, but the opposition might still be able to elude her if they could teleport or if they had skills which allowed them to meld into the earth. The wisest decision would be to send Aura and the Hanzos, or for me to go myself, since I could go invisible. Then, we'll send out the stealth-capable people from this point on. Aura and the Hanzos, you'll go first. I will follow. Shaltear, you should wait here. If that is your order. No, would it be a bad idea to wait here? The ceiling looked like sturdy bedrock, but there were no such things as absolutes. Fair enough. Return to the building from earlier and wait for us to return. No, if I do that, the Hanzos will also. Aura, do you think the footprints lead toward the source of the sound? Yes, they're heading there. The person who made them is probably the source of the sound. I see. Then, can you lead me there? Yes. I can lead you there, Ains-sama. Then, the two of us will go ahead first. Everyone except Aura and myself will proceed to the building at the entrance of the tunnel. If anything untoward happens, particularly the appearance of powerful beings on our level, fall back immediately. In that case, we will make our own escape, so do not be worried. The destination for any gates will be Aura's building in the forest. Understood. But will the two of you really be alright by yourselves? I'm not sure. Well, I'd like to think that we'll be fine. One could consider flaws all day long and end up nowhere. All I could do was accept that I was compromising my safety to some extent as I took action. This was something I had learned recently. Shaltear had not said anything which made me want to change my mind. Or rather, it might be that my orders left no room for objection, so all she could do was obey gracefully. Ains set out with Aura. He did not use magic yet since they were still some distance away. The two of them walked in silence for some time, and then the sound reached Ains' ears. It seems whoever's doing this is doing their best to minimize the amount of noise generated. Does that mean we can assume the other side is on high alert as well? So should we start by capturing them? Only if they seek to flee. After all, if our first contact is violent, it might be very difficult to have friendly relations with them in the future. I understand. Then, let me go ahead and talk to them normally. Proceed. Then, I shall make myself invisible. No, for safety's sake, I'll follow behind you while invisible, Aura. If the other party makes a run for it, then we'll have no choice but to capture them. After a brief discussion, the two of them prepared themselves and headed for the maker of the sound. There was a dwarf-shaped creature in the depths of the tunnel. In this pitch-black world, all they saw was him diligently digging at the walls of the tunnel with his pickaxe. What's a miner doing all by himself in an uninhabited city? This is strange. Let's ask him and solve this mystery. Aura silently crept towards the miner. In contrast, Ains did not seem to care. Perfect Unknowable erased one's traces and sounds, making the caster very difficult to detect if one did not have very high-level thief-type job classes. Once she was close enough to the miner, Aura called out to him. Hey, what ya doing? The miner wailed like he was about to die as he turned to face her. His beard was long and there was no doubt that he belonged to the Dwarven race. The wide-eyed man pulled his brown cape tight around himself. However, that was all. The man was still there. However, it would seem Ains was the only one who thought that way. Humph. Invisibility, ha. Aura's voice made Ains. Who could see through invisibility? Look carefully in the dwarf's direction. Just as Aura had said, the dwarf's image seemed somewhat fainter. The cape must be a magic item, and doing that probably activates its powers of invisibility. Feels pretty much the same as Shizu. Hey, you know I don't intend to hurt you, right, Dwarf-san? I know you're there. Let me take a look at you. Aura's adorable and heartwarming tone must have had a great impact on the dwarf's heart. He parted his cape slightly, and peeked at Aura through the slit. Are you a dark elf? What are you doing here? When I came to the Dwarven city, I found that it was an empty shell, so I decided to find out why there was nobody around. I looked around and here I am. I see. So that's how it is. Dwarves were still living here until 5 years ago. Where are they now? Did something happen? And speaking of which, why not let me take a look at you? The dwarf shifted slowly, but Aura followed him with her eyes. Sure enough. It seems you really can see me. The dwarf folded up his cape. That was probably to terminate the effects of the magic. It all seemed quite comical to Ains, given that nothing had changed from his perspective. Then, let's start afresh. How do you do? I am Aura Bellafiora, from the Sorcerer's Kingdom of Ainzelgown. The Sorcerer's Kingdom? Forgive me for my ignorance, but is that a dark elven kingdom? Something like that? Oh, pardon me. I am Gondo Firebeard of the Dwarven Kingdom. Pleased to meet you. Aura extended a hand. Gondo seemed to pick up on the meaning of the gesture and wiped off his own dirt-stained hand before shaking. Things seem to be progressing well. Well, I guess we don't need to be so formal. How about speaking normally? Oh. I was about to ask that myself. I am a mere commoner myself. But if you are an important figure, then all I can do is keep quiet. Then, back to the previous question. There were dwarves still living here 5 years back. Where did they go? They all moved to another city 3 years ago. Is something the matter? Yeah, sort of. I came here with a lizardman who said he stayed here for a while. He told me about this place. A lizardman? 5 years ago? Oh. I didn't see him myself, but I know that it did happen. It was the first time a lizardman visited us, so it became quite a hot topic. I believe he was a fellow with an exceptionally thick arm, am I correct? That's right. That's him. I see. So that's how it is. The person who was kind to that lizardman seems to have moved as well. Could you tell me where he went? Well, telling you should be fine. But I've heard that dark elves don't dwell beneath the earth, am I right? Even if you knew the underground way there, could you reach it safely? Well, I think it would be fine, but if possible, I'd like to know the above-ground route as well. Oh, I must apologize. I rarely travel the surface, so I'm not confident in describing the route to Fiogur, that is to say, the city that they moved to. All I can give are rough directions, like so and so kilometers north, and so on. That's fine too. Actually, I wanted to ask you to lead the way. What if I hired you? You'll be paid, of course. What an attractive proposal. Still, did you? No, you mentioned the lizardman just now. Did the two of you come here by yourselves? You're not an adult yet, right? How many people came with you? Quite a few. Still, if we all came in, it would cause problems, so I had them wait at the tunnel entrance. Entrance? Well, that's a relief. Walking by yourself in a tunnel. That's not a good idea. You're not an underground dweller, so you probably don't know, but some monsters can swim freely through the earth. It's not a place where someone can go alone, you know? Well, if you had my magical gear, you might be able to do something about it. Well then, I need to complain to your comrades. Sending a child out alone is a terrible disgrace for adults. Gondo turned his back towards Aura and tossed a chunk of rock into a bag which had been laid out beside him. The bag did not swell up. It must have been a magic item as well. Then, he picked up the nearby lantern and pulled up the shutter. A surprising blue glow illuminated the tunnel. Until now, the two of them had been conversing in complete darkness. Then, let's go. It seems you can see in complete darkness, but a little light would help, right? Well, it greatly raises the chances of being spotted by monsters, so I don't recommend it. Do you have a way to flee if a monster attacks? They aren't very common here, but you can't rule out the possibility entirely. The dwarf did not know Aura's power, so it was quite admirable for him to take this mature attitude with her. However, I felt that this Gondo's caution was not enough. He should have taken various possibilities into consideration before advising her. Don't worry. I can escape by myself just fine, and I'm not alone either. Really now? I have a cloak of invisibility, so you can abandon me and flee. However, the monsters that burrow through the earth can sense their opponent's location through vibrations in the ground. Therefore, I wanted to warn you not to move carelessly. Let's go, then. Gondo headed forward. Aura and the still unknowable Ains followed closely behind. Come to think of it, you mentioned earlier that this place was not safe, but wasn't this once a dwarven city? What made it so dangerous that you had to evacuate? Well, it wasn't this city, but our current capital, Fiogur. It lies to the northeast. We spotted Quagoa nearby. It would be a tragedy if our cities were destroyed piecemeal, so we decided to temporarily abandon this city. Fio-Rezo. Quagoa? What kind of race are they? They're underground dwellers like we are. But they're troublesome fellows. Things are bad enough between us that it's kill on sight when we encounter each other. Gondo rambled on about the Quagoa as he walked through the tunnel. Those guys, huh? I think we found traces of them in the city just now. What did you say? Is this their nest now? It's become just like that place. That place. Well, it doesn't feel like they've taken up residence here. I think they probably just came as scouts. Still, if you were going to abandon this place, why not destroy it? That's true, but we don't intend to abandon this place forever. Once our armies are ready, we intend to take it back. As you can see, there's a lot of ore here, like in the place where I was digging just now. The two of them walked on in silence. Gaps in conversations were commonplace, and if they did not fill the space with a new topic quickly, their dialogue would end here. Then, it's about time I introduced myself. Ains said that, but thanks to the perfect unknowable spell which was still in effect, his voice did not reach the two of them. Feeling a little embarrassed, Ains dispelled the magic. Perhaps Gondo sensed Ains' presence behind Aura, but he turned around, and his eyes widened into saucers. His expression underwent a surprising and complex series of changes. Bafflement, shock, terror, confusion, and then his wail filled the tund. Ains wondered if he had made a sound that might have disturbed him, but Gondo gripped Aura's hand tightly. Amon, Amon. Run away. Quickly, run away. Come on, hurry up and run. What? It's so heavy. What's wrong? Did something happen to me? Gondo could not move, as though he had been chained to a great boulder. Fear not. Gondo Firebeard. How do you know my name? Did you see through me? Or was it magic? I should have worn the mask after all. Calm down. I merely overheard your conversation. I am the Sorcerer King Ains Gown, ruler of the Sorcerer Kingdom. Gondo's face underwent another series of changes, and this time Gondo's eyes flickered between Aura and Ains. The Sorcerer's Kingdom? Is the Sorcerer's Kingdom not a nation of dark elves? No. It is a country of various species which acknowledge me as their king. Seriously? One of the undead, huh? So that's not a mask? You mean those undead? Those beings who hate and slaughter the living? Hey, it's just as Ains-sama said. He wasn't lying at all. I'm a dark elf and the story about the lizardman coming here was true too. Ains-sama's been with me ever since I met you, you know? Like I said, I didn't come alone. I thought my ears deceived me. But could it be that your majesty? May I use that term? Was your majesty formerly a dark elf? No, I am a natural-born undead creature. Although I don't know if that's the right term to use. Well, there's no need to be afraid. Human, dwarves and elves all have good and bad members of their species, right? Similarly, there are undead who hate the living, and those who seek friendly relations with them. Naturally, I belong to the latter group. But friendly undead, that's about as unthinkable as compassionate demons. That was pretty well said. Really? I know of an angel who fell into the darkness and a demon who aspired to the light. To think such things actually existed. I understand your caution. However, I only ask that you remember this. I have no intention of harming you. Let him go, Aura. Yes, Ains-sama. Halfway through, the person holding onto the other's hand had changed from Gondo to Aura, and naturally, their intentions for doing so was exactly the opposite to each other. Gondo stumbled back quite a distance once Aura let go of him, but he did not appear to be fleeing. A very rational move. A misstep could have led Gondo to make the emotional choice of fleeing. That would not have ended well for me. However, Gondo as he was now qualified as someone who could be negotiated with. Then, shall we start again? I understand your caution, but we have no intention of harming you. Rather, we would like to be friends with you. Gondo did not respond. As expected, he was still peeking at Ains with doubt written all over his face. In particular, my nation would like to sign a treaty of friendship with the Dwarven kingdom. Therefore, we have no intention of harming any Dwarven citizens. And what do you mean by a treaty of friendship? Pardon me. It's best not to mention national-level issues to an individual who cannot represent a nation, don't you think? That's right. No, I mean, it is as you say. Don't worry. Both phrasings are fine. Dealing with someone who stumbles over their words is tiresome. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. And if the words of this young lady are true, I take it you came to this city for that purpose? Indeed, that is so. But Gondo, why don't we leave the tunnel first? Talking to the lizardman who came with us might be a good idea. You've heard of him before, haven't you? Also, I'd like to discuss the matter of the Quagoa with you. All right. It seems this little lady has a lot of trust in you. And it's clear that you're no ordinary undead. That's right. Might I ask you a question? What is it? I would like to know more about the runic characters and the craft related to them. What do you want to know about runes? What's there to ask? The unhappiness was plainly audible in Gondo's voice. Until recently I could sense confusion and fear while talking to him, but there was no anger. In other words, Gondo's rancor was entirely due to that simple question. Did he recall a bad memory concerning runes, or was this some sort of secret that could not be revealed to non-dwarves? Should I continue asking? Gondo was the first dwarf I had encountered. Upsetting him was not wise. However, if I could learn the source of the anger, it could prove beneficial when negotiating with the Dwarven kingdom. Of course, that assumed Gondo's anger did not spring from a personal reason. Ains coldly considered whether he needed to eliminate Gondo as he shared what he knew about the runes. Granted, most of that was parroted from Tabulus Meridina. The truth was that I do not know much. I knew how many different characters there were and that they were a form of writing, but that was it. Now, I barely remembered the individual meanings of each character, so I had to fumble through the description. Hearing Ains' knowledge, a dramatic change occurred in Gondo. He halted in his tracks and turned back. His face was twisted in a grip of a completely different emotion. He was overflowing with excitement. You? Who are you? No, the Sorcerer King. An ageless, eternal undead being. Lost knowledge. He could hear Gondo muttering to himself. There was no meaning in his words. It appeared to be an unconscious response. Ains held out a hand to stop Aura, who was anxious and had been preparing to make a move since Gondo did not answer immediately. It would be best to let him think this through first. After Gondo got himself together, he studied Ains intently. His attitude still spoke of wariness towards Ains, but it seemed to have been supplanted by some other emotion. I know of more runes than these. There are 50 lesser runes, 25 middle runes, 10 upper runes, and 5 top runes, for a total of 90. That said, many of them have been lost, and only a few are left. Exactly how many secret and divine class runes there are is the stuff of legends. Really now? There might be some differences, but the runes I know of look like this. Do you recognize them? Ains traced a rune from his memory on the ground. Ho! This is one of the middle runes, Lagu. I understand. Then, please continue telling me about the runes. What I really wanted to know was who taught this knowledge and information related to other players. However, that question would be best addressed to a historian. For the time being, I would build a knowledge base with other related information. About 100 years ago, the dwarves exported rune-carved magical weapons to a human nation to the east of these mountains, the Empire. However, the flow of such weapons stopped after that. What is the reason for that? What I really wanted to know was whether a player died 100 years ago, but pushing too eagerly for such information could end up exposing me. I had been contemplating this question for some time now, and it seemed like a good question since it did not run the risk of leaking anything about myself. Gondo's face darkened. He paused briefly, and then continued walking. This will take a long time. Let's talk as we walk. For a while, the only sound audible in the tunnel was the footsteps from the three of them. He's probably silent because he's smoothing over the gloominess in his heart. Firstly, my friends know me as the Rune developer. Does that mean he gave himself that title? Dwarven magic items have always been made with runes. But 200 years ago, we were attacked by the demon gods, and the last remaining royals left our kingdom to join the fight against them. Technology from the outside flowed in, and as a result, runes were regarded as outdated. Gondo produced a sword from his pack and gave it to Ains. There was a runic character on the blade's body. This is Quern, a lesser rune which means sharpness. When carefully engraved, it creates a magic sword. Its effect is to increase the weapon's sharpness and makes it easier to inflict deep wounds upon the enemy. This is a very basic effect on magic weapons, no? The time it takes to inscribe a rune depends on the amount of bonus damage the rune adds. That said, I've heard that it should not take long to complete a low-end weapon, am I correct? That is exactly why runecraft fell behind the times. The same item takes 3 times longer to make with runecraft as compared to other methods. From a mass production point of view, it isn't even in the same league as the enchantments of mankind. Thanks to superior technology from the outside, the number of runesmiths who could inscribe runes gradually dwindled. That was because everyone felt that it was better to become a magic caster who could perform enchantments. That was probably why the flow of weapons into the empire had stopped. In other words, the ancient traditions and crafts had died out. Still, abandoning our dwarven techniques was utterly foolish. More to the point, runecraft has its merits too. For instance, you don't need to spend money on it. Gondo's voice echoed through the tunnel. After realizing how dangerous it was to get worked up in a place like this, he took a deep breath. That, in turn, allowed him to speak more calmly. Did you know? The typical enchantment costs a lot in reagents and supplies. That was correct. Half the market price of magic items came from the ingredients. While the production cost for magic items was abnormally high, one could ignore markups from suppliers and retailers when calculating their price. That was because the Magicians Guild did not collect administrative fees, probably because they felt that those were included in their yearly dues, and so magic casters could sell directly at no further cost, or negotiate directly with their clients. Therefore, when one sold them through a retailer of magic items, the price would go up. However, in contrast, rune-empowered items have hardly any material costs. Ah! That's amazing indeed. I have agonized over this expense many times, both as the adventurer Momon and as the ruler of Nazarick. Therefore, the wonderful idea of something being almost free was very dear to my heart. Now I could not understand it. In truth, I would never have allowed such a technique to die out. Are there any other flaws? Ah, those do exist. Mainly, they're hard to produce. Taking too long to make is one thing, but there's too few people who are suited to becoming runesmiths as well. According to the people of the Empire, there's fewer of them than those who can become magic casters. I have a question. While you said that runes fell out of fashion 200 years ago, why does the title of rune developer still exist? Isn't it too late for that sort of thing? Or is that normal for the dwarven lifespan? What sort of runecraft are you developing now? Gondo's face was fixed forward, with none of his passion from before. He simply answered Ains' question with another question. Why do you wish to know about runecraft? Answering a question with a question implied that he did not want to give a proper reply. If I could give the answer Gondo sought, I should be able to uncover what he was hiding. This must surely be an important question. However, we were not close enough that they could bare their hearts to each other. And more importantly, why is he leaking this knowledge? Is it a trap? Or does he not know the importance of the information he holds? If it really is a secret art, he should understand what that means, right? It was somewhat confusing, but for the time being, I would give him the explanation for my motives which I had prepared beforehand. It's because these runes differ slightly from the ones which I know of. You understand how someone can be interested in the historical background and spread of runecraft, no? If so, I hope you can answer my question. Gondo looked away, and fell into contemplation. They continued walking forward in silence for a while. Just as Ains was starting to get restless, Gondo finally answered him. I'm now experimenting with reducing the time it takes to performing runic enchantment, as well as a way to mass-produce them. However, that is only a means to an end. My final objective is to develop techniques that make runes essential. In other words, I want to make runecraft unique and able to stand the test of time. In other words, he wanted to add value to runes. The boss of any company would understand that motivation. When developing a product, it was quite common for that point to be repeatedly emphasized, to the point of revulsion. Ho ho! That's pretty amazing research, is it not? How is it progressing? I did not think I would actually get an answer, but I had asked that question anyway because I was confused on one point. Namely, that anyone who was developing a new technology like this should be a VIP in the Dwarven kingdom. I have no idea why he's out here by himself, collecting samples in such a dangerous place. Shouldn't someone like him be better guarded? Not at all. There hasn't been any progress. People who use runecraft to make magic items are called runesmiths, but I'm nowhere near amazing enough to be addressed by that title. I can't even do what an apprentice should be capable of. Did that not mean that someone who could not even apply proper runes was trying to advance the field of runecraft? This was an utterly ridiculous situation. Could he really make any breakthroughs like this, or was this very normal for them? No, this could not possibly be normal. If it was normal, Gondo would not have been so depressed. In other words, he too must have felt that he was merely fumbling around. This was quite a quandary. I had no idea how to make use of Gondo. I'm not talented. I can carve runes, but it takes too long for me to do so. Although, they say all runesmiths have to pass through this phase before they can grow. But other runesmiths progressed forward instead of being stuck at a plateau like me. I'm no good as a runesmith. I'm just a useless descendant that my great father left behind. I see. So his problem was simply a lack of talent. After considering the knowledge from this world and that of Yggdrasil, I was quite sure that this was the case. One needed 10 other levels in certain job classes before being able to take levels in the runesmith career. However, if his overall level cap was 11, then he would not be able to gain further levels as a runesmith. And if he had only one level of runesmith, he would only be able to learn skills of no great import. There was nothing I could do to help Gondo. There were times when comforting someone could save them, and times when all they could do was give up. If I were in Gondo's situation, I would not want someone I had met for the first time to comfort him either. Is that so? Speaking of which, do all dwarves have the goal of advancing runecraft and developing new techniques for it? No, I'm the only one who does that. All the runesmiths have given up on their craft. There's nobody left who wants to break free of the current state of runecraft and develop new technology for it. They all feel that it's alright to abandon it. I see. Then, there's something I'd like to know. What will you do after developing new runecraft techniques? What will I do? I just want to use runecraft to enchant things and increase the number of runesmiths. Runes are an amazing technology. It would be a terrible waste to let them die out. Is anyone helping you in this? No. Like I said, almost all the runesmiths have given up their craft and spend their days drinking and cursing bitterly about how it's going to die out with their generation. I've tried to talk them around in the past, but they all rejected me. Well, the weak perish. It's only natural for useless technology to vanish. Gondo suddenly glared at Ains, but his gaze lost its strength within moments. As he watched Gondo hang his head and move on, Ains contemplated the value of runes. Frankly speaking, I had no interest in them beyond their historical involvement with players. However, abandoned arts could be developed on the cheap, and a brief investment might not be a bad idea. The concept of not having to spend money was also very attractive. In addition, I wanted to collect rare technologies. Also, if other players appeared, one could use their interest in runes as an excellent lure. I have a question or two. What basis do you have that techniques like what you mentioned earlier can be developed? What I heard just now sounds like empty fantasies thought up by someone who knows nothing about the craft. That's not true. Well, it's true that I don't have the talent to be a proper runesmith. But my father, and my father's father, my grandfather, were both the top runesmiths of this country, and they served the last royal, the runesmith king, as his right and left hands. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've read the literature and theses my father and grandfather left behind. I'm sure it's possible. My father confirmed my theories on his sickbed. He told me it was difficult but not impossible. Gondo looked like he was going to cough up blood with his words as tears welled up at the edges of his eyes. The feelings and thoughts he had long kept inside of him had finally burst forth. Though that torrent of emotion crashed against him, Ains remained unmoved. While Gondo's words made me hope that the dwarf's research would bear fruit, the fact was that I merely wanted access to rare techniques which might have otherwise been lost. If Gondo could not deliver concrete results, then I would give up on him. It's true that I'm useless as a son. Still, I don't want to let the art which my ancestors passed down die out. I won't let the glorious name of my father vanish from the history books, no matter what I have to do. Suddenly, the words struck a chord with Ains. He too wished to preserve all the things left by his comrades in Ains' old gown. He wanted them to endure for all time. In that instant, Ains could understand Gondo's feelings deep in the marrow of his bones. His affection gauge maxed out in a flash. Now I understood why Gondo went on and on about runecraft. To him, runecraft was dead, or perhaps, close to death. Thus, he had no reason to hide it. For all he knew, he might have wanted to let it spread as far and wide as possible, so it could survive in one way or another. Of course, he did not know if he had thought that far ahead. Forgive me. This might anger you, but I hope you will permit me to say this. From my point of view, you are you, and you are neither your father nor your grandfather. Am I wrong? An inexplicable blend of emotions appeared on Gondo's face. It was hard to tell if he was angry, hurt or touched. But it eventually faded into dejection. Your Majesty, I am very grateful to you. But I have already decided my reason for living. Then, allow me. No, the Sorcerer Kingdom to provide the financial assistance for your endeavors. Allow me to become your patron and aid you in the advancement of runecraft. Are you serious? This is incredibly good fortune. This is unbelievable. There must be some catch to this unimaginably tempting offer. Anyone would think that way. Ains understood how Gondo must feel. Well, all I can say is that I hope you can believe me. However, someone like you who isn't a runesmith probably won't be able to develop those techniques you were talking about, am I right? Therefore, I wish to recruit all the runesmiths in the Dwarven Kingdom to my country, to work on developing runecraft techniques under your direction. What does that mean? It means exactly what it implies. I will gather all the runesmiths and compare their knowledge to serve as the prototypes for new techniques. For that reason, I hope you can help me recruit them. Is that impossible? No, it should be doable. Almost all the runesmiths have given up on their craft, but there should be a lot of them hoping for a chance to shine. And then you will move their hearts. Then, Gondo. How about it? Will you help me? Will you give your soul to me? How far are you willing to go for me? What does that mean? It will be very difficult to revive an almost lost art if you do not focus all the runesmiths on a single objective. This is why you cannot slack off on the recruitment of talent. I want to bring all the runesmiths to my country. Thus, it is quite likely that I may have to employ certain unsavory methods. This may lead to my collaborators performing actions which might be termed treason to this country. What, was that it? The answer is simple. If you want my soul, then take it all, the whole thing. It is a small price to pay in order to make runecraft live forever. I am undead. Does that sit well with you? Ah. As long as you can make my dream come true, I don't care if your majesty is undead or the fearsome lord of the frost dragons. Then, first things first, can you lead us to the Dwarven kingdom? I plan to sign a treaty of friendship with the Dwarven king in order to recruit runesmiths for my country. After all, it would be difficult to recruit people if our countries have no ties between them. In addition, I believe the Dwarven kingdom has strict controls on the export of technology, am I correct? That should be fine. There's hardly any demand for runecraft. Also, the Dwarven kingdom no longer has a king. The country is ruled by a regent council which is headed by several leaders. I'd like to hear about that. Can you talk as we walk? I'd like to hear a rough outline of it. As Gondo spoke to him, the exit to the tunnel finally appeared before their eyes. After the three of them emerged, they were welcomed by Shaltear, among others. Naturally, Zenbaru was there as well. Although Gondo had been expecting a mass of undead, he could not help but take a defensive stance as he saw the magical beasts as well. Shaltear quietly stepped forward and bowed. Ains-sama. Forgive me for bothering you just as you returned, but there is a slight problem. Where are the rest of the Hanzos? What happened? Yes. Actually, someone else entered this cave, through the tunnel in the building to which Aura guided you. My deepest apologies for only telling you now, but I have already sent some of the Hanzos to investigate. There's no need to apologize, Shaltear. You chose wisely. We'll wait for the Hanzos to return, analyze their reports, and then decide what to do. Then. Ains paused, then glanced at the dwarf who had once stayed here. The dwarf was not paying attention to the events on this side. Instead, he was engaged in an animated conversation with Zenbaru. Listening closely, it seemed to concern the dwarf that had saved Zenbaru. Gondo. Pardon me for a moment, but it seems someone has infiltrated this city. There is a possibility that the use of force will be warranted here. When the time comes, I hope you will serve as a witness to your nation that such a course of action could not be avoided. Of course. Leave that to me. Although, I hope you will limit any damage caused to a minimum. It is only natural to avoid obstacles that would affect future negotiations. Shaltear, how's our perimeter? I've already dispersed Aura's beasts into the vicinity. How's that, Aura? That should work. Even if the enemy can turn invisible, my beasts can still sniff them out. I see. Then let's wait for the Hanzos to return. After a while, the Hanzos arrived. Reporting. The opposition seemed to be Quagoas. There were over 100 of them. Gondo was listening from the side and seemed quite shocked. This was far in excess of a mere scouting force. In all likelihood, this was a combat group or a migrating tribe. Shaltear. Capture them all. Can you do that? If that is your command. Then I command you to do so. Do you understand why I want you to capture them? It is to question them and prevent word about us from leaking out. Correct. If we only capture one of them alive, then we can only interrogate one of them. This increases the chance that we might be compromised and that we might end up learning false information. In addition, we must consider that we may need to make an example of them. There was one more thing I can't mention because Gondo is here. That simply believing one side of the story might turn out poorly for us. Who knew, it might be better to strike a deal with the Quagoa than the dwarves. Go then, Shaltear. I await your good news. Shaltear and her underlings picked up the pace and before long, they reached a building near their objective. Shaltear looked down on the Quagoa from its roof. There were many silhouettes visible, of the kind that the Hanzos had described. Now then. What shall I do? Hearing her, Aura merely folded her arms, intent on remaining silent. Before Aura had come here, her master gave her an order. Keep an eye on Shaltear's movements. If she looks like she's about to begin massacring them, make her stop by any means, even if you have to hit her. Apart from that, you are not to interfere with Shaltear's battle plans. Shaltear had also been told that I would merely observe from behind, and was not to be used in any combat operations. In other words, the entire operation, from planning to execution, was solely Shaltear's responsibility. Firstly, I had to perfectly and elegantly fulfill the orders of Ains-sama. Hanzos, come here. Yes, we are here. I want to make sure that none of them escape. Can you verify that there's nobody else in the tunnel? Certainly. We await your command. All right. How about this? We surround the enemy, and then disable everyone within the perimeter. We would use the Hanzos to cut off their retreat, then compact them into a mass before taking them all out in one blow. Granted, this plan was a little dangerous, given that I don't know the abilities of the opposition. However, if the enemy had the power to kill me and the Hanzos, the Dwarven kingdom could not possibly have survived this long. Well, provided that dwarf Gondo was not especially weak. After dispatching the Hanzos, Shaltear counted out 3 minutes. She had to do so because she had no means of communicating with the Hanzos. Fortunately, the Quagoa seemed to have circled their wagons around the building, with no intentions of dispersing. Let's start. Begin as ordered, keep them from escaping into the surrounding area. After giving orders to the undead she had brought along, Shaltear ran along the rooftops, and then leapt in front of the Quagoa. At the same time, her undead landed around them. They had taken control of all the major thoroughfares around the building. The Quagoa's routes of retreat were almost completely cut off. Shaltear sensed their confusion, and she cast a spell long before they could recover. Mass hold species. As expected, they were not high-level opponents. Many of the Quagoa had stopped moving, frozen in place. Those Quagoa who had not entered the spell's area of effect managed to recover from their confusion, but none of them attempted to attack Shaltear. She had appeared out of nowhere and used a spell they had never seen before to pin down their comrades. It would seem the conclusion I had reached from observing them, that of centering the spell on an outstanding-looking Quagoa, for now known as the commander, had been a worthwhile one. Mass hold species. Close in. Shaltear cast the same spell again, and now even the fleeing Quagoa were neutralized. In response to Shaltear's shouted orders, the surrounding undead shrank their perimeter. The Quagoa within the building heard Shaltear shout and sensed the abnormality in their comrades, but it was far too late for them. As a sadistic grin grew on her face, Shaltear clapped her cheeks. I could not be careless. My failure in the past was most likely because of that. After recovering her composure, Shaltear stormed the building. While breaking through a window would have given her the element of surprise, she considered the effort of breaking through and decided on going straight through the door instead, using herself as bait. The waiting Quagoa swiped their claws at Shaltear over and over again. 3 in front of me, 4 deeper within, nobody who looks like a commander. I should take their attacks and verify their strength. Shaltear did not avoid their attacks, but bore the brunt of the Quagoa offensive. As expected, I could only take damage from magical silver weapons. Some high-level monsters had natural attacks which counted as magic, while others had attacks that counted as silver, but those were very rare in low-level monsters. Alright, the experiment's over. Shall we end here? Mass hold species. As the spell was cast, all the Quagoa present stopped moving. Now then, next up. Shaltear looked around and saw the Quagoa in the next room through the remains of a broken door. Their wide eyes held the emotion she most loved, fear. Now then, are these the Quagoa who tried to flee? Yes. Nobody else managed to escape through here. Just in case, go make sure there's nobody else lying in wait within the building. After that, have the undead who are bringing them and carry these Quagoa out. You can tell the undead to bind them with ropes, right? I'll wait here until you finish searching the interior and see if anyone else is trying to make a run for it. After receiving Shaltear's orders, the Hanzos picked up the Quagoas on the ground and returned to the building. They returned to Shaltear after 2 minutes had passed. Having flawlessly completed her task, Shaltear emerged from the building, where she saw many bound Quagoa in the forms of Ains, Aura, the Hanzos, the Dwarf and Zenbaru. Well done, Shaltear. It seems you accomplished your mission and didn't let anyone escape. Yes. Thank you very much, Ains-sama. Now then, Shaltear, I shall give you your next order. Interrogate these people, but do your best not to hurt them. Yes. Understood, Ains-sama. To begin with, she ordered the undead to drag out one of the Quagoa who had been captured with magic. Save me. Save me. Save me. Ahihi, well, if you're honest, I won't kill you. If you're honest. First things first, who's the greatest of you people here? Him, the one with the streaks of blue in his fur. You son of a bitch. You sold me out. Okay, don't fight. Then, can you bring him to me? Send this one back. The Hanzos brought the highest-ranking Quagoa was brought before her. Humph. You must be a friend of the dwarves. I'll never talk. I'll stake the pride of my race on it. Really now? All right, then. Charm species. Done. Can you answer my questions? Ah, of course. What do you want to know? The Quagoa behind him could not help but gasp at his earnestness. Firstly, are you really the greatest one here? Ah, I was appointed the leader of this group. Oi, quiet down there, she's a friend so it's fine to tell her. Ah, could you keep that a secret? Of course. We're friends, aren't we? Ah, yes, we are, I'll trust you, then. Still, those guys. Especially that guy, is he undead? The Quagoa stared at Shaltear's glorious master. It annoyed her, but she had to bear with it to extract information from him. It's all right. We're friends so you'll believe me, right? Is he your minion? I'll fucking kill you. That's right. She is my mistress. Ho, that's my friend for you, you're amazing. Thank you for your praise. Shaltear agonized over these complex feelings, which she could not put into words. Although I wanted to roll around on the floor, I could not waste the loving assistance which Ains-sama had given me. What happened? What's going on? Are we the only ones who don't know that she's a friend? I get it. Since you said so, I'll believe you. After all, we're comrades joined by a firm bond of friendship, aren't we? Then, could you speak loudly enough that the people behind me can hear? Who are you people? What are you doing in this city? Normally speaking, they should have been suspicious that a friend did not know this. However, this was the greatness of magic. We're a detached force from the invasion force. We came here to kill the dwarves which might have fled to this city. Say what? What does that mean? Shut up and keep quiet, dwarf. Filthy races like yours should be exterminated. All right, that's about enough. You were saying something about an invasion force? Ah, sorry, I seem to have gotten a little overexcited. There's a dwarven city north of here. The invasion force was raised to destroy that city. The problem is that the suspension bridge over the Great Rift is protected by a fortress, so our attacks have always been defeated. However, we've found a shortcut that bypasses the rift and runs alongside the fortress, so we're planning to use that to wipe them out in one fell swoop. When will the attack come? We're a detached force, we split off from the main body so we don't know the exact time. But I think it should be today, or maybe tomorrow. That said, Gondo, will the city actually fall if the suspension bridge is taken? I'm not sure, but I've heard that since the enemy needs to use the bridge, they can only attack one spot. Thus, we can use the magic items within the fortress to repulse them. However, if the fortress is taken, the enemy will have a clear path to the city, and it'll be hard to stop the advance of a large army. If that happens, we might have to abandon the city and escape to here, but if we're ambushed here, the Dwarven race might be wiped out. So are you the only detached group? We're the only ones who were sent here. We don't know how strong the Dwarven city is or how many men we'll need, so most of our troops are there. Ain. Then, is there anything you want to ask? I can't say Ains-sama. There's not much else. Strictly speaking, we only need to know how to communicate with their main body or something similar. After Shaltear repeated her master's question, the charmed commander babbled like a brook. Nope, our mission wasn't seen as very important. In the end, our job was just to hunt down anyone who fled. How should we deal with them, Ains-sama? Gondo, I'm sorry about this, but can you prepare to travel? The lizardman and dwarf understood the meaning behind those words, so they turned and left in silence. Then, let's go. Shaltear, send them all back to Nazarick. They are to be observed. Whether they are to be killed or spared depends on the kind of relationship we forge with the Quagoa. Do not kill them until they are fully hostile to us. However, order some light experiments to be conducted. The hardness of their claws, the physical and magical resistance of their bodies, that sort of thing. Although, some of them might die as a result. Order them to minimize the number of deaths. Yes. Understood, Ains-sama. Shaltear immediately cast her gate, opening a portal to the surface of Nazarick. Come, you lot, get in here. Led by the Quagoa commander, the others followed him in one after the other. Some of the Quagoa stood in place, frozen by fear, but Shaltear simply picked them up and chucked them through the gate. After sending them all through, Shaltear briefly returned to Nazarick as well. She repeated her master's orders and then returned through the still open gate. Your collection of information was very thorough, Shaltear. Yes, it is as you say, Ains-sama. Shaltear reflexively got to her knees. That was the only appropriate position to take in response to her master's praise. I look forward to your loyal service in the future. I understand, Ains-sama. Don't stay like that. Stand up. We'll need to discuss things with Gondo. This is a chance to have them owe us a big favor. How fortunate. Ains-sama, your actions seem to be blessed. Their gazes met, and they smiled. Granted, her master's face did not move, but Shaltear was absolutely certain that he was smiling. Then, let's go. Yes. Ains-sama. This is great. The two of us, walking side by side. I'm so happy. Gondo, sorry for the wait. What do you want to do now? Would anything we do even make a difference? It takes about 6 days to travel underground to the city. It's too far for us to bring that information back to the city. Shaltear's slightly slack face tensed up, and as she exchanged glances with Aura, her master, and the dwarf began their discussion. She strove to memorize it so she could record it into her memo pad. Ains-sama probably intended to crush the dwarf's heart into utter submission. Either that, or he would fasten a heavy shackle around his neck and ensure that he would never betray him. Something like that. Is that so? Well, since you can't make it there in time, what's there to be done? If that's the case, why not come to my country? You can't do anything by yourself either, right? About that. Although, I'd like to save the runesmiths. But even if we rush there to help them, could we maintain an advantageous position during negotiations? Are the dwarves a species that appreciates kindness shown to them? I hope you can believe that. If you save the dwarves from the threat of the Quagoa, I'm sure the negotiations will go well. If that's the case, then we'll need to pick the right time to step in. After Ains made his experimental declaration, the dwarf shrugged, as though to say he was all right with anything. I have already taken my lords. your majesty's suggestion to heart." Shaltear had no idea what those words meant, but for some reason, she knew that the dwarf had chosen her master over his race. Shaltear was both awed and frightened by the fact that her master had managed to utterly dominate the soul of this dwarf during the brief period in which he had entered the tunnel. It must have been this charisma which enabled Ains Sama to lead and coordinate the supreme beings. "No, I guess we ought to make haste. After all, we want to avoid the deaths of the runesmiths, and there's no telling what will happen if we go underground, so we shall proceed from the outside. Can I trust you to guide us?" "I'm not very confident, but I shall do my best." "All right, then prepare to move out." The Great Rift. It referred to the huge chasm that ran along the western side of the Dwarven capital, Fiogur. Today, Fiogur's garrison, the military base that stood between the Great Rift and Fiogur, was in a whirl of shouts and confusion. "What's going on? Someone tell me exactly what is going on." That cry came from the commander-in-chief of the Dwarven army, a veteran of over 10 years of service. The information coming in was garbled and contradictory, and nobody had any idea of what was happening. I could only be certain that something had happened at the fortress which defended the Great Rift. The most recent information we have from the fortress says that the Quagoa are attacking. Don't tell me they were attacked by too many enemies for them to fight off. Have there been any other messages from the fortress? Nothing. Nothing until now. Cold sweat poured down the commander-in-chief's back. The words "big invasion" appeared before his eyes. There had been rumors of such a thing several years ago, but even so, I had been trying my best to deceive myself, saying that there was no such thing. Yet, it is unfolding before my eyes. Now is not the time to contemplate such ghastly things. What is the right thing to do now? A gently sloping tunnel in the shape of a spiral led from this garrison to the fortress, and ahead of them was the capital Fiogur. Should we close the gates? If we did so, we would not be able to send out reinforcements from here. In other words, we would be abandoning our comrades, who might be fighting for their lives at the fortress. Still, there were less than 20 people in the fortress. There were over 100,000 dwarves in Fiogur. There could be only one answer. Order! Close the gates! Relay the orders! Close the gates! Before the echoes faded from the air, a thrumming sound came from the earth. Slowly, the gates covered the entrance. These gates, which had not been touched except during training, were now being used for their true purpose. "Sir! It's the Quagoa." "Quagoa? What do you mean?" After hearing the cry from the soldiers guarding the tunnel entrance, the commander-in-chief turned to look. He saw the disgusting form of a demi-human, foaming at the mouth, its eyes bloodshot. Hordes of them, so many that the Quagoas could not be counted with both hands, were rushing at the dwarves. How could this be? Had the fortress really fallen? How many men had the Quagoa brought with them? Could we hold against them even if they shot the gates? The commander-in-chief had these and many other questions in his heart, but in the end he shook his head. "Don't let them in. Spearmen, forward!" With great cries, the soldiers formed up into a spear line. Even seeing this did not slow the speed of the Quagoa charge. This was because they trusted in their fur and hide to protect them against metal. The Quagoa had made a wise choice. Their skin was such that crossbow bolts might bounce off when fired at them. The only thing a spear line could do was to hold them at bay. Luckily, we had anticipated that the Quagoa would try something like this, and had taken steps against it. Order! Mages! Blitzkrieg! Thunderball and 2 second-tier spells, Thunderlances came from the balcony overlooking the spearmen. The group running at the head of the horde was instantly slain by the Thunderball, as one would expect of the Quagoa's bane. The Quagoa behind them stopped to avoid being hit by it as well. It was only for a short period, but it gave them breathing room. The gates closed with a great clang. The sounds of hammering and banging filtered through from the other side of the sturdy doors. The tense atmosphere in the air lightened somewhat. However, the commander-in-chief, the men around him, and everyone here knew that this was not over yet. The gates were very tough. The teeth and claws of regular Quagoa would not be able to damage them. However, some Quagoa had teeth which were said to rival the hardness of mithril. While these were leader-level beings, it would not be unusual to find such entities participating in an attack like this. There was no way to rule out any problems. Damn it! If only the gate was electrified. It was a suggestion I had made when I had first taken this position. After all, the gates alone were not reliable enough as a final line of defense. Looking around, he saw grim and dark expressions on everyone's faces. This is bad. If we lost our hope for the future, we would end up losing when the fighting became desperate. The commander-in-chief decided to turn the situation around and shouted. Well done. We've ensured the city's safety. But it's not guaranteed by any means. Start setting up barricades in case the enemy breaks through the gates. Hurry up. New determination filled the faces of the Dwarven soldiers. The knowledge that there was still something they could do rekindled their motivation. Even a fragile hope was better than none at all. Sir, should we bury the gate with sand and dirt? If we sealed it off completely, many of our comrades would express their disapproval. They have no idea what's going on. Sorry, I didn't mean you. I meant that lot. The Regent Council. You're one of them too, aren't you, Commander-in-Chief? So that's their response to a complete lockdown? Personally, I don't think sealing it off is enough. We should abandon Fiogur. The commander-in-chief narrowed his eyes and dragged his chief of staff by the hand to a place where the men would not hear them. You think so too? We have no idea how many Quagoa were on the other side of that gate. The enemy attack has been too swift and we have been forced onto the back foot. Now, we have lost many chances to learn about the enemy. What we are doing now is like locking ourselves up and closing our eyes. The enemy had enough fighting power to bring down the hitherto impregnable fortress. We have to think of a way to deal with that. Under these circumstances, and after taking our fighting power into consideration, it would be extremely difficult for us to open the gates and beat back the enemy. The best solution might well be to abandon our capital. Then, how much time will burying it in dirt and soil buy us? If we collapse the cavern, we'll be able to buy a lot of time, but if we use sand and dirt alone, we'll only gain a few days at most. What dangers will a collapse pose? As you know, we aren't far from Fiogur. Although I can't really be sure without having the tunnel doctors check, there's a chance that it might affect the city as well. The worst case scenario is that a shortcut opens up from beyond the gates and the Quagoa pour through it and into Fiogur. In other words, we need to find out right now. Then, next question. Do you think the fortress fell under sheer weight of numbers? Why didn't the people in the fortress inform us sooner? I thought of a few possibilities. Personally, the most likely option is that the Quagoa have enlisted the help of another species. Could it be the frost dragons? The Quagoa has conquered the former Dwarven capital of Fio-Burkana, and taken it as their home. However, the royal palace at the heart of the city was ruled by a frost dragon. Both parties did not have a perfectly cooperative relationship, but since they lived together, they might help each other out. Frost dragons were essentially natural disasters once they reached a certain age. There has originally been 4 Dwarven cities. Fio-Burkana, which had been abandoned during the attack of the demon gods 200 years ago. Fiogur of the east, which was our current capital. Fio-Rezo to the south, which had been abandoned several years ago. And finally, Fio-Taiwas, to the west. The western city has been destroyed during a battle between 2 frost dragons. Alisur Dark Halilial and Minuinia Ilislim, and it was little more than tumbled ruins. I feel that it's very likely. While I don't know what they did to induce that arrogant lot to take action, the other alternative is that they did it themselves. Either they invented some kind of spell, or they found a route that bypassed the Great Rift. Even we dwarves haven't found a way around the Great Rift. Still, how many years ago was that? Perhaps the Quagoa dug a tunnel or something as other monsters moved, or the Earth's crust shifted and gave them a detour. If you think about it, they might have gone above ground too. The Quagoa on the surface? There might be an individual with that ability. The Quagoa are completely blind under the sun, so it was impossible for the Quagoa to move their forces on the surface. However, that was merely wishful thinking on my part. No, it was too late to regret it now. I have to take that into consideration when planning future strategies. Chief of Staff, we need to consider that they might be able to travel above ground and enhance our surface defenses accordingly. Send a few people over without compromising our defense here. We also need to get word to the council and have them evacuate to the south. Luckily, there was one more military base in the dwarven city of Fiogur at the exit leading to the surface. Chief of Staff. Reinforce the military and stay alert for any surface attacks. Yes. Understood, Commander. Also, have the men prepare to bury the door. If we need the council's permission, I'll find a way to convince them. What if the council takes their time deliberating? Do your best. I'll do my best too. That was all I could say. Of course, my plan is to push for it as hard as possible, in my position as one of the 8 counselors, but if the others vetoed me, then all I could do is try as hard as I could on my own. Report. Report. I have a report. Where's the Commander-in-Chief? Looking toward the source of that voice, the Commander-in-Chief saw a dwarven soldier mounted on a riding lizard. Unease filled the heart of the Commander-in-Chief. Where's that man from? He should have been posted to the fortress at the surface entrance this week. Given the man's expression and his near-crazed tone, it was plainly obvious. Asking that much was simply because I did not want to acknowledge the reality before his eyes. I'm here. What is it? It could not be delayed. This is something which has to be heard immediately so a course of action could be quickly determined. The messenger fell off the lizard's back and shouted as he desperately tried to right himself. Commander-in-Chief. There's an emergency. Monsters. There's monsters. The Quagoa? No, this guy would not have used those words to describe Quagoa. Calm down. We can't figure out what you're saying. What happened? Is everyone else all right? Yes. There's scary monsters at the entrance. They say they want to talk about the Quagoa army headed this way. What? Their timing was too perfect. I could not imagine that the two events were unconnected. Could they be the bosses of the Quagoa, or the ones who helped them cross the Great Rift? Who are they? What do they look like? Chief of Staff. Gather every man who can move right now. Yes, understood, Commander. How many of those monsters are there? What are your losses? Yes. There's about 30 of them. But they don't seem to want to fight. They even said they wanted to make a deal with us, but they looked very evil, so I don't think that was their real intention. There must be some sort of scheme at work. How exactly did they qualify as evil? More importantly, you didn't describe them yet. They're fearsome-looking undead surrounded by an inauspicious-looking aura. What? The undead? Beings who hated the living, who sowed death in their wake, the enemies of everything that lived. Several images appeared in the Commander-in-Chief's mind as he heard the word undead. However, none of those undead were powerful adversaries. I should have known that. In that case, why was I so afraid? Besides, why had the undead come here? Were they here to delight in the mutual massacre of the dwarves and Quagoa, both of which were living beings? Chief of Staff, are you ready yet? Move out once you're done. We don't know what kind of undead are out there, but do not take them lightly. Don't let them underestimate us. They may not be acting haughtily, but if they look down on us, we'll be in danger. The group of Ains advanced, with Gondo in the lead. Since Gondo usually traveled underground, he was not very familiar with the surface. Therefore, he had to rely on his sense of direction over the terrain when it came to moving forward. Initially, I'm worried about this, but since Gondo advanced without hesitation, I can just trust the man. The fact was that Gondo had no reason to deliberately lead me astray now that the Quagoa were attacking the Dwarven capital. That being the case, there should be no problem having him lead the way. Under Gondo's leadership, Aura's magical beasts moved across the snow like it was a grassy plain. Thanks to that, their travel time was cut to a minimum. In less than a day, they had reached the sole remaining Dwarven city, Feogur. Ains guided his beast over to Gondo and asked him a question. Well then, Gondo. The southern city of Fiorezo was accessed through a fissure in a cave. Is Feogur like that as well? If that was the case, we would need to search for a way in. Most cities where dwarves live are like that. However, Feogur was designed with considerations for large-scale trade with humans, so it's slightly different from Fiorezo. Firstly, it's easy for humans to find, and in order to minimize any discomfort for visitors, they built a huge fortress on the outside. You'll know it when you see it. Ains looked around after hearing that, but he still could not find any trace of a structure. You won't see it if you don't head further northeast. Gondo's words were full of confidence. It would seem he was quite certain of where our destination was. Since he was the only one who could lead us, there was nothing I could do if he was wrong. Is that so? Then so be it. While saying so, Ains cast his message spell. The captured Quagoa had been taken to Nazarick. There, they had been questioned, and their knowledge was used to supplement Gondo's report. So the Quagoa were a race that submitted to the strong, but the Quagoa of the Azalesian mountain range were divided into 8 clans, all of whom were united under the clan lord. They numbered 80,000 in total. After analyzing this information, Ains stamped them as a race that held no charm for him. If I have to choose between helping the dwarves or the Quagoa, I would choose the former without hesitation. However, the metals which the Quagoa ate when they were young determined their strength when they matured. If I let them eat the metals of Nazarick, it could give rise to a powerful individual. But what about the prismatic ores in the Dwarven kingdom? Even if he had not eaten one of the prismatic ores, perhaps this clan lord had reached his station by eating one of the rare metals of Yggdrasil. If he was strong enough to capture, then it was worth investigating him. I should consider taking them in if they can obey the Sorcerer Kingdom, even though I'm not confident about feeding 80,000 people. After all, that's the sort of country I want. A nation where many races lived in harmony under my rule. It was a nation that reproduced the image one had of the Guild Ains Gown. A nation where my friends, wherever they were, could live and smile. That being the case, I ought to show these Quagoa some mercy. Still, if they swear their loyalty to me, where should I put them? This mountain is a little sparse. What about the mountain range to the south of Irantal? But there might be residents there too. What a pain. The lizardmen have the same technology level as them. Perhaps my experience in ruling them could be put to use. It might be a good idea to let Cocytus handle them. After thinking this far, Ains considered the opposite side of the coin. What if they don't bend the knee? Shall I rule them by force? Shall I exterminate them? Or should I kill all the adults and use the children for experiments? Is forcing them into one clan and then ruling over them the best way? As he considered various matters, Gondo's shout interrupted Ains' train of thought. Over there, Your Majesty. Ains looked where Gondo was pointing, and sure enough, there was something which looked like a fortress built up against the side of the mountain. The group headed straight for it. While there were many ways to conceal themselves, there was no point in doing so, and thus they proceeded directly and openly. As they closed the distance to the fortress, the defenders at the fortress spotted them, and the sentries came to life. Hold it right there! A warning cry rang out. It sounded like its owner was having a seizure. Granted, I am undead, but this is a pretty bad reception for someone who's showing no signs of hostility. Why have you come here, undead? I am the Sorcerer King Ains Gown of the Sorcerer Kingdom, and I have come to forge a friendly relationship with the Dwarven nation. We will not attack you if you do not attack us, so please lower your weapons." Confusion appeared in the eyes of the dwarves, and Ains took this chance to continue speaking. "After capturing the Quagoa who invaded Fiorezo, I learned of their plans to attack this place. If you have no faith in your strength of arms, then I and my kingdom will gladly render assistance." "Yes, that's right. It will be a good show of friendship." Ains smiled, but because he had no skin, the benevolence of his gesture did not carry over to the opposite side. "What about that dwarf behind you? Is he a hostage?" "How rude. I am a king, you know. Is that any way to talk to a king?" No, hang on, show us some proof that you're really a king." "I see. That does make sense. Then, allow me to introduce him. He is one of you, Gondo the smith, whom I met in Fiorezo." Ains showed off the kingly movements he had been taking great pains to practice. With the air of a natural-born leader, he gestured to his subordinate to step forward. A deep sense of satisfaction filled Ains as he heard the stifled gasps of awe coming from the dwarves. It would seem my long hours of practice had not gone to waste. Now that Gondo was with him, Ains, who was in a good mood, showed off another pose of a gracious king and yielded the floor to him. "Sorry, but can you enter the fortress and explain the situation to them in detail?" Leave it to me." Gondo advanced to the fortress gates and requested permission to enter, but the gates did not open. "What's wrong, Gondo?" "I don't know. Maybe something happened?" Is that really him? Is that really Gondo the weirdo? Maybe someone used magic to take his face." Staying alert was very important, and even I approved of it. Still, we would not be able to make any progress if nobody trusted us. "I say, Gondo, can you prove yourself to them by showing your knowledge of the city? Like say, where you live, something that only a person who lived in the city would know." That's all for today. See you guys in the next one. Welcome everyone. Today we will continue the story of the supreme being who plagued the world with terror and justice. You can also click the link on the description for more videos like this. Enjoy and have fun. Oh, yes. I'll tell that guy's wife his secret. There's a restaurant called the Black Gold Beard Pavilion. It's run by a guy whose face looks like an anvil. His food tastes terrible, and the only decent thing there is the stew. The dwarves fell silent. Ains looked at Gondo, somewhat lost for words. His reply seemed like he was trying too hard. "Idiot. That place isn't for eating, but for drinking. Their stout tastes best." "Liar. It's the red mushroom beer that's the most delicious." "What are you saying? Their cloudy wine is the best. Just imagine that bubbly fragrance. None of you know what real beer tastes like. Bearded lady's the best. How about it? Can you accept that this is the real Gondo? Speaking of which, all we wanted to do was inform you that the Quagoa are trying to circle around the Great Rift and attack this city. All you have to do is send our warning to the people at the top. This way, our country will have discharged its duty, even if the Quagoa attack is a fierce one. It would be quite upsetting if you chastised us afterwards." Several dwarves pulled their heads back. Some time passed. It would seem several people were having a discussion. "Wait there. We'll send a report to our commander-in-chief." According to Gondo, that person was the highest appointment holder in this country's military. It would seem they realized that this had to go to their highest authority. Ains did not suppress his chuckling. There was a clattering noise, and when Ains glanced towards its source, he saw that dwarves had trained their crossbows on him once more. Their breathing was ragged, they seemed to be in the grip of powerful emotions. Crap. Are they angry because I laughed? Forgive me. In any event, is it all right if only Gondo enters? He's proven his origins, hasn't he? No, he can't. No, it's not allowed, stay there. Wait there. I had not been laughing at them, but it would seem I had upset them all the same. Ains' strong emotions were suppressed, but small emotional ripples could sneak by. How would a company react if a salesman whom they had never met before smiled at them as though he had something to hide? It had resulted in a mistake. I should be more careful. Ains thought as he backed away together with Gondo, and so they stood there for some time. When Jerkniv came to visit, I provided refreshments, furniture, and made all sorts of preparations to welcome them. Don't the dwarves do things like that? No, the circumstances now are different from back then. In contrast to Jerkniv's prearranged visit, I was essentially a cold-calling door-to-door salesman. I should be grateful that they had not chased me away on the spot. In addition, I would not be able to enjoy any drinks they gave me, considering my body. Still, we did give the dwarves very valuable information. I was hoping for an appropriate response. Well, I can use that as fodder for negotiation during official diplomatic relations. I'll bear with it for now. Still, it would probably be better to change and avoid giving offense. Ains took out a fake staff of Ains' old gown. It was a perfect cosmetic copy, down to the metal used in its construction. There was a sudden clatter, which snapped Ains out of his thoughts. When he turned to look at the source of the sound, he saw 3 dwarves seated on the ground. Why are the 3 of them sitting there? Is sitting down to talk the proper etiquette amongst dwarves? They're staring at me with eyes wide open. It would be annoying if it's a dwarf-only expression. Their mouths were also hidden by their beards, so it was difficult to see the looks they had on their faces. Baffled, Ains nevertheless extended a hand to the seated dwarfs. One could take this as the intention to help them up, or that I wanted to shake hands. But in truth, I wanted to tell them that I would rather talk while standing. It was hard adjusting to different cultures. If I handle this poorly, the other side might take offense. If they attacked me with something like, "You should have done some research on our country's customs since you wanted to form a relationship with us," I would have nothing to say in response. Though he was very uneasy about this, Ains gave thanks to his unmoving face, and kept his hand extended. The dwarves glanced back and forth between Ains' face and hands, a troubled look on their faces. Could it be that they're afraid of me? Well, given that I look like this, it can't be helped, right? Reactions like this are kind of expected from humanoid society. Although they feared me in Irantal as well, they had not reacted in this way. Therefore, it might be that taking the hand of a highly placed person was impolite in their society. In the end, the worried Ains decided to pull them up by the hand. Since they have the time to waste on this pointless business, it should mean that the Quagoa haven't attacked yet. If they did attack, we could have them owe us a big one, but just warning them about it would count as a small favor, so I should bear with it. Ah, what a shame. Still, which one of them is their leader? Well then, I am the sorcerer King Ains' old gown. Are you the gentlemen who are in charge of welcoming me? Ains did not know which of the higher-ups was of higher rank, so he addressed the space between them. Then one of the dwarves nodded forcefully, like he was trying to shake something off his face. Ahem. I am the man in charge of the military. In charge of the military. I see. So this was the commander-in-chief. I've not expected their top man to come down in person. Could it be that this country has heard of the Sorcerer Kingdom before? Or rather, was it because I brought them the news at a very opportune time? Are there any problems with the Quagoa? I do apologize for making you come down in person during a busy time, Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief's eyes went wide. I see. So you already know why I came, then? What the hell is he talking about? Of course. That is correct. Ains nodded magnanimously, in the regal manner he had practiced many times before. I see. Well, as you know, we've somehow halted the Quagoa advance for now. No, we're trying to hold them back. Ho ho ho. And what's the situation? Ains wanted to ask the dwarf what he thought Ains knew, but since Ains had already pretended that he was well informed, that line of questioning was ruled out. But has anything leaked out about me? Before that, I heard from my men that you obtained your information after questioning some Quagoa captured in Finalizing. Do you have any evidence to support it? There is Gondo, a citizen of this country. No. Material evidence, that is. So, you want to see the captured Quagoa, then? I can bring forth several of them and you can ask them yourselves. An immediate answer. It seems I will have to be frank with you, then. That at this rate, an evacuation to Finalizing will be very difficult. Commander. What are you? Judging by the reproachful tone taken by this man, he must be harping on the fact that the commander-in-chief was talking about military secrets in front of me. His Majesty already knows everything. It is as he said. The fact that someone who should be commanding at the front lines is here is a clear sign of a stalemate. Since he already knows that, it should also be easy to imagine what our troops, who cannot look forward to any reinforcements, intend to do. No, I was just asking to be polite. However, Ains could not speak the truth, and instead, he nodded, in the practiced manner of a true ruler. The commander-in-chief described the terrible state they were in. After Ains learned of the dwarves' dire straits, he smiled in his heart. Everything is developing in a favorable direction for me. How about this? I will lend you the use of my forces to beat back the Quagoa for the time being. What do you think? Can you do that? But, traditionally speaking, one would need to put down the terms of a deal in writing before a contract could be signed. There were many advantages in handling matters in that way. However, if I freely lent them my strength, I would earn the gratitude of everyone present. One could make gains with a loan that one could not with a written agreement, and I'm gunning for that. Between the fixed and the formless was generally more troublesome. It was like paying for a meal at a restaurant based on one's mood. There was the chance that one would be overcharged compared to paying a fixed price. Generosity is often similar to greed. Did Punito-mo-san say that? After coming all this way and taking so much effort to find you, it would be quite troublesome for me if the country I wished to befriend was destroyed. Won't you accept my help? But if we don't have the approval of the council? Well, as long as there's enough time, it should be all right. This is simply an offer of assistance from me. The final decision is yours. Of course, the council should settle important things in session. But you should know how this sort of thing usually ends up. Meetings go on from dawn to dusk and in the end nobody can come to a conclusion. While it would be a shame to let my journey up to now go to waste, it can't be helped. Your Majesty, are you confident in your ability to repulse the Quagoa? If they are only of the caliber that we saw in Finalizing, then it should be child's play. Gondo nodded from the side upon hearing those words. Of course, that is before the Quagoa break into the city. It is very difficult to eliminate only the enemy during a chaotic melee. I trust you wouldn't want to stand by and let the fighting spill over into the Dwarven city? So I think that right now, your one little door is your last chance, right? How much longer do you have? How many more days can the gate hold out? Ains' repeated hammering on the point seemed to have made up the commander-in-chief's mind for him. I understand. Your Majesty, I pray you will lend us your nation's strength. Commander-in-chief. This is... Another soldier called out in a panicked voice, and the commander-in-chief glared sharply at him. The commander-in-chief apologized briefly to Ains before taking the other man some distance away, but Ains could hear fragments of conversation. So the general idea seemed to be that it would be hard for them to deal with the Quagoa on their own, so they should take advantage of this opportunity and gamble on it. It would seem the time had come for one last push. Infusing strength into his voice, Ains called out. Don't you think it's about time to decide your future plans now? The third group, the Vanguard, was led by a Quagoa called Yozu. He was one of Lord of the Clans, P. Ryuro's top men, an exceptional red Quagoa. His mind was sharp, he was a capable fighter, and he was one of the top candidates for the spot of leader within his own clan. Their victory was assured by taking the flanking route and then the fortress, but even then, nobody could doubt his extraordinary command ability. And now, the Quagoa were preparing to checkmate the dwarves. These Quagoa clawed savagely at the hateful gate, but they could not break through. One more step. Just one step closer, and we could break through that door and trample our hated enemies. One more step, and we could take this entire domain for our own. We would be ranked first for our achievements and would receive enough ore to make our heads spin. Now, that chance was denied and sealed away by this cold gate. Thus, their advance was briefly halted here. Anyone would be frustrated by being denied their glory at their very last moment. However, they were not anxious. This was because they had already reported this to the Vanguard commander. If the great Yozu was here, he would surely think of a way that they could not. Even so, they formed up in clans to rest, because they did not know how much time it would take. But after resting for some time, the Quagoa suddenly looked up, as though their heads were mounted on springs. There was a low bass creaking that sounded like it came from deep beneath the earth, and the dwarves' gates began to slowly open. The dwarves had sealed the gates in a panic. Why had they opened them again? Did they want to surrender? There were many Quagoa who thought that way, and they laughed mockingly as they bared their teeth. As if we would accept a surrender. Their plan was to exterminate the dwarves. They would not give the dwarves the time to spout useless words. We would flood in like an avalanche through the open gates and brutally slaughter all the dwarves in our way. After that, we would trample the city underfoot and massacre with all our strength. A gap slowly opened before the bloodthirsty Quagoa. It was still too small to fit through. The murderous Quagoa worked his arm into that gap. He ventured his sharp claws forth, trying to murder any dwarves in front of the gate. And then, the Quagoa who wanted to be number one screamed and rolled back. The arm he thrust in was gone, replaced by a fountain of fresh blood. Their shock at this development was like dumping cold water on the fires of their bloodlust. It was easy to imagine what had happened. In all likelihood, someone had cut my arm off with some kind of weapon, but was that even possible? The Quagoa's special ability was that they were extremely resistant to the weapons which the dwarves typically used. During our surprise attack on the fortress, some of us had been hurt but none had died. That should have held true as long as we were not hit by electrical attacks. But then, why had my arm been chopped off? There was only one reason for that. That would be the existence of an extraordinary swordsman. The Quagoa stepped back, gripped by an emotion they had not yet felt in this battle, and that is fear. During this time, the gap in the door continued to widen. Why are you backing down? There are no cowards among Clan Pu-Rim-Idol. A cry of agreement must have come from the members of Clan Pu-Rim-Idol who had been chosen for this assault team. Panicked, those from the other clans shouted as well, proclaiming their strength. Clan Pagujua knows no cowards either. Nobody from the Zu-Ajin clan will lose to the Pu or the Pa. How can we let our ancestors laugh at us from the land of Diri? To the Quagoa, the valorous dead would watch their children prosper from the land of Diri. It was said that the ancestors would mock those who shamed themselves. Those words were the trigger that reignited the fighting spirit of the Quagoa. Charge! No matter how strong he is, the enemy only has one sword. We'll hit him with more people than he can handle. No, we just need to rush straight ahead once the door opens. Once we knock him down, we'll trample him. Then we'll sack the city. Then, let me take the lead. There was a mineral called Rune which was crushed into powder and mixed into paint. The courageous would take this paint and draw 2 stripes through their fur as proof of their bravery. The Quagoa gathered behind one such brave soul. If he was struck down by that sword, they could still shove him in. The gap in the door was now big enough for a single Quagoa to pass through. While it was too cramped to burst through, they would be losing men for nothing if they hit the entrance with the lightning magic from just now and then closed the doors again. Charge! With a valorous cry, over 10 Quagoa made their move. The brave Quagoa at their head stiffened. The people pushing him from behind felt him being killed by the swordsman. However, they could not stop. If they stopped now, they would be insulting his courage. Because of that, the Quagoa from behind pushed forward with single-minded intensity, intent on letting their momentum carry them into the Dwarven city to loot and pillage it. But then they stopped. No matter how hard they pushed, they could not carry on. It was as though a thick, massive wall was blocking them. One of the Quagoa raised his head and looked forward. It was only natural to wonder if the dwarves had made a wall. Because indeed, there was a jet-black wall there. All their eyes could see was the wall. And then it started moving. A mighty cry rang out and made the air quiver. What they had thought was a wall was in actual fact a gigantic shield. The Quagoa had no history of weapon or armor use, but they had seen the dwarves use them before. However, they had never seen anything this big. Before them was a shield that could have been mistaken for a wall. As the Quagoa were baffled by this development, the loathsome creature behind the shield revealed itself. A creature sheathed in black full-plate armor, its crimson eyes glowing with hatred. Even the ignorant Quagoa could understand that it was evil, it was violence, it was death itself. A paean rang out. In that instant, the heads of 3 Quagoa took flight as one. The roar battered at the bodies of the Quagoa. The hair-raising impact made the Quagoa want to run away with all their heart. Within their tribes, they considered themselves courageous warriors who did not fear death. However, they had never imagined a being like this in their wildest dreams. The monster before them obliterated their courage. Now, they even lacked the strength to flee. Their instincts told them that if they ran, they would be slain in a single blow from behind. Even so, the eyes of that black being reminded the Quagoa of their desire to live. That roar seemed to come from deep beneath the earth. The Quagoa whimpered in response, and took several steps back. And then, as though to seize the opportunity which had presented itself, another being identical to it appeared. One of the Quagoa screamed. As they looked toward the owner of that voice, they saw their comrade who had lost his head. He was dead. There was no doubt about that. However, his arms started moving, as though grasping for something. As though trapped into a nightmare, the still-living Quagoa found themselves imprisoned in a cage of fear. Clang, clang, went the 2 massive suits of armor, and then they raised identical, bizarre swords, flamberges. So, according to the assault team's report, they haven't found a way to bring down the door yet, am I right? Yes. It is as you say. The Quagoa whose pelt was streaked with red frowned as he listened to his underling's report. He was Yozu, commander of the Quagoa vanguard. He was a superior member of his species, a red Quagoa. Yozu turned his eyes from his bowing subordinate to the fortress on the other side of the suspension bridge. Beyond the fortress is a tunnel, and after the tunnel was the Dwarven city. After conquering it, we would have a good location for a base, and all our competition for ores would also be eliminated at the same time. The combination of expanded territory and an unprecedented haul of ores and minerals would make the Quagoa great. Once that happened, the Quagoa would someday come to rule the entire mountain range. If only we could defeat those dragons. Yozu looked around worriedly after accidentally blurting out his true thoughts. If anyone reacted, they gave absolutely no sign. That put Yozu somewhat at ease. The Quagoa had taken the former Dwarven capital as our home base. The royal palace still stood proud within the city, but it was now the domain of the White Dragon. A frost dragon, who could exhale freezing breath. We had forged an alliance with the frost dragons. However, anyone who knew even a little bit about the truth would know that this was nothing like a relationship of equals. We can't do anything about it now. If we fight that dragon lord, the Quagoa race will suffer irrecoverable damage even if we win. But someday. Yozu was not the only one holding that wish in his heart. All the Quagoa who had met the dragons had the same desire. To begin with, we needed to find a way to become immune to freezing breath. If a Quagoa like that were not born, we would take terrible losses. The search for that way would take a lot of time. Yozu swept away his dark emotions. Right now, he had to destroy the dwarves. It would be foolish to let worrying about the future affect what I could do in the present. Yozu summoned his subordinates. Oi, destroy the fortress and then see if we can widen the tunnel walls to let more people in. We need to prepare as much as possible before the main force. Suddenly, Yozu's ears stood up. He thought he had heard a scream from somewhere. No, it might not have been a scream. It might have been a threatening noise made by a monster. The problem with being underground was that it was very difficult to tell where sounds came from. This time, however, he knew instantly. That was because he saw the Quagoa from the assault team fleeing from the fortress while screaming at the top of their lungs. A hubbub came from the Quagoa around Yozu. Given the state of the Quagoa who had come back, it was very clear that they were terrified and confused. What's wrong? Is there an emergency? We're not sure. Could it be a Dwarven counterattack? That is not possible. A Dwarven counterattack was well within the expected range of responses. It would not cause the assault teams to flee in panic. It must have been some sort of special attack. I once heard boiling oil is very painful. Gather the men and find out what's going on. If it's a Dwarven counterattack, continue the advance. We must not let them take the fortress back. Yozu's men formed up into a company per his instructions, and they began crossing the bridge. The screams continued during this time, and the assault team continued fleeing. Where are they running from? Is it the result of the mysterious power called magic? As Yozu thought about the matter, a pair of silhouettes appeared at the door of the fortress. They were big, black somethings. What are those? Giant dwarves? Dwarf lords? Yozu had never seen such beings before. Although he knew that the dwarves used armor as part of their equipment, and that some sets of armor covered the entire body, what he saw now was completely different from what he had seen then. Given that the lore of the clans was slightly different from regular Quagoa in appearance, the Dwarven lords probably looked different from regular dwarves. Yozu did not know the true identity of the beings which stood at the entrance of the fortress like neo-statues. However, his animal instincts told him that they were dangerous entities. Now I understood why the assault teams had fled from those monsters with all their might. His subordinates around him were frozen in shock, the same way Yozu was. The only beings that still moved were the Quagoa running from the fortress. The black suits of armor roared. Even at such a great distance, the cry ripped through the air and made his fur stand on end. Yozu's guts clenched and turned cold. It was like feeling a dragon's roar through his entire body. As though on cue, he saw Quagoa slowly emerge from beside the black suits of armor. Did they escape? Or did they betray us? No, that's not. Yozu's eyes went wide. One of the Quagoa he saw was missing its head. He squinted, and saw that several Quagoa were trailing their innards behind them, while others seemed to be shambling in an uncoordinated manner, the left and right halves of their bodies moving out of sync, as though they had been cut in half. Beings that moved even when they could not be alive were magic. Magic that controls the dead. Is that the dwarves' secret weapon? Did they have an ace in the hole besides lightning-enchanted weaponry? Are they golems? It is said that when the dragon took possession of the royal palace, it had fought monsters with those names. Apparently, they looked like armored statues, but are those the dwarves called golems? No, golems are monsters. The dwarves probably raised those. Like the nooks we tamed, then? In any event, there is no telling how well those black golems could fight, but given the fleeing troops and the assault team's diminished numbers. No, more than that. Beating them would not be easy, but fortunately, they only seemed to be watching them from afar and not trying to cross the bridge. It seems they came to take back the fortress. Yes, that's right. Alright, form up again while they're still stopped. At the same time, we'll prepare to. They're moving. The black suits of armor broke into a run, charging at the suspension bridge. Who was that? Who said that they were there to take back the fortress? Commander. Now's not the time for that. What should we do? The Quagoa which Yozu had sent out bared their claws, ready for battle. The black suits of armor braced their shields and blew through the Quagoa where they made contact. Sent flying by overwhelming power, many Quagoa fell from the suspension bridge. The black suits of armor did not stop. Though they slowed down a little, they continued their charge forward with shields raised, like rampaging walls. If this kept up, they would soon cross the bridge completely and reach this place. And then, when that happened, what would happen? Cut the bridge. Cut the bridge. If we destroy the bridge, the main force would only be able to use the flanking route, and that would waste a lot of time. The dwarves would probably strengthen their defense in the interim. Thus, one could consider their first objective of taking the fortress to be a failure. After the loss of manpower and resources during this operation, failure would not be a matter that could be simply excused by a rebuke. However, all that paled in comparison to the danger of letting those black suits of armor cross the bridge. If they reached this place, everybody here would die. The black suits of armor were such terrifying beings. Didn't I tell you to cut the bridge? The Quagoa could not help but watch the black suits of armor smash their men away with their unimaginable might. At the second cry, they finally managed to move. However, almost all the Quagoa who had been sent out from the rear had been sent flying into the abyss, and there were only a few Quagoa left on the bridge to face the black suits of armor. All of those Quagoa desperately bit and clawed at the steel suspension cables of the bridge. Have one of the assault teams stall their advance. Being told to stop the golems right after hearing the command to destroy the bridge was no different from a suicide mission. Even so, a suicide squad immediately assembled and bravely went forth. As expected, the suicide squad bounced off the shields, but some of them managed to get past and hurled themselves upon the black suits of armor. However, the black suits of armor paid them no heed. Being bitten did not seem to hurt them, and they continued their advance. The bridge had not yet fallen. If this kept up, the black suits of armor would make it all the way across. As Yozu realized this, his body began moving on its own. He leapt down from his command post high above, and used the force of his landing and the sharpness of his claws to deliver a hit to the steel cables of the bridge. A great ping tore through the air. The suspension bridge rose and fell like a gigantic wave, and broke. Yozu could not withstand the serpentine thrashing of the suspension bridge and was thrown into the air. However, he managed to grab a dancing cable before he was swallowed up by the yawning darkness beneath him. Since Yozu could not control his movements in midair, it was an unimaginable stroke of luck for him. He pulled himself along the cable as his body swayed in midair, and managed to make contact with the edge of the cliff. However, he did not even have the time to catch his breath. A malevolent cold filled his body. Yozu listened to his instincts and threw himself prone. In that instant, a screaming object swept past the fur on Yozu's back. Unbelievably enough, that object was a flying Quagoa. Under these dire circumstances, the black suit of armor had managed to throw one of the suicide squad members at Yozu with its ridiculous arm strength. The thrown Quagoa hit one of Yozu's men, who was still frozen in shock. The two of them disintegrated into chunks of gory meat with a brief, agonized cry. However, that was all, because the suicide squad and the black suits of armor vanished into the Great Rift. Silence filled the air. Yozu slowly peered into the darkness of the Great Rift. He was not the only one to do so. All the survivors looked into the darkness that had swallowed everything. All of them knew that there was no surviving that drop. Even so, they could not erase their fear that the black suits of armor would come clambering up the sides of the chasm. After what seemed like forever, Yozu finally sighed in relief. They did not look like they would be coming back. Looking around, Yozu saw that there were precious few of his men who had survived. Even so, the fact that they had survived against those black suits of armor was worthy of praise. "We're pulling back now," If we do not report those golems to the people on top, things would be very bad for us. If those were being mass-produced, it is the Quagoa who would be annihilated instead. Horrifyingly, I do not feel that there were only 2 of them. How fearsome those dwarves are. Now I deeply regretted underestimating the dwarves. To think they knew how to produce such monsters. In any case, we need to inform the main body about this. Messengers. The people ran over in response to Yozu's call. The reason why he had called this many of them over was because moving in small numbers ran the risk of the entire group being wiped out by a monster ambush. That was not to say that moving in force guaranteed safety, but that it did not matter how many died as long as one of them survived to pass their message on to headquarters. All right. Go! Don't forget, your mission is very important. Yozu gave another order as he watched them leave. Needless to say, it was to fall back immediately to meet with the Lord of the Clans. The 2 summoned Death Knights vanished from the other side of the gates. They roared in anticipation of joyful slaughter, while the cries of the dying rang out. Once the gates slowly closed, the thickness of the double doors meant that the sounds of carnage on the other side did little more than tickle the eardrums. Things should be alright for now. There was a time limit on Death Knights that were not made with corpses. Even so, if the estimates of Quagoa combat power from our captives was accurate, they should be able to defeat a sizable portion of the attackers even without knowing the opponent's numbers. If the enemy was not incompetent, they would surely pull back to regroup after taking sufficient losses. I hope they don't retreat just yet. If they build a camp, it'll mean the danger is still clear and present. That way, the Dwarven nation will have to work with us. I should order the Death Knights to hold back for now. It's quite troublesome when you can't win by too large a margin. As Ains contemplated these details in silence, he glanced to the commander-in-chief, who was looking at him with a twitching smile on his face. Ains had no idea why the commander-in-chief had that smile born of terror on his face. And in that moment an imaginary light bulb shone above Ains' head. He should have become used to my appearance by now, so it's probably because of the Quagoa screaming outside. Well, it's true that the wails of the dying can be somewhat disturbing. That said, I felt that I should not mind the screaming of the enemy so much. Still, he would not be human or dwarf rather, if he did not think that way. But how can someone like that be a commander of warriors? This is somewhat worrying. I knew I was thinking too much about this, but... Ains continued looking at the commander-in-chief, and at this moment, Gondo approached him. Then, Your Majesty. I shall be returning home for a bit. Ah. Then, will you help me settle things on your end? Of course. I will arrange for it and send it out. It's alright if the time or whatever isn't adjusted, right? I can count on your spells if something happens, right? Ains extended a fist and bumped it against Gondo's. They had talked about many things before coming here, and it would seem it had been effective. Gondo really does talk a lot. He tended to monopolize the conversation, and he spoke at such lengths that it seemed never-ending. This must have been the result of being obsessed about the almost lost art of runesmithing and then being ostracized. That was why he kept babbling about the topic to me. Who had an interest in the topic? Like a burst dam. I could understand how he felt, because there were times when I had also wanted to talk to people who shared my interests. Gondo lightly tapped his magic rucksack and began walking away. The commander-in-chief seemed to have something to say to the retreating Gondo, but he did not call out to him. Then, what should we do now? Should we wait a while before opening the gate and inspecting the results of the battle? The commander-in-chief must have anticipated Ains' question. He replied instantly, as though he had already prepared the answer beforehand. It is deeply disrespectful to have the sovereign of a nation waiting here. I feel we should proceed to the council chamber and present your suggestion to everyone. Why not take a look at the aftermath? I think Your Majesty's introduction is more important. I sent a message to the council while the Quagoa were attacking. They are probably still fumbling for some way to deal with the situation now. I feel that we should present them with new information before they panic and give bad orders. I see. In that case, I have no objections. Please, lead on. Understood. However, your Majesty's magical beasts will surely terrify the common folk. It shames me to ask, but could you have them stand by here? We will take care of them to the best of our ability if you inform us of the key points. Ains looked towards Aura, who nodded. I see. Then they shall wait here. Also, there is no need to care for them. We will take care of that. I will have 3 of my followers accompany me. Ains selected Shaltear, Aura, and Zenbaru. He ordered the others to wait here. The commander-in-chief looked somewhat relieved. It would seem he did not want to have the undead strutting through the streets. Then, shall we go? Ah, please do so. Ains and company walked proudly through the Dwarven city, led by the commander-in-chief. An almost painful amount of curious stares focused on him, while Dwarven mothers who saw Ains hid their children indoors. That makes me somewhat disappointed. Of course, I could have been less obvious if I wished. If I had put on a mask, much fewer people would have stared at me. But that said, I wanted to announce his arrival in the city of the dwarves. It was not very likely that there would be a player in the Dwarven nations if it had to seek external help against an invasion like this. However, there might be low-level players here, or items they had left behind. Like that spell-sealing crystal. In order to avoid being attacked by such items, I would have to manufacture proof of my visit in an above-board manner. In this way, they would not be able to settle things clandestinely. In addition, while I had not yet decided what sort of ambassadorial party I would send, it was quite likely that I might end up using undead beings for that purpose. Therefore, I wanted to let them get used to it. Still, nobody seems worried, despite the extent of the Quagoa invasion. That is because the people do not know the Quagoa have attacked. And, why is that? Their sense of self-preservation appeared to be terminally defective. The commander-in-chief seemed to have read Ains' mind. The Quagoa advanced too quickly, so the information did not spread. Depending on the council's decision, it ought to start spreading within an hour. Well, I did order my subordinates to retake the bridge, so once they do so, the city will be safe for the time being, no? This is quite an important factor for when we begin trade with this country. That is hard to say. Given the size of the enemy force, we don't know when the opposition will begin their advance in earnest. Once we take the bridge back, we'll need to solidify our defenses, investigate their flanking route, and plan a strategy against them. Ains smiled evilly within his heart. It looked like there would be many chances to sell this country favors in the future. That being the case, it might be best not to change the Death Knight's orders to retake the bridge. What? Ains' voice set the commander-in-chief's shoulders trembling. Aye. What is it, Your Majesty? No, it's nothing. Something on my end. There's no need to worry. There's no need to ask further. Ains emphasized those words in iron tones to shut down the other man's questions. This reaction, which was quite unlike Ains, was because he had lost his composure. There was no response from the 2 Death Knights, which should have been in the vicinity of Fiogur. There was only one conclusion I could draw from this shocking conclusion. The Death Knights had been defeated. Ho! Death Knights were fairly weak to me. However, by the standards of this world, they were formidable opponents even for the most powerful members of a nation. Anyone who could defeat 2 fearsome knights like that must be very powerful. In addition, their responses had vanished at almost the same time. Had they been simultaneously destroyed as part of a carefully laid plan? Had someone finished them off with an area effect spell? Had a powerful individual simply obliterated them in one stroke? Whatever the answer was, there was certainly another mighty being present, apart from the bizarre masked magic caster he had encountered in the royal capital. Someone who could defeat the defense-oriented Death Knights by themselves would probably be over level 45. Does that mean I've been found out? The commander-in-chief looked at Ains in response to his mumblings, but Ains had no time to worry about him. An unknown, powerful being was most likely to be a player. If an enemy of my level had come to this world, a measly 2 Death Knights would be child's play to deal with. If there's a player-related entity here who's not connected to the dwarves, does that mean they're on the side of the Quagoa? Then, are they related to the people who brainwashed Shaltear? Searing fire blazed up in his chest. Hitherto smoldering embers flared into a raging inferno, as though someone had poured gasoline on them. However, they were swiftly suppressed. No, it's not possible. If they were related, the Dwarven city would have fallen long ago. It's more likely that it's a mighty individual from this world. However, I can't conclude that there's no connection. That being the case, I will need to alter my plans. Ains had originally hoped that the war between the Quagoa and the dwarves would go on. With the obvious enemy of the Quagoa before them, the dwarves might well choose to flock to Ains' banner. However, leaving the Quagoa alone, giving them too much time, would be very dangerous. If they were a race that habitually spawned powerful individuals, then while they might only have slain Death Knights now, who knew what else they would destroy in the future? Right now, while I could still deal with them, the best thing to do would be to either enslave them or annihilate them completely. The latter might well be the better course of action. Ideally, I would be able to subjugate the Quagoa and have them threaten the dwarves from the shadows, but a single misstep might lead to a fatal error. It would be safer not to do that. Your Majesty, the council chamber is in sight. As he turned to look in the direction where the commander-in-chief was pointing, a large building came into view. The commander spoke briefly with the guards at the door, and they let Ains and the others pass without inspection. The reason why they waived the inspection for Ains and company while still staring unabashedly at the undead Ains was surely because the commander had exercised his authority. Then, Your Majesty, I shall make a full report to the council. May I trouble you to wait here for a while? Where shall we wait, then? The commander-in-chief glanced to one of the dwarf guards, and the man stepped forward. The waiting room is that way. Permit me to escort you there. Really now? I'll leave that to you, then. The dwarf, who trembled in both body and voice, brought them to a somewhat cramped room. Then again, it would probably not have been cramped for a dwarf. Ains picked up a statuette, a dwarf riding on the back of a lizard. It's plainly obvious that the dwarves have outstanding craftsmanship. I'd like to have such skills. I wonder if I could remake the avatars. If I could, would I be able to make something better after practicing? All right. Ains decided to address Zenbaru, who seemed distinctly out of place here. Zenbaru, continue with us for a bit longer. Your Majesty, I'd like to stay here instead, if it pleases you. Frankly speaking, it gives me a headache to talk with those great people. A strange turn of phrase. It was different from how he had been during the trip here. Perhaps he had changed the way he spoke because he had come to the Dwarven kingdom. You are the overseer of a tribe, am I correct? Shaltear-sama, one can be good or bad at various things. Also, I would feel bad if I inconvenienced His Majesty. Ains understood Zenbaru's meaning, but he shook his head nonetheless. No, I will take you along. If something happens, I won't be able to protect you if you're too far away. I don't think there'll actually be any danger, but carelessness is for fools. For all we know, we might be within the palm of the enemy. Remember that at all times. Yes. I have seared it into my heart. What's this? Shaltear's responding pretty well today. Did something happen? Then, Your Majesty. What should I do? Frankly speaking, just listen to us, Zenbaru. No matter what happens, do not take part in any fighting. Ains nodded as Zenbaru indicated his understanding. Very good. Now then. Ora, Shaltear, can you inspect my clothes and see if they're messed up? The Dwarven soldier sent to show them the way arrived just after the two of them finished inspecting their attire. Ains was led to a room where the dwarves waited, announcing the arrival of His Majesty, the Sorcerer King. He could hear the dwarf announcer from the other side of the door. When the door opened, Ains entered the chamber. It looked like a meeting room, and there were 8 dwarves there. Incidentally, he had learned their names, their posts, their looks and features from the commander-in-chief. Ains slowly swept his gaze across everyone. 7 of them stared at him. The last one, the commander-in-chief, had a look of fatigue on his face instead, and his eyes met Ains. Ains was pretending to be the picture of calm, but his heart was in chaos. Oi! I can't even tell them apart. Maybe some of them have shorter beards than the others, but aren't they all pretty much the same length? Was he lying to me? No, that must have been how he saw it. What should I do? Zenbaru's memories had depicted them all with identical faces, and at first I thought it was simply because the lizardman saw all dwarves as the same. I had even felt that Zenbaru's ability to recognize faces needed improvement. However, that was not the case. I'm sorry I doubted you, Zenbaru. You were telling me the truth all along. In this world, there was no practice of exchanging business cards upon a meeting, a fact which I had long lamented. Next would come a presentation which I had already made several times. Of note was the fact that I had 2 guardians behind me and a subordinate of my subordinate. I could not allow them to see me make a fool of myself. If only I hadn't brought the 3 of them. However, Ains' regrets were immaterial. The die had been cast, after all. However, the silence remained unbroken for a full minute after his arrival. Still, while I had psyched myself for it, there was not a single trace of the dialogue starting. What's going on? Standard practice for a company would be to start by the host introducing their staff, right? Shouldn't the commander-in-chief introduce us? Or should I make the first move? I'm not too well versed in courtly etiquette and I don't want to appear boorish. According to courtly etiquette, inferiors could not address the king directly. Direct interaction required a permission of some sort. In other words, the king was an untouchable being. Therefore, if I initiated the dialogue, would the dwarves look down upon me? After looking at the dwarves, was the answer yes or no? That said, I doubt anyone will slight me, given the country's situation and the actions I took. If that really happens, then I might as well say that I won't negotiate with a pack of buffoons like them. Having made up his mind, Ains decided to make his pitch. I am the ruler of the Sorcerer Kingdom, the Sorcerer King Ains Ulgaun. The dwarves sprang into motion, as though they were reconnected to a power supply. We bid you welcome, Sovereign of the Sorcerer Kingdom, Your Majesty Ains Ulgaun. May we offer you a seat? There are seats for your esteemed followers over there. Ains nodded, and then he was ushered to what he called the birthday boy's place. He sat down with regal aplomb, using movements he had practiced over and over. Shaltear, Aura and Zenbaru sat behind Ains. Then, we shall introduce ourselves. Firstly, I am this country's. And so, the dwarves gave their names. The opening seemed to have gone without a hitch, but Ains could not contain his worries. Just keeping their 8 names in mind was already difficult. Having to associate each of those names and titles with a face was proving to be quite the challenge. Names were easy enough to remember, but adding a title onto that made me uneasy. Things like whether it was Master of Caves and Mines or Master of Mines and Caves only made things worse. Fortunately, I managed to remember them. I would not have been able to do it had I not inquired about them with the commander-in-chief earlier. Please allow us to thank you on behalf of this country. Without your majesty, this country would have been destroyed. Those words were spoken by the Master of Caves and Mines. All the dwarves present nodded in response. Pay it no heed. Saving someone in trouble is common sense. Your Majesty is a truly magnanimous person. We will surely aid you to the best of our ability if any trouble besets you. That said, I fear we cannot do much to aid your august person, who commands the troops that saved our nation from extinction with but 2 of their number. It's nothing like that. My country is indeed powerful in a military sense. However, there are some inadequacies when it comes to other fields. I would be very grateful if you could provide help to me in those aspects. I see. We would be glad to be of service to your majesty. To the sorcerer's kingdom. However, before that, we pray your majesty will tell us the reason for your visit to our country, if it is convenient. The commander-in-chief has already told us, but we would like to hear it directly from you. The master of caves and mines narrowed his eyes slightly as though he could see through any lies. I can't expect them all to feel goodwill towards me. Well, given the difference in power between our nations, anyone would be cautious. The same applied to me. If the top-ranked guild in Yggdrasil, Seraphim, offered a world-class item and asked to negotiate, I would also suspect some kind of a trap. Therefore, I should not be displeased with the dwarves' reaction. Firstly, I would like to initiate friendly relations between our nations. Then, I would like to engage in trade. Engage in trade. Is that so? I have heard from one of your countrymen that your staple foods are mushrooms and meat, am I wrong? I recall something about farms at the feet of the mountain which raise fresh vegetables, but apparently they are few in number and their variety is quite poor. My nation can supply fresh vegetables, and do the alcoholic spirits of human kingdoms and the sorcerer kingdom hold any interest for you? The topic of alcohol made the dwarf's eyes light up. That was a very frank reaction. I also hear that this country trades with the human nation to the east, but not to any great degree. Indeed. Our traffic is merely 20 dwarves worth of merchandise. Currently, we are developing magic items which can hold an unlimited supply of goods. The merchant's guildmaster gave that reply. I see. Is it true that there are few dwarven trade caravans due to the dangerous mountain roads? Yes. That is indeed the case. That is indeed the case. We cannot carry too many goods due to the steepness and danger of the mountain paths. In addition, moving in groups draws the monster's attention. There are many monsters which will attack regardless of the numbers of their prey. In particular, aerial ambushes are hard to deal with. It was true that conventional trading methods would require great effort. The Empire only engaged in limited trade with the dwarves due to the lack of profit in doing so. However, it was precisely that reason which made them a very lucrative trading partner for the Sorcerer Kingdom. Unfortunately, the only notable export which the Sorcerer's Kingdom could boast was our undead. However, to the Dwarven nation, even regular food would sell well. What a marvelous trading partner. Ains smiled evilly in his heart as he asked his question. If that is the case, then I must further recommend national relations with me. With the Sorcerer Kingdom, so we can export foodstuffs. We have not yet inquired of the precise location of the Sorcerer Kingdom. Can we transport our trade goods there by ourselves? Having your country's people move cargo by themselves would still be quite dangerous. I feel that my nation should take the lead in establishing a proper trade route so your nation's people can safely transport their wares. When that happens, wagons and carriages will be able to move smoothly. Of course, they will not be pulled by anything as fragile as horses, but by other beasts of burden. Could those be the undead? One of the dwarves, his face filled with disgust, asked that question. Ains recalled that he was apparently the forge master. Precisely. I propose the use of undead pulled cargo wagons, which possess the power to defend themselves and will never tire. They will surely make for excellent transportation tools. In truth, our nation has already made use of them, and the response from the citizens is very good. In addition, there are other advantages to using the undead. Just as Ains was about to launch into an enthusiastic presentation, the forge master interrupted him. Is it not true that the undead will attack the living? Ains pouted internally, but he responded with supreme confidence. It is true that many people would think that way about an average undead being. And to be fair, it is true. The undead are beings which hate and attack the living. However, Ains placed particular emphasis on that word. Under my absolute authority, the undead of the Sorcerer Kingdom will not pose any problems for you. You may rest easy knowing that. The Forgemaster's mouth pursed. He did not seem to believe Ains at all. He must have had a bad experience where the undead slew his family, or something. As Ains contemplated that possibility, he played one of his trump cards. In addition, my nation can supply labor. Labor? What do you mean? During my journey, I spoke with one of your countrymen whom I saved from the Quagoa. And I heard of the work that goes on in your country's mines. While it is work for Dwarven miners, the undead can handle it for you. What? Can they really do that? The eyes of the master of caves and mines went wide, having taken the bait. Of course. I have conducted this experiment in human nations, and it was successful. In fact, the owner of the mines who rented them even requested for additional undead miners. So you've done that sort of thing in human nations? The master of mines and caves muttered as though in awe. It would seem your country is familiar with the special characteristics of the undead. Well, we know about their more common traits. Then, I trust one need not elaborate on how the undead make for excellent laborers. The dwarves exchanged looks, and then began speaking one after the other. Your Majesty's words are understandable. If we could safely control the undead. Being able to reallocate the manpower assigned to mining is a very attractive proposal. However, would probably be followed by doubts about whether they could really trust the undead. It was natural they would feel conflicted about a method that was different from how they had done things until now. Ultimately, this was merely publicity for my firm's products, and not a serious attempt to close a sale. Of course, if they could accept undead labor, it would certainly delight me. Well, I merely meant to say that I could provide such laborers. I understand your unease towards the undead. Your Majesty, I would like to ask a question about the undead before that. Could we purchase them as a defensive force? The Commander-in-Chief's question sent ructions through the dwarves. Commander-in-Chief, it is too risky to rely on the military power of other nations to keep the peace. I know that. However, the undead of the Sorcerer's Kingdom are extremely powerful. With them around, we have no need to fear any Quagoa attack. There are many benefits to purchasing them as a final defensive line. The most important thing, the thing we must all consider, is the safety of our nation. Now that we have lost our fortress, we need power, more than anything else. Even so, don't you think it's more dangerous to have the hands of another nation around our throats? I told you, now isn't the time to talk about that sort of thing. We'll leave it as that. Those words will be saved for when it's only us. This is not something we should be saying in front of His Majesty, who came all the way here from his kingdom. Forgive this gaffe, Your Majesty. This conflict was caused by the attractive nature of Your Majesty's proposals, and we would be very grateful if you could permit it to pass unnoticed. Then, may I know what Your Majesty desires from this country? I feel that we have practically nothing to offer. Certainly not. First, I desire ores. My country's stockpiles are limited. I see. So that's why you suggested undead labor. If we could excavate minerals in large quantities, then there would be an ample surplus. In other words, you want to keep the price of ores low. Is that it? Ains had not thought that far ahead, but Ains nodded and pretended that it was the case. Indeed it is so. You have seen through me. No wonder, the dwarves thought his understanding dawned on them. Also, I would like the weapons and armor crafted by the forges of your nation. I hear that Dwarven battle equipment is of exemplary quality. All the people I had asked about this topic agreed that this was an unassailable fact. However, processed weapons and armor were more expensive. If we bought from the dwarves, then there would be fewer armorsmiths and weaponsmith in the Sorcerer Kingdom. If there was a clear technological difference between the two countries, it would be better to improve the technology of one's own nation rather than take the foolish action of buying large quantities of superior arms and armor. However, if there was no competition, the smiths within the Sorcerer Kingdom would not hone their skills. The weapons and armor purchased from the dwarves might serve as a positive stimulus for that. Of course, there were many ways to handle this, such as by collecting tariffs and the like. I had to ensure that I could make a profit off the dwarves and not constantly import from them, among other headaches. The simple answer would be to hand all this to Albedo and Demiurge. However, Ains had his own considerations as well. My plan was to limit sales to the newly founded Adventurers Guild, or rent them to adventurers. Low prices were very attractive to adventurers, and keeping them alive would also benefit the Sorcerer Kingdom. If we could sell old goods at low prices, we might be able to increase the survival rates of adventurers at the same time. While we have not thanked Your Majesty for sharing all this with us, these are questions which cannot be answered immediately, in particular on the matter of war gear. Could you give us some time to discuss this? Of course. Discuss until you reach a conclusion. I will not be upset even if we cannot begin trade immediately. My own subordinates are already equipped with high-end gear. I merely wish to acquire arms and armor for my people. All right, this was the crucial moment. It was time to complete my objective for coming to this city. Shall we discuss the matter of the Quagoa? Tension immediately filled the air. The response to the Quagoa invasion was merely a personal decision. Is that correct, Commander-in-Chief? Indeed. It is as you say. However, what would have happened if I was not around? If Your Majesty had not been around, we would have had to rely on a single gate to block the enemy advance. Once the gate was breached, we would have needed to mobilize the citizens to engage in a decisive battle within the city in order to buy time for the children to flee. I imagine that would have been the case. The dwarves all had bitter expressions on their faces. Perhaps it was due to the Commander-in-Chief's earlier report, but the utter absence of objections or counter-arguments spoke of the excellence of everyone here. There was nobody present who was driven by idealism, emotion, or personal gain. If there was anyone like that here, particularly if they possessed authority or influence, they would waste time pointlessly before even the basics were completed, chattering away until the meeting was concluded. The fact that there was nobody like that here was worthy of praise. Then, please explain to me in more detail. What would this decisive battle entail? It is difficult to answer because we do not know the enemy's full battle strength. However, assuming there were 1,000 Quagoa, we would be in dire straits. Repelling them would be very difficult, and all we would accomplish would be to weaken our nation due to the loss of resources and manpower. Why did it end up this way? It was probably because the fortress at the Great Rift was too strong. The dwarves had grown arrogant, believing it'll be okay as long as we have it. I had tasted the bitter fruit of carelessness in the form of Shaltear. If we have only one ace in the hole, when it is defeated, then we are undone. Thus, I feel we need another trump card, in the form of Your Majesty's power. Ains raised his hand to silence the dwarves, who seemed about to speak. The Commander-in-Chief might have seized the reins of the conversation, but Ains was not done speaking yet. The Quagoa have been repulsed for the time being, but Feogur is not yet at peace. That is my opinion. The expressions on the dwarves' faces were universally sour. After making sure that everyone was fully aware of his prior point, Ains decided to seize the moment and speak. Without me, it will be very difficult to repulse the next Quagoa invasion. Even for someone like me, the destruction of a nation which I am about to begin trade with would be quite troublesome. What do you think? Will you not make use of my strength? Given the power of my nation, I can guarantee that your nation will not be attacked for a time. Yes. For instance, I could help in taking back that Quagoa nest, the former Dwarven capital, I believe. The air seemed to shudder. This was an entirely new reaction. The master of caves and mines licked his lips. Your Majesty, do you mean that such a thing would be possible? If I prepare for it, of course. The Forge Master folded his arms before him and glared at Ains. That seems far too idealistic. Why are you giving us so much help? What do you want from us? Oi, you've said too much. The Forge Master snorted at his colleague's words. It's like waving a bottle of fine wine in front of a stranger. Do you really think there are no strings attached? A reasonable question. Then let me be frank with you. One of the reasons is because I believe it is better to establish diplomatic relations with your country than the Quagoa. I believe that you gentlemen of this fine country understand the concepts of common sense and indebtedness, and that you owe me a certain debt of gratitude. Now, consider a side which is about to win, and a side which is about to lose. Who will be more grateful if I lend them my strength? That is the case. In addition, I would like this debt to be paid not in words, but in a material fashion. This leads to another reason. I see, so it's about payment. Then, do you want gold, or rare metals, or exotic ores? Or do you want mining rights as well? Of course. Ains wanted to say that, but he swallowed those words and resisted the urge to speak them. No, I want something different. I want to recruit the runesmiths of this country to my nation. The dwarves blinked as one. What? Is that so hard to understand? The Forge Master frowned more deeply than the others. It is because runic arms and armor are very rare in the nations surrounding the Sorcerer Kingdom. I find them to be very valuable articles. In other words, they are very valuable. Therefore, I thought of recruiting runesmiths and having them produce rune-crafted war gear in my nation. Will you take them as slaves? Ains sighed with exaggerated loudness at the Forge Master. I will do nothing of the sort. Did you not hear me speak? I said I wanted to open international ties and begin trade, did I not? Do you actually think I would take the people of such a partner nation as slaves? Frankly speaking, I'm a little disappointed. All I had in mind was recruiting runesmiths and having them make runic equipment in my country. In that case, what if we gave you top priority on the sales of rune-crafted gear? No. It would not be worth the investment. If you wish to use my strength, then you must let the runesmiths work in the Sorcerer Kingdom and allow us to form a monopoly on the sale of their products. That is what my nation wants, and it is the price of taking back your former capital. When can you give me an answer? The dwarves looked at each other. I see. Perhaps tomorrow. That might be a little troublesome. Don't forget this city is still in danger of being attacked by the Quagoa. Even if His Majesty accepts the task of defeating the Quagoa, it will take time for him to gather his troops. With that point in mind, we cannot wait until tomorrow. We should give him an answer right away. It is not my place to speak here. However, if you are truly in such dire straits, then having me fulfill my earlier promises will also be quite troublesome. If the situation becomes very bad, then I will have to add several more conditions. After all, one must expect to pay more for last-minute work. The Commander-in-Chief is right, and Your Majesty's words are also very sensible. Then, Your Majesty, while we apologize for the imposition, can you wait for us in the room from just now? We would like to reach a conclusion as quickly as possible. I have no objections to that. I shall wait there, then. With that, Ains rose, and left the room in the company of his subordinates. The room was still veiled in silence even after the departure of the Sorcerer King. Shortly after, somebody exhaled, and that dispersed the tension that hung in the air. What the hell was that? That was an unbelievable monster. Commander-in-Chief, that monster made my hair stand on end. There's no doubt about the fear he commands. I almost thought I was going to piss myself. The dwarves all began shouting. They poured out all the things their strained nerves had been holding in check. What should we do? He's evil incarnate. If even a single thing of what he said is true, it would scare the hell out of me. How could anyone radiating such an evil light be benevolent? Look at him, how many of the living do you think he's murdered up till now? He must have taken so many lives he can't even remember them all. And to think that spine-chilling face could actually utter such normal-sounding words. He must be gathering equipment for some great invasion. For his army of darkness. Also, I hate how he's so easy to understand and agree with. He feels just like those devils who steal souls with contracts. However, His Majesty's proposal is very attractive to our country. In the first place, our country will be destroyed if we don't do something about the Quagoa. In addition, the Sorcerer King is the only person who can save us. The Commander-in-Chief was the sole voice of opposition. His words made the other dwarves look like they had chewed a bitter worm. Let me make sure again. Is there no way we can deal with the Quagoa with our strength alone? There's no way. With the help of the Sorcerer King we might be able to take the fortress back, but there are far too many things we need to do. Right now, all we can hope for is to take the fortress back. Had His Majesty not come here, the Quagoa might be flooding into the city by now. If the Sorcerer King spoke the truth, then there were sightings of Quagoa in Fiorezo as well. What if we just borrowed the Sorcerer King's power and then pretended that we knew nothing about it? That would only aggravate that monster. Even I would be unhappy in his position. After all, we'd be the people who only cared about borrowing military power for our own gain and whatnot. Still, the timing for this is just too much of a coincidence. Could the Sorcerer King be pulling the strings behind the scenes? It's quite likely, but we have no proof. All we can do is guess. The important thing here is that the Sorcerer King chose us and not the Quagoa. If we displease him, we'll be putting a noose around our own necks. Trying to investigate him would also be very dangerous. Does the Sorcerer King drink? Do you think he can? I guess you can't trust a guy who doesn't drink, after all. Still, I believe we can all accept what the Sorcerer King is saying. It makes perfect sense. I'd do the same in his position, picking the dwarves over the Quagoa. If he commanded an army which could easily annihilate the Quagoa, then helping the Quagoa kill the dwarves would not offer him a lot of benefits. He said he wanted to lend undead workers to us. Wouldn't taking the mines for his own be more profitable? Well, there would be no point in taking us as slaves. Besides, we know the mountain, don't we? I see. That's very likely. He feels that exploring the mines by himself would be very troublesome, so he'll let us excavate the ores. So he'll give us a pretty collar to please us, then? Still, after talking to the Sorcerer King, I get the feeling that everything will be alright as long as we trade with him. In other words, he doesn't intend to exploit us with uneven trade deals? In that case, I can understand why he's offering such generous terms. Still, wouldn't it be alright to agree to his proposal? Why do you say that? Because we can help each other. As long as the Sorcerer King wants ores, he will protect us. We can think of the Sorcerer King as a mercenary with a huge appetite for wine, in that sense. The general opinion had shifted from dealing with him as dangerous to we'll be safe as long as we have value. However, during the course of this change, one dwarf spoke coldly. Do you all intend to be the minions of that undead creature? It's not a question of good or evil. Right now, our country is in a crisis of survival. If we don't do something about the Quagoa, we'll be destroyed for sure. And our strength alone cannot defeat the Quagoa. Then, how about asking the Empire for help? We've had dealings with them for many years. Wouldn't that be safer? We don't know anything about the Sorcerer Kingdom, you know. Even if we ask the Empire for help, they'd have no chance against the Quagoa. They're very tough foes for anyone who uses a weapon. The most important thing is that humans can't see in the dark and they're not suitable for underground combat. While they might have a chance if we could lure them to the surface, we have no way of doing so. Then it seems dealing with the Sorcerer Kingdom is our only option. In any case, we'll start by asking for help, and leave the trade deals for after we've seen the Sorcerer Kingdom. What do you think? That might be the safest way of doing it. Still, we're doing business with them to defeat the Quagoa, right? Then, if we don't make a deal with them, we'll need to pay for services rendered, won't we? I don't even want to think about what kind of price one can put on saving a country. I guess the only way to save the country is to accept his proposal. That means we'll have to rely on the Sorcerer King's strength for the next few decades. Using undead labor means that they can keep going for all those decades. You seem to have forgotten something important. I oppose this. I will never let our people go and be his slaves. Slaves? What slaves are you talking about? The runesmiths. He wants them. The Sorcerer King already said they would not be slaves, no? Really? Do you really believe what he says? Oi, look. We can't rule that out. Even if everything the Sorcerer King stated was fact, anyone who knew the undead hated the living would not be able to believe it. He would take them as hostages, then? No. There'd be no need for him to specify runesmiths, in that case. He could just as easily have stated demands for our family members instead. Then, can we refuse the matter of the runesmiths but ask if anything else would serve as payment? Are there any treasures which might change his mind? No. Although, if we take back the capital and if the treasury is intact, we might be able to pay him with its contents. No, he won't accept that. We'll need his strength to take back the royal capital, right? If we give it to him under that, what will we say when he asks us, "Did you take these treasures from the vaults of the city I took back for you?" Do you think it would be a good deal if you were in his shoes? Frankly speaking, I think it would be fine if we just accepted all his terms. The Forge Master glared at the Merchant's Guildmaster. But he will take them as slaves. That's just your opinion. The Sorcerer King has already said he won't take them as slaves. All we need to do is send people over to make sure of that, right? And most importantly, while this might seem a bit much, runecraft is an outdated technology. Considering it might vanish at any moment, I don't think it'll be a problem to hand it over. Pretty cheap for what we're getting, right? But we'll lose that entire branch of our craft, don't you think? Still, now's the best time to sell it, right? I oppose it. I oppose this solution. Bubbles formed at the edge of the Forge Master's mouth as he shouted. Is that the result of logic and not emotions? Doesn't look that way to me. I have no idea why you all have so much trust in the Sorcerer King. At this point, the Commander-in-Chief spoke in cold tones. Having faced the Quagoa in battle, he knew the situation of this city better than anyone else. Trust aside, this city will assuredly be destroyed if we do not borrow the strength of the Sorcerer King. What you're doing is casting aside the single lifeline that we have. What did you say, you whippersnapper? I'm in charge of this city's military. And I say that the only way we can protect the city is with His Majesty's power. Do you want to destroy this city? Otherwise, give me a way to beat the Quagoa without using his strength. You old relic. You've been calling that monster His Majesty ever since you stepped into this room. Have you betrayed this country? The Forge Master grabbed the Commander-in-Chief by the lapels. What bullshit is that, you addled old fool? You want to fight? It's only natural to refer to someone with such power with terms of respect. You're the ones who can't be trusted. He could easily annihilate this country, you know. If you say I betrayed this nation, then you lot are jeopardizing the safety of the people. The Commander-in-Chief seized the Forge Master by the collar as well, and their foreheads collided. Oi! It's one thing to disagree, but don't fight. The other dwarves hurriedly rose to separate the pair. However, the two of them still glared at each other, as though they were getting ready for round two. In any case, let's take a vote. If anyone disagrees, we'll discuss it later. It'll be more constructive than a fist fight. What's the vote about? First, whether we will let the runesmiths go to the Sorcerer's Kingdom in order to make use of the Sorcerer King's power. All in favor, raise your hand. Everyone except the Forge Master raised their hands. Then, the next item. Do we want to forge relations with the Sorcerer's Kingdom and begin trade? All in favor, raise your hand. The outcome was the same as before. I see. Then, the vote concerning the Sorcerer King, His Majesty, is decided. Sorry, Commander-in-Chief, but you can call His Majesty back now." Ains and company were once more invited to the council chamber. After entering, they saw a single disgruntled dwarf while the others were brimming with positivity. The commander-in-chief also seemed quite at ease. In other words, everything had developed as I had hoped for. "Please accept our sincere apologies for making you come and go constantly. After our discussions, we have decided to proceed as Your Majesty wishes. To begin with, we will throw ourselves upon Your Majesty's compassion with regards to the matter of stationing of the forces. After that, we shall open diplomatic relations and begin trade with Your Majesty's nation. That said, the nature of the trade goods and the methods of the transaction will require further negotiation to work out the minute details. Naturally. In any event, I shall promptly furnish you with the fighting strength needed to retake the fortress and hinder any further Quagoa invasion. I shall send a representative over to handle the finer points of international relationships in a few days, whereupon you may discuss the matter at length." Ains breathed a sigh of relief. "I have to hand tasks like this, which required relevant knowledge, to Albedo. Fortunately, they have not insisted on hashing things out here. Then, there is the matter of Your Majesty's price for the recovery of the royal capital, the dispatch of our runesmiths to the sorcerer's kingdom. We shall pledge that to you. However, we would like to send a group of inspectors to the sorcerer's kingdom to see how our brethren are being treated, and to ensure their welfare. May we have your permission to do so?" "Of course. The sorcerer kingdom will accept interviews from these inspectors." With his agreement, the dwarves looked much more relieved now. Did they intend to conduct a workplace inspection? Rather, it seemed more likely that they wanted to see if the sorcerer kingdom was adhering to its side of the labor agreement between the two nations. Typically, labor contracts are never honored. However, I swear I won't let anyone end up like Harahiro-san. I'll need to draw up a contract with terms which the dwarves will respect, let the runesmiths focus on development and the like, among other things. Ains nodded to the dwarves and their concern for their colleagues. "No, all this is thanks to the Quagoa. This situation came about because they conquered the fortress. If they had not picked this time to attack the Dwarven nation, events would not have unfolded so smoothly. Putting on recruitment shows for the runesmith would have taken a lot of time and resources. I almost feel sorry about exterminating the Quagoa now. One good turn deserved another, after all. Then, when does Your Majesty intend to begin the recapture of the Dwarven kingdom?" As soon as possible." While it was not likely that the Quagoa who had defeated the Death Knights was a player, I could not rule out a connection entirely. I have to verify this as soon as possible. Then, we will place ourselves in your capable hands. To us dwarves, being able to take back Theo Burkana is like a dream come true. I am certain the people will rejoice at Your Majesty's matchless might. It might sound forced, but they do come from the heart. In other words, if I don't take back the capital, international relations will be very tricky. It's not like they're trying to impose on me, but it does sound very selfish." "I see. Then, I shall hasten to prepare. Oh yes, I have a request. I don't know if you'll mind." What sort of request is that, Your Majesty?" The dwarves asked that question nervously. Ains was confused by their fearful attitude. "I have not said anything which should have frightened them. I intend to present a gift to a certain lizardman, and I wish to draw upon the exceptional workmanship of the dwarves to present him with a suitable set of armor." "That's right, Zenbaru. It is for Yozu. Call it a present to celebrate the birth of his child." Ains had spoken of this because he intended to preserve Yozu's life. He would surely father many rare lizardmen in the future. Thus, presenting him with such excellent armor only made sense. The dwarf's attention turned to the forge master. He folded his arms in front of him, still frowning at Ains. "How about it? Can you do it?" After being questioned again and prodded by the people beside him, the forge master finally nodded, unwillingness written all over his face. "What are the measurements? We can pay for it." Magical armor ought to resize itself to fit its wearer. Can you enchant it here? I have no confidence in magical matters. You'll have to ask the high priest about that. If you're alright with a low-leveled enchantment, there shouldn't be any problem. Do you not mind, your majesty? I believe you should have better enchanters within your domain. In truth, there were few skilled enchanters within the sorcerer's kingdom. Enchanters were essentially specialized magic casters, and they were originally affiliated with the Magician's Guild. However, the Sorcerer Kingdom's Magician's Guild was essentially disbanded. In addition, Nazarick used a different enchantment process, that of data crystals. I wanted to preserve them as much as possible, given that I could not obtain data crystals in this world. Naturally, nobody in Nazarick could perform the enchantments of this world. In other words, the Sorcerer Kingdom had no ability to enchant magic items. That said, there was no need to let them know about it. If the need arises, all I have to do is reinforce the existing enchantment. In any event, I would like a suit of armor from this city. It will also serve as publicity for Dwarven armorsmithing. Ho! It should be ready within a week. Really now? That would be wonderful. Until then, I shall be engaged in taking back the capital. Well, if the battle ends before it's complete, I might end up waiting around for it in this city. Then I'll work on it faster. It was quite clear that he did not mean it would be a shame to keep you waiting. It was more like I'll finish it up quick so you don't take too long hanging around in this city. Why does he hate me so much? I should be a hero to this country, right? Or the liberator who reclaimed their royal capital, right? I don't recall doing anything to deserve such resentment. Is that it? Is he really just a stubborn old fool? Regarding the payment. Like I said just now, there's no charge. That settles the price of that particular article. When I talk about payment, I'm referring to the fact that it is both a finished product and a sample. I need you to tell me how much it costs so I can estimate how much it takes to produce this sort of thing. I don't decide the prices. Oi, Merchant's Guildmaster, you're in charge of that. To begin with, we'd have to consider the material of which the armor is made. That would certainly affect the price range. Ah, so it's like that. So tell me, what's the highest grade metal in this city? If the names of one of the prismatic ores came up, I might well abandon my present negotiations and subjugate the dwarves by force. However, his worries were ill-founded. The metal of which the dwarves spoke was adamantite. Adamantite, Is there nothing harder than that here? No, even a slightly softer metal would do if it was a rarity in this mountain range. They could not answer that question either. There was a possibility that this was classified information and they could not speak openly of it. However, direct questioning would not help. Using charm magic to make them talk would leave the memories of being controlled, so if I could not eliminate them afterwards, it was not an option. Sadly, I had no other way to inquire further. Since Gondo did not know either, I could only pin my hopes on the more senior runesmiths. As Ains concealed his disappointment, he produced an ingot from beneath his robes. Then, we shall supply the metal. Just tell me the processing fee. This was a level 45 metal. It was not particularly strong, but it was much stronger than adamantite. Zariusu's defensive abilities would soar if he wore a suit of armor made from this material. It would be enough to protect him from the vast majority of foes in this world. And this is. Judging by the expression on the Forgemaster's face as he examined the ingot, Ains was sure that this ore could not be excavated anywhere near here. A war. Ains shut his mouth just before he could say worthless. After all, this was the raw material for a suit of armor he was giving to Zariusu. I could not say this sort of thing in front of the armorsmith who would be taking on the task. It's a serviceable metal. I have some weapons made of the same material. One moment, please. Ains rose and left the room before looking through his inventory. After some searching, he withdrew a strange short sword and returned to the room. Frightened by the fact that Ains was holding a short sword, the dwarves shifted uneasily in their seats. Ains placed the short sword on the table and slid it over, and it stopped in front of the forge master. He did not pick up the short sword that slid before him, but instead studied it with a scary look on his face. This one. Since it's a short sword, I don't know if you can use it as a reference for armor. How about it? Can you make it? For some reason, those words caused the forge master to flush red. I'll do it and show you. Sensing the powerful determination in the forge master's voice, Ains nodded. Then, please take care of that. I'd like a suit of chainmail armor, if possible. I'll lend you the short sword too. If you need anything else, feel free to let me know. Zenbaru, you should be more familiar with Yozu. Answer him about his body size, shape and whatnot. I understand, Your Majesty. Then, that's all for my request. If it's fine with you, I will excuse myself. Your Majesty, may I ask where you are going? Ah, Commander-in-Chief. There was a dwarf from the southern city whom I rescued, no? I was invited to his home, and I will be a guest there today. Let's leave the welcome reception for later. Or rather, I do not want to embarrass myself, and it is better to avoid such a ceremony. I understand Your Majesty's wishes. However, it would be somewhat distressing if word got out that the savior of our nation had to personally procure accommodations. We have already prepared a high-end room for yourself. Would you consider resting there for the day? The Commander-in-Chief's words were acceptable, and there was no reason to refuse. Then let us do that. I shall go visit Gondo, the dwarf who brought me here, and apologize for standing him up. I trust you won't try to hinder me any further. Another dwarf came in. He was a runesmith. There were very few people in this city who called themselves runesmiths now, and he was one of them. The sorcerer king had given something to Gondo, which he had in turn passed on to all the runesmiths he knew. The results were excellent. Even before the appointed time, 9/10 of the runesmiths he had approached had arrived. Over here! Over here! Oh! Gondo! I'm coming! Anticipation was written all over the face of the dwarf who walked over. All right, now give it to me as agreed. How many times had those words been repeated up till now? While Gondo found it irritating, he rationalized it away as a form of work, and he gave that dwarf the same answer he had given all the others. The sorcerer king has something to tell everyone. You'll get it after that. What do you mean by that? I told you, didn't I? Before I gave you that small bottle. His Majesty has something to say, and after you listen to the end, you'll get the large bottle. Well, that does sound kind of familiar. All right, if you understand, then sit down over there. Also, Gondo. About that. Gondo knew what was coming even without hearing it. Every single smith who had come had said the same thing. Nobody else but His Majesty has such wine. Do you understand? Do you understand that such a wine can only be found in his country? That's true. That taste, like joy spreading through your mouth. It glides down the throat, but burns in the gut. All right, if you get it, then sit down over there. Gondo pushed the smith, who was imagining delights unseen, in the appropriate direction. Come on, don't be like that. You've tasted it before, haven't you? You understand how I feel, right? I've never touched it. I'm not a fan of drinking. Oh, what a waste. Gondo, you've missed out on 4/5 of life. Yes, hurry up and sit down. Look, those guys have all drunk it, you should go discuss it with them. Oh. Really? The excited smith began running and then suddenly stopped. Then, he turned to look at Gondo. Many of the smiths here had done that too. I say, Gondo. It's fine. Don't worry about me. Really? But. It's fine. That's why. I understand. However, there's one thing you must remember. You can come to me for help at any time. After saying that, the smith moved to sit with the others. Then, he joined their enthusiastic discussion on the joys of alcohol. Gondo sighed, his heart aching faintly. The sorcerer King Ains had given Gondo a certain item in order to gather the runesmiths. That item was wine. Gondo did not drink, but no dwarf could resist the taste of delicious wine. By whetting their appetites with a small sample of exotic alcohol and promising them a large bottle of it later, we should be able to gather about half the smiths. That was what the sorcerer king had said. However, every seat here looked to be filled up. Gondo sighed again. Personally speaking, he did not want to gather them with such cheap tricks. Instead, he wanted to inflame their pride as craftsmen and have them rally round. That was just Gondo's selfish wish. The sorcerer king had used the quickest and most effective method to gather the smiths. Relying on their pride to bring them together would have wasted a lot of valuable time. The runesmiths were in dire straits. They had lost the proof that they and their ancestors had existed, while all that lay ahead was darkness. Mired in negativity, it was no wonder that many of them had given up on themselves. Very few dwarves still called themselves runesmiths and practiced their craft. Most of them had taken down the shingles on their workshops and merely lived day by day of a hopeless, dreamless existence. Could I have relit the fire in hearts like theirs? Gondo eagerly looked forward to Ains and what would happen next. At the appointed time, Gondo checked the number of dwarves which had shown up. Every single one was present. Well? Ains-sama asked if he could begin. The girl who ran up to Gondo was one of the Sorcerer King's trusted aides, Aura. Oh, can you tell His Majesty that everyone is gathered? Got it. The girl ran off. As he watched her leave, Gondo tilted his head. He was not quite sure what exactly that girl was. Why did that nigh-omnipotent undead lord place so much trust in her? Was she the proof of his friendship with the Dark Elves? As Gondo pondered this, Ains stepped forward on a raised platform. Beside him was the other female who served as his aide. Oh! It's the undead. An enemy? The dwarves were thrown into chaos. The undead were the enemies of all that lived. Silence. Shaltear Bloodfallen raised the bottle in her hand. Everyone's eyes could pick out the amber radiance within. They were an intensely practical lot, so their attention went to the bottle instead of Ains' undead face, and they fell silent. Ains-sama, what is your will? No, there's nothing. Thank you for your hard work, Shaltear. Alright, thank you for coming, everyone. There's enough wine for everyone, so after this, just take one bottle as you go. Until then, I hope you will keep quiet and listen to me. Of course, if you feel that the words of the undead are not worth listening to, you are free to leave on the spot. Of course, you will not get a bottle of this wine. The Sorcerer King swept his gaze across the dwarves. Every fiber of his being, from his attitude to his diction and many other things, was certain proof of his overwhelming power. Then there was his haughty, regal bearing which made them instinctively cower before him. It was as though every single joint of his fingers was infused with power. Then, I trust there are no objections if I begin speaking? The dwarves nodded in silence. Firstly, I am the Sorcerer King Ains. The domain to the south of this mountain range, beyond the Great Forest of Tob, belongs to me. Being able to meet you esteemed runesmiths delights me from the bottom of my heart. Alright, my words are a very simple proposal, as well as a request. Come to my country. I want to use your runecraft to begin a revolution in magic item enchantment. As he heard the Sorcerer King's words, a spike of pain born of disappointment and despair pierced Gondo's heart. Gondo shook his head. He cast away the matter of his father and his grandfather, and looked at the faces of the smiths from the side. They all had bitter expressions on their faces. Their response did not look like it would be positive. Forgive me, but I have a question I wish to ask. Why do you want our craft? Frankly speaking, it's practically a dying art in this country too. Simple. I want you to rediscover the lost secrets of your art. Lost? Under the runesmith's eyes, the sorcerer king produced a sword from his pocket dimension. The dwarves gasped in unison. It was shock, born of seeing a sword being pulled out of thin air. There was also terror at the sight of the skeletal king, wreathed in unholy light, holding up a blade. But the reason why Gondo exclaimed despite himself was the same awe which filled every other person here. It was a black-bladed sword of extraordinary quality. The unbelievably fine edge practically shone with magical radiance. Such an amazing sword. Incredible. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Is this the sword from Dwarven mythology? Oh! What a beautiful sight this is. The sorcerer king raised the sword, as though to show it to the dwarves. Gondo's eyes instinctively followed its glow as well. All right, gentlemen, please pay attention to the body of the sword. Gondo followed where the sorcerer king was pointing, and cried out. So did the other smiths. There were 20 purple runes carved upon it. However, only Gondo noticed that one of the runes on the sword was the same as the one which the sorcerer king had described during their encounter in the tunnel. I see. So that's why he knew so much about runes. He must have gained that knowledge from careful study of that sword. Then, I wish to ask you gentlemen. There are 20 runes on this sword, is such a thing possible? The answer went without saying. It is impossible. Nobody here could do it, no matter how hard we try. And then, there was this sword, which seemed to exist only to mock our inability to do so. The smiths rose from their seats, each with a raging inferno in their eyes. There was a passion in them which had not been there when they were talking about drinks. The crowd surged forward like a horde of zombies pouncing on the living, to the feet of the sorcerer king. Let me see. Please. Let me touch it. I might learn something. I beg you. Insolence. The silver-haired girl glared at the encroaching dwarves with a frightening look in her eyes. The dwarves froze for an instant, as though impaled by a fear which cut like icy blades. You're being too noisy. Quiet down. There was no doubt that they stood in the presence of a true ruler. His aura was one of a leader that was utterly confident of his position. Gondo had known this ever since he had met Ains in that tunnel, but Ains had not revealed that side of himself back then. It must have been an act to keep me from shrinking away in fear. This must be the true nature of the sorcerer king. I can't tell his expression, but he seems pleased. It must be because everyone's moving as he planned. A moment, good smiths. Please hear me out to the end. After that, you may touch it directly. I will not continue until you are seated, and neither will you be able to obtain this sword. Dejected, cowed by his air of sovereign power, the smiths returned to their places. Thank you. Then, I shall pick up from where I left off. My question still stands. Is a sword with 20 runes carved upon it within your abilities? Everyone looked to the oldest and most experienced of the smiths. He shook his head powerlessly. It is not. To the best of my knowledge, I have only ever heard of 6. What? 6? I've only ever heard of 5. Is that so? It seems few know of this, but 200 years ago, the hammer which the king bore had 6 runes carved upon it. That was the secret treasure of the runesmith's art. Gondo recalled his grandfather. He thought of the face of a runesmith from 200 years ago, a man who was a veteran of weapon forging. Oh! Is that the warhammer which could shake the earth? I think I heard of it in a song once. Correct. Even the runesmiths, hailed as geniuses and prodigies, of that time could not produce a weapon with 20 runes on it. I see. So this must be a weapon made with lost techniques, then. Do you not know either, Your Majesty? I am not sure how this sword was made. In all honesty, it is merely my possession. And Its creators are no longer in this world. By that you mean more valuable techniques were lost, then? Pain filled the faces of the smiths. Gondo felt the same way as well. Because of that. Everyone looked up at the Sorcerer King's words. Because of that, I want to revive those techniques. Thus, I need your strength. I want you to make something like this sword, no matter the cost. Silence descended. Needless to say, it was because they were all aware of how close to impossible this task was. Even the most skilled of the runesmiths present had strained themselves to carve 4 runes at once. The Sorcerer King was asking for 5 times that amount. However, none of them said it's impossible. They had their pride as craftsmen, and after seeing the masterpieces of a prior artisan, they could not bring themselves to deny it. That sword is like a challenge from the smiths of old to the smiths of today. I want to make it. Yes. I want to make it too. All right. I want to try it. I want to show the world what a real legend looks like. No, I'll be the one who'll be hailed as a legend. What nonsense is that? I'm the one who will bear that heavy burden. The sound of applause rang through the air. Its source was the Sorcerer King upon his stage. Marvelous. However, can you do so by yourselves? Can you raise your voices and speak your challenge to a legend? It might be possible. It might not. Thus, I hope you will come to my country and devote your lives to creating new techniques. Silence descended once more. Gondo was very aware of their feelings. The Sorcerer King was offering these people, who were keenly aware that their art was practically extinct in the Dwarven nation, a shining opportunity within the palm of his outstretched hand. Should we not bet our lives on this challenge? All right then, I will entrust this sword to you. The Sorcerer King stepped off the stage, presenting its hilt to one of the aged smiths. Perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps he had researched it beforehand, but the man to whom he presented it was considered a genius second only to Gondo's own late father, and his voice carried much weight among the runesmiths. The veteran smith did not reach out for it. It was only natural to be confused when presented with such a mighty blade. Is it all right? Is it all right to hand such a powerful weapon which I may never see again in all my life to someone like me? Right now, you are not dwarves tempted by wine, but runesmiths who wish to take up a challenge. I can place my trust in that. In addition, I will be leaving this city for a while. Thus, I am simply lending it to you. I see. Then, please permit me to borrow it, Your Majesty. The dwarf bowed deeply, and received the sword with the utmost respect. Still, I have to say that I do not quite understand the techniques of runecraft. Is it possible to carve runes upon a blade and then further enchant it with magic? It doesn't work that way, Your Majesty. Runes are characters imbued with mana. Thus, carved runes and enchantments are mutually repulsive. If a powerful magic caster tries an enchantment, the runes will distort. Oh? Is that so? Incidentally, when you say you will be leaving Feogur, where will you be heading? I will be going to your former royal capital. The dwarves groaned all at once. That ruined. To such a dangerous place, where the Quagoa still rule. They say there are 3 trials awaiting those who wish to go there from this place. Will it be all right? The 3 hazards, said to be impassable. Even if you make it past the first of them, the maze of death is impenetrable. These elder dwarves, as expected of those who were old and full of years, it would seem they knew things even Gondo did not. It might be best to ask them about it. The runesmith who had straightened himself up gave his counsel to the Sorcerer King. Your Majesty, that place should be the lair of a gigantic dragon. That lord of the frost dragons, the White Dragon Lord, might be in residence. He was the reason for the destruction of Taiwas. I know Your Majesty is possessed of great power, but in my humble opinion, that Dragon Lord is equally powerful. I pray you will take care of yourself. A dragon, then. Indeed, it would make for a very interesting opponent. Then I shall proceed with the greatest of caution and deal with it carefully. After that, there were several more simple questions, and the meeting was dissolved. This was because everyone realized that the sooner it ended, the more time the Sorcerer King would have to take back their capital. They couldn't bear to get in the way of that. Or perhaps, they wanted to inspect the sword they had received. Given the inferno in their eyes, it was probably the latter. The desire to shout Yahoo filled Ains. He had felt that way ever since he had finished his presentation. It was no different from when I had been Suzuki Satoru. Whether I had succeeded or failed, I wanted to cry out and bask in the feeling of liberation and relief. That was amazing, Ains-sama. You really got that lot all fired up. That was truly incredible. The only person in Nazarick who could do that is you, Ains-sama. Ains resisted his embarrassment as Aura and Shaltear praised him. Perhaps if they were Demiurge or Albedo, I might peek at them while wondering if they were mocking me. But since it was Aura and Shaltear, I could take their words at face value. Perhaps if I was Suzuki Satoru, I might even say, "I'm beat, wanna grab a drink?" and head toward a vending machine, but the man who ruled Nazarick and the Sorcerer's Kingdom could not say such things. Well, it was nothing much. I'm sure Demiurge or Albedo could do a better job. Certainly not, Ains-sama. Yup. Even those two couldn't play those dwarves that well. I do not feel that way, but I have not expected the situation to develop this well. And then, the creeping feeling of guilt over whether this success was a good thing began creeping up on him. Naturally, the sword I had shown the dwarves was an item from Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil did not have a rune system. Then again, it might have existed within the game's data, but it had not been discovered by anyone until the very end. Therefore, the runes carved on that sword were merely cosmetic. At first, I had thought, maybe they might get interested if they saw the sword. But I have been caught completely off guard by the intensity of their reaction, to the point where I kind of regretted saying that I wanted them to make a sword like that. However, I have to strengthen the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Since a foe with a world-class item might appear in the future, and there might be hidden players out there fighting me, I had to increase our combat strength. Ains looked at Shaltear. She was the first NPC he had no choice but to kill with his own two hands. His emotion suppression cancelled out the surge of hatred that followed, but even so, he could not forget the shadow of the holder of the world-class item that had made him do such a thing. In order to reach my goal, even making people miserable with lies was hardly worthy of consideration. The most important thing in this world was the residents of Nazarick. All other lives were 2 or 3 rungs below them. Equality of lives was nothing more than a madman's ravings. If all life was equal, then I would like to put a man who tortured people to death in one electric chair and a champion of said equality in another, and then make the latter decide which of them should die. Anyone who could actually say that they could entrust their fate to a roll of the dice was a true believer. However, I would kill the former without hesitation. This was because I knew that lives were not equal. There was no comparing the lives of the NPCs within Nazarick to the lives of the people outside it. That's Ains-sama for you. Yes. You're right about that. Before Ains could finish his train of thoughts, the praise of Aura and Shaltear stabbed at his heart. Don't say they were played. I merely told them the truth. He had said that to them for the sake of Gondo, who should have been behind him. However, when there was no response from behind, a somewhat puzzled Ains turned around. Gondo padded closer, prepared to send Ains off. What is it, Gondo? Your Majesty. Since you said all that to them, am I to take it that the council approved of sending over the runesmiths? Indeed. They did say they would also send an inspection team in the future to see if they were being treated as slaves, but fundamentally, they agreed to do so. Is that so? So did those great people really feel that runecraft was no longer necessary? Gondo's tears flowed down his cheeks. Ains was shocked. Outside of childhood, a man's tears were a rare thing. Those tears must have been shed because he had learned that the art which he admired and which he took such pride in had been judged worthless and abandoned by his country. But was that really the case? Given the Dwarven nation's circumstances, it would be very hard for them to refuse the request of a nation who had pledged to send them reinforcements. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. That was a truth among nations. Even I would kill hundreds of millions of people for Nazarick. Indeed, Gondo. This country seems to view its runesmiths as disposable. They handed them over with hardly any resistance when I asked for them. However, the same is not true of me. I sense potential from the runesmiths. Even if Gondo's dreams could not be realized, monopolizing these skilled people and using their research might allow me to develop a countermeasure against enemies with runic weapons. Knowledge is power. Even if you're discarded by one country, it's not over as long as another one needs you, don't you think? Ains patted Gondo's shoulder several times and the dwarf wiped his face clumsily. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Please allow me to meet your expectations with all my strength. I shall look forward to it. Ains smiled although his face did not move, and then again, he had been thinking. It would be good if I could learn about the Dwarven capital. I would probably need to have Gondo do some legwork to obtain more information. And then, I have to speak to the commander-in-chief. Dragons in Yggdrasil could live forever. It would not be strange for them to be individuals of unimaginable power. So in all likelihood there'll be a frost dragon waiting for me. Suddenly, the face of a young woman appeared from within his memories. Come to think of it, she did say she wanted to help me learn more about them. What a shame. The next morning, Ains had decided to set out early to take back the former Dwarven capital, Theo-Burkana, but just as he was about to leave, a familiar face appeared at the door. Are you here to send me off, Gondo? No, I have come to lead the way. I had mentioned that I would need a dwarf to show me the way. Judging by how the council had immediately complied with the request, I surmised that this dwarf's mission would be to keep an eye on me. I thought that they might select an unrelated dwarf. After parting ways with you yesterday, I heard many things from the other runesmiths. I feel that I know the route to the royal capital better than any other dwarf. Then, can you find an alternate route if the tunnel to the capital collapses? You may need to adapt to changes in the situation as they come up. Is that all right? I've studied up as much about them as I could. Please allow me to guide you. In truth, bringing Gondo along carried more demerits than merits. However, if the council had approved, then if I was the only one who disapproved and requested a change, the chances of me getting someone else as a guide would be very low. Are you a warrior, or do you have some way to fight? No, I don't. I have no confidence in my skills pertaining to that field. However, I am prepared to face any danger, and nobody will blame you if I perish. In addition, I have my father's cloak. That was also a reason why they chose me. The cloak of invisibility lent a lot of weight to his argument. While I had planned to protect my guide anyway, I felt uneasy about bringing along a dwarf with no combat ability. And while I could still resurrect him with magic even if he died provided he had sufficient levels, Gondo might have the mindset of it's all over if he died. Do you need to verify if I've chased all the Quagoa out of the royal capital? If you die along the way, it'll make things very difficult for me. And then there's the matter of the runesmiths. I'd much rather you stayed here. The royal capital has a vast treasury. If it hasn't been plundered yet, then it will contain many dwarven treasures. There should also be some of my father's weapons and technical manuscripts from the royal family in there. Who knows, there might even be secret manuals left behind by runesmiths of the past. With that response, Ains indicated that Gondo should continue. I wish to secretly obtain them. While it seems rude to ask this of your majesty, may I please ask you to turn a blind eye to this when you retake the capital? Before that, do you have any way to open the treasury? No. However, I believe your majesty should be able to do something about that, right? Does he really think I can do anything? So you want me to become an accomplice to a petty thief? I believe the correct explanation of what would happen is that your majesty wished to see if the treasury had been burgled, and thus opened it to check. Then, you were briefly distracted, for just long enough. I would be that petty thief, bearing no relation to your majesty. The line of Dwarven royalty has been severed. Is that correct? Is there a ledger recording the treasures that should be within the vaults? I am afraid there is none. It is very important to make sure of that. It would be very dangerous if there was a record, you know? I cannot approve of this. More importantly, does that treasure not belong to your country? Does it not shame you to steal it? Ah. Well, those manuals don't mean anything to a country that gave us and Runecraft up, don't you think? It's treason, then? The truth was that it did me no harm. On the contrary, letting these books languish in the Dwarven nation would be a waste. More to the point, Gondo's theft would completely break his ties to the Dwarven kingdom. The Dwarven kingdom would not tolerate a criminal who had looted their treasury. This matter could be used as a form of blackmail, and it would become a shackle that would render Gondo completely incapable of betraying the Sorcerer Kingdom. However, it could also be used against me in a similar manner. Indeed. There's no point in letting people who don't need it have it either. Indeed, it might be that my eyes might fail me at that time. Still, like I mentioned earlier, you need to search out any catalogs of the treasures. I'd like to avoid any future disputes. Understood. I shall do as your majesty commands. Then, we'll leave matters at that. Then, let's change the topic. Tell me about the hazards we might face before reaching the Dwarven capital. A basic outline is fine. A good question. All who wish to reach the Dwarven capital must pass 3 trials. Trials? Interesting. Summarize them. The first trial is the Great Rift. There's a slope ahead of the gate that leads to the fortress. After the fortress is the Great Rift that splits the earth. Now that the suspension bridge has been strung, it hardly qualifies as a trial. However, when crossing it, one must prepare oneself to receive concentrated attacks from the enemy. Do the Quagoa use ranged weapons? I haven't heard of that before. However, it might be dangerous to assume they don't, right? It made a lot of sense. The possibility also existed that they could use the magic weapons from the fortress. Then, the next trial is an area of flowing lava. Even the heated air alone can be fatal. One must cross it via a narrow path of trimmed rock. There have also been sightings of a huge monster there from time to time. A huge monster, you say? Rune, area guardian of the 7th floor. If the monster was similar to it, things would be very troublesome indeed. Come to think of it, slimes and human society are quite closely linked. Is it the case in this country as well? If they have rare slimes here, I'd like to bring them home. Just as Ains thought of the slimes that live near the sewer filters, Gondo moved on to the last trial. The final trial is the Maze of Death. It is a cave with countless branches, filled with poisonous vapors. If one inhales those vapors, their limbs will be paralyzed and their hearts will stop beating. Gondo looked towards Aura and Shaltear. That gesture seemed to be saying that Ains might be fine, but those two would be in trouble. They'll be fine. Well, I guess I can tell him when we get there. And what is the right path through the caves? Regretfully, I do not know. I looked through all my connections, but even the elders did not know. Neither did the members of the council. Perhaps it might be recorded in an archive. But you didn't find it either, did you? Well, I doubt you'd be able to easily locate a document that was so critical to national security. We'll gather information when the time comes and adapt to the situation. Ains committed the information about these trials to memory, and gestured to the others. Let's go, then. Ains, Shaltear and Aura took the lead. Gondo lined up with 10 or so soldiers and their commander on their way to retake the fortress, and then the gates slowly opened. The stench of death filtered through the gap, so they had an idea what to expect, but then a gruesome scene revealed itself to all present. The gentle tunnel which sloped down was broad and it had been leveled for easier passage. However, the walls and floor were covered in blood, guts, and chunks of meat. Quagoa corpses littered the ground. The stench of gore, awful death filled the room. It was too much for Gondo, who had no experience as a warrior, and he began retching. The Dwarven soldiers' faces had turned green, and not because of any trick of the light. Ains' body had no concept of nausea, so it did not cause him any problems. However, he did not enjoy the smell. A squelching noise came from underfoot. It would seem he had stepped on the innards which had fallen out of a bisected Quagoa. Ains sighed and then cast Mass Fly, allowing everyone to take flight. It would seem the Death Knights had reveled in their carnage here. Anyone who slipped and fell in this tunnel of blood would surely lose their strength to the filth and the stench. More importantly, the sight of someone lurching around beside them while covered in blood was a gruesome one. The group descended the sloping passage, unblemished due to the flight spell. It is commonly accepted that leaving corpses untended will result in undead spawning. What do you plan to do? Yes, sir. We will clean them up. Well, we say clean, but it's more like dumping them into the Great Rift in a place where it won't matter even if we attract a monster. And after that, you'll need to repair the fortress, and then find out how the Quagoa attacked. It seems you have a lot of work ahead of you. We would part ways here. The only people who would be taking part in the reclamation of the Dwarven capital were me, Aura, Shaltear and Gondo. Well, the Hanzos were around as well. While it was true that the investigations were risky, it was nothing compared to my task of attacking the Quagoa main camp. Then, we'll enter the fortress. We will go in first to ensure it is safe, so wait outside until then. To be on the safe side, could you protect Gondo? After the commander replied affirmatively, Ains stepped through the open door. As he stood at the center of the tragedy, Ains asked Aura a question. Aura, can you sense anyone using a stealth ability to hide here? Nope. There's nothing alive in this fortress. If Aura the Ranger said so, then there would be nothing living within this fortress. Still, we could not lower our guard. The person who had defeated my Death Knights should have passed through here. If that person had taken a lot of stealth specialized classes, they might be able to deceive Aura's perceptive abilities. Still, anyone like that would generally have poor attack power, and they would be easy to deal with even if they launched an ambush. Ains passed through the fortress and towards the gate which was opposite the one through which they had entered. After opening the gate, he saw the great rift yawning before him, and not even Ains' vision could see its bottom. Since there were no Quagoa beyond, it would seem they had retreated without setting up a base of operations here. This should be the Great Rift. But there doesn't seem to be anything like a suspension bridge here. No, is that a bridge stump? If that's there, then that means it might be that the enemy destroyed the bridge during their retreat. If our enemy was a powerful being who could easily defeat a Death Knight, was there a need to destroy the bridge? If this was meant to block their attack, that meant that they were not confident in their strength. No. Death Knights were rare in this world. Thus, the enemy must have surmised there was a powerful entity controlling the two Death Knights. That being the case, losing the bridge would not be a big loss. Not bad. Tell the dwarves that the path is safe. Understood, Ains-sama. As he watched Shaltear head towards the dwarves, he saw Aura squatting down. Ains turned to look at the Great Rift, then picked up a stone and threw it in. There was no particular meaning to it, he had done so on a whim. Still, he could not hear the stone striking the bottom. Its depth is unknown, Your Majesty. We've sent 2 expeditions to investigate, but neither of them came back. I see you're here, Commander. There were probably monsters there. Have those things ever come out? Sir, there hasn't been anything like that to date. Therefore, we decided not to send in expeditions. Probing too deep would be unwise. Well, that's right. I could make incorporeal undead like ghosts, and by using magic to share our senses, I would be able to mount a full investigation. However, now is not the time for that sort of thing. Given the present circumstances, investigating the Great Rift was a low priority. Still, it had to be done. In Yggdrasil, places like this often concealed valuable items or dungeons. If the shitty devs had their way, they'd hide a tunnel at the bottom of the Great Rift, and there'd be rare ores inside that tunnel. No, they'd definitely do that. In fact, it's happened before. Then, we shall cross to the other side, pursue the fleeing Quagoa, and press them back into the royal capital then. The flight spell was still in effect, so that was not a problem in itself. However, what worried Ains was whether or not something would crawl out of the darkness. After bidding the commander farewell, the four of them took flight, with Shaltear and Aura looking out below them. His worries from just now were ill-founded, and they reached the other side without seeing anything else below. Ains surveyed his surroundings. There were only 4 enemy corpses here, which meant that the Death Knights had been defeated in this place. Shaltear, there are a few things I need to tell you now. After calling Shaltear to him, Ains glanced at Aura, and saw her inspecting the ground. Perhaps it would be better to call Aura over as well. I'll just explain a simplified version to Aura afterwards. Hang on a bit, Ains-sama. Please, go on. Shaltear took out a notebook and flipped it open. Oh. A notebook, huh? Very attentive of you. Ahem. We are now about to enter a very dangerous area. As for why it is dangerous, that's because there is a being who can defeat 2 of my Death Knights. While comparing Death Knights to you is something of an insult. It's nothing of the sort, Ains-sama. I will use my full strength to do battle with any powerful being who could defeat the Death Knights you created. No, you must not use your full strength. Why is that? If the enemy is strong, shouldn't I attack in earnest? Forgive me for asking such a question of you, Ains-sama. Not at all. Your question is very sensible. Ains put his hands behind his back, and then told her how to deal with an unknown enemy. That said, you must be aware of how the opposition expects us to act. What the enemy wants most is information. Our fighting ability, in other words. They might use expendable ambush troops and the like to gauge our combat strength. In other words, they will verify our abilities, and when they feel they can achieve victory, they will attack us in such a way that they cannot lose and we cannot flee. To think they would actually do that. Granted, we don't know if the enemy will go that far. Ains-sama. Aura called to him in a nervous tone, something which was very unusual for her. Under normal circumstances, he would stop his explanation to Shaltear and listen to Aura. However, he was in a very good mood since this was a chance to speak at length about one of his specialties. Therefore, Ains turned to Aura and put his index finger to his mouth. Yes. Ains-sama. Understanding dawned on Aura. Ains was giving an earnest lecture, so he wanted her to be quiet. She understood what Ains was trying to say. Like I was saying, Shaltear. I would do the same thing if I were fighting a strong foe. No, my friends would do the same as well. The Supreme Beings would do that too. But, comparing this enemy to the Supreme Beings is a little. Really? You should assume that the enemy can do everything I can do. Only a fool thinks that they are special and gets full of themselves. Remain ever cautious. In any case, I do not wish to let the enemy see our full fighting strength. Therefore, Shaltear, I will lay several restrictions on you when you are traveling with me to the Dwarven capital. Before we reach the enemy's headquarters. Yes. What sort of restrictions are these? Concerning magic. While I permit you to use spells of up to the 10th tier, you are not to use too many different spells. At the very most, limit yourself to 1 or 2 of them. I see, this is to deceive the enemy and make them overconfident, and then defeat him with a counterattack. That being the case, why not limit me to 5th tier magic or lower? No, the enemy will not be lulled into a false sense of confidence that way. In the moment that the enemy thinks they have the measure of our true strength and seeks to utterly destroy us, we have a chance to strike a fatal blow to the enemy. In my case, if I saw the enemy attack me with just a few techniques and no spells beyond the 5th tier, I would immediately conclude that the enemy was trying to keep their abilities a secret. In that kind of situation, what would you do against that sort of enemy? I'd think of how to learn more about them. For instance, I'd briefly abandon an expendable base. Then, I'd slowly gather intelligence. Once the enemy gains a base, they'll feel the desire to hang on to it. That sort of attitude will limit the enemy's actions, and they'll invariably reveal their true colors. Is there a need to be that cautious? In a game, one could still recover from a loss. However, in this world, there was the chance that we would not be able to bounce back. This was especially true when it came to me, who had not yet finished my experiments on player deaths. All these are things you do in response to the circumstances. Shaltear, you need to think, no? Then, Aura, what is it? No, it's nothing. Aura's eyes were sparkling. Ains had no idea what had brought that on, but perhaps she had felt impressed by the tactics he had explained to Shaltear. It might be the absolute basics, but I guess I should give Aura some guidance too, no? Should I lend out that book of PK tactics? But that's the only thing I have which gives me a leg up on the NPCs. What should I do? Also, letting information spread too widely isn't good, someone told me that before. Just as Ains fell into thought, Gondo spoke up. I'm sorry to interrupt you while you're discussing strategy, but shouldn't we move forward? If the path collapses, we'll have to find another route. That's true. Shall we travel by magical beast? It might be better not to. We might encounter small passages along the way, and if we're mounted, we'll have to leave the beasts there. How about using a rideable undead creature like a soul eater? I could simply recreate one if there were any problems. However, it would be wiser to listen to the words of my guide. I understand. Let's go, then. His Majesty has set out. As they heard this, 6 of the Dwarven counselors, the High Priest of Earth, the Director of Food Production, the Cabinet Secretary, the Brewmaster, the Master of Caves and Mines, and the Merchant's Guildmaster shivered in delight. It was true that the Sorcerer King had not done anything so far. Still, they could not rest at ease when an undead being, one who hated the living, of such power walked the streets. Bring the wine. Bring the wine. Still, he'll be back, right? The air turned stagnant all of a sudden, and a gloom settled across all of them. Their pumped fists sank powerlessly down. About that. Should we run? Where can we go? If we flee after signing that pact with him. Also, we asked him to reclaim the royal capital for us, right? If we were in his place, wouldn't we be angry at this? Well, he might get angry. But I wouldn't have the confidence to take a hardline stance against a being like that. Yes, I understand how you feel. Is that really all right? What happened to your pride, Merchant's Guildmaster? It's not as though we could make a fair deal with such a thing, right? Generally speaking, deals can only be made between 2 equal parties in equal circumstances, right? Therefore, it's de facto impossible to make a proper deal with someone who's far more powerful than you. The dwarves sighed as one. Nobody here felt that the Sorcerer King would fail to reclaim the royal capital. That much was obvious just by glancing at the magical beasts he left behind. And then, he was a person who had the luxury of leaving behind monsters like that when he knew there was a dragon waiting for him. Then, let's change the subject. Can anyone estimate when he'll return? How would we know? It's not as though we can ask the man himself. If he chuckled and said right now, I'm pretty sure I'd piss myself. It can't be helped. If he did that to me, I'd piss myself too. Same here. I might even shit my pants. Have we learned anything new? Do we know anything about that Gondo? Nothing at all, only that he gathered the runesmiths. The runesmiths? Was it about going to the Sorcerer Kingdom? Who knows? Why don't we summon one of them and ask him about it? That's a good idea, but it'll tip our hand to His Majesty, no? It's too dangerous to act rashly. Only an idiot would touch a heated crucible, after all. If that's the case, then we'll have to tell the runesmiths that we want them to go to the Sorcerer's Kingdom. Then we can casually ask them about it. How about that? I'm not confident in my ability to do so. Me too. I'm not confident about it as well. Alright, then let's forget about asking them. It would be foolish to dig needless holes and end up falling to our deaths. Then, let's inform the two of us who aren't here about tomorrow's business and not to interfere with the smiths. I heard the Commander-in-Chief will be coming here afterwards, but what about the Forge Master? I'll go, then. I'm interested in the sort of masterpiece he'll produce. Also, I'm wondering what sort of metal the Sorcerer King gave him. He only said it was a rare metal, but you can't get any rarer than adamantite, can you? So it would be more like orichalcum, then? If only we could grab him and make him show us. He's been very busy of late, right? Well, the smithing should be well underway, considering it's him. Making a chain shirt ought to result in a few extra loops, so maybe we could borrow a few of those. After a chorus of approvals, the council session dissolved. After that, their tired bodies craved rest, but the dwarves were a race which hosted drinking parties even as they spoke of taking a break. Wine tastes especially good at the workplace. Amidst all this, the cabinet secretary suddenly thought of something, and snuck out of the meeting room, which was now a beer hall. Needless to say, he was going to meet the Forge Master. However, it was silent today. An occurrence which made the cabinet secretary's hair stand on end. I'm sure that the crucibles were lit since the temperature went up as I neared them. In that case, what was the reason for this silence? The cabinet secretary quickened his pace, as though impelled by the unease flowing out of him. As he entered the building, he saw the blacksmiths, all of whom were familiar faces. What's wrong? As he called out, the eyes of the blacksmiths lit up, as though their savior had arrived. He's locked himself in there and refuses to come out. The Forge Master was a dedicated worker, and when handling important projects, he would often lock himself inside and not emerge for several days. That was a fairly common occurrence. It's not strange, is it? It's true that he locks himself up fairly often. But there's no sound of hammering. And it's been half a day. No, almost an entire day. So maybe he's just drawing up the plans for the design? That's never happened before. I do not feel this was particularly surprising. However, if the forge men all felt the same way, then it should probably be an emergency. Then why don't you open the door? Is it locked? No, it's not locked. However, whenever the Forge Master retreats to that room, he hates people opening that door. I see. That's so you want me to open it, am I right? It would be difficult for the Forge Master's disciples. But someone of an equivalent rank might have a better chance of not incurring the Forge Master's wrath. I drew the short straw. Well, it can't be helped. I understand. Then, let me do it. You lot should go first. Just take it as though I insisted on going in myself and you won't get involved. After the smiths thanked him, the cabinet secretary stepped up and knocked on the door. However, there was no response, no matter how many times he knocked. Fearing the worst, he flung the door open with all his might. Inside he went and then, he saw someone facing the fire. What, he's there, isn't he? Why was the Forge Master silent? According to the smiths outside, he ought to have reacted immediately to the intrusion. Oi, Forge Master. Oi. Hey. What? An answer at last. The cabinet secretary almost collapsed on account of the strength fleeing his limbs. What? What? Don't make me. The cabinet secretary's words trailed off. Why had the Forge Master not turned around to look at me? Worried for his friend, the cabinet minister circled around to look at his face. What happened here? What happened? What happened? Humph. The forge master's hand moved. He picked up his tongs, plucked out the searing hot metal ingot from the fires of the crucible, and then chucked it at the cabinet master. The cabinet minister scrambled away desperately, and the ingot landed on the ground with a thud. You bastard! Are you trying to kill me? I could not tolerate this, not even from a friend. Ah! Kill you? Well, you'd think that. Then, he reached out and grabbed the heated metal ingot with his bare hand. See? It didn't heat up. What did you say? This damn thing won't heat up at all. Before he knew it, the cabinet secretary had caught the ingot tossed his way. For a moment, he imagined that it was emitting a searing heat, but it was not hot at all. In fact, it was surprisingly cold. What is this cold thing? It's the ingot that damned undead gave me. I've heated it for an entire day and it won't get hot. I've hammered it and it won't change shape. I can't even leave a mark on it. How the hell am I supposed to make armor with this? You don't think he gave you a metal even he couldn't work with? I'd like to think so too. But look, there's a short sword made of the same metal. I can mark the ingot with it. The hell does most experienced craftsman mean? I'm nothing more than an idiot who can only stare dumbly at a hunk of unknown metal. The cabinet secretary struggled to think of how to comfort the high-strung forge master. Then what if you asked that undead being how to work it? Those who ask when they don't know are wiser than those who don't ask when they don't know? Something like that, right? That's true. The dwarves of days past do have a point. But what does my experience count for? Look at these hands. He forcefully thrust them out. They were a pair of craftsman's hands, thick, heavy, and scarred from old burns. Any artisan could take pride in such hands. I've touched metal ever since I was a stupid disciple. I've done it longer than anyone else, until now. Because of that, it was only natural to be praised as the most outstanding artisan of my peers. And the reason for that is because I worked harder than anyone else. I've given my life to blacksmithing. I don't think anything is impossible, and I've always believed that any metal can be shaped to any desired shape. What a joke I am. Ah! What was I using to deceive myself? I was nothing more than a tiny frog in a well. And to think I dared call myself a genius. I was such a fool. No, all you need to do now is start learning again, right? That's right. Yes, you're right. Though it pains me to hear it. The forge master tightly clutched the ingot in his hand. The fact that the forge master's face had gone completely blank worried the cabinet secretary. It's fine. You're right. All I need to do is start learning again. Then, what are you doing here? What am I, you? Ah, forget it. That undead king has left this city. We'll be holding a council meeting tomorrow, and I came to get you. Also, don't interfere with the runesmiths. Is that so? I understand. Then, I'll see you tomorrow. The cabinet secretary still felt uneasy, but he could not bring himself to show it. Fatigue of the body translated to fatigue of the spirit. The forge master would probably recover after a good night's rest. After forcing himself to accept that explanation, the cabinet secretary returned home. However, the next day, he learned that the forge master had disappeared with the ingot. It was said that there were 3 trials along the way to the former royal capital of the dwarves. The first was the Great Rift. Now that the suspension bridge had been cut by the Quagoa, the Great Rift was an imposing challenge. However, it did not bother Ains and his company. After all, the use of the fly spell rendered it a trivial obstacle. Then, there was the second trial. The land of molten magma. The reason why lava could flow uncounted kilometers beneath the earth was most likely because this world was a magical one. There were naturally formed portals which were close to gates in power, and they joined the magma flows of this region to those of a distant region. Amidst this searing ocean lurked the reason why this place was considered a trial. That would be the monster who swam lazily through the scorching sea. This monster had completed a specialized form of evolution, and it had become a unique being, found nowhere else in the world. If ranked by the adventurer's difficulty estimates, the master of the molten ocean would score around 140. In all likelihood, one would not survive combat with it. Fortunately, it was poor at engaging terrestrial targets. One would not be attacked if one stayed out of the magma. However, the road to the Dwarven royal capital ran along a narrow, unsteady path that was only a little higher than the sea of molten rock below it. Quite a number of Quagoa had fallen into the magma during their invasion. The crossing posed no problems for travelers prepared with fire immunity and flight magic. They flew through the air, far above the reach of the Laangler lava lord, and neither party realized the presence of each other. Thus did Ains and his company cross the sea of magma. The trials until now had been easily overcome with flight magic, so it was hard to consider them trials. However, the final trial was a challenge in the truest sense of the word, being a long, twisting and branching series of caves. It certainly qualified for the title of labyrinth. Still, that alone would be too easy to count as a trial. There were no monsters in this area, so as long as one spent time on making a map, one could eventually overcome it. And if that were all that were to it, then it would only qualify as a trial to those who lacked food and water. Or, in other words, those with limited time. There was another reason why this place was considered a trial. This area was filled with vents which spewed plumes of volcanic gases at regular intervals, and there were places where the gases collected. Me and the Guardians had adequate countermeasures against gas vector attacks, so it posed no problems to us. Rather, the only one who might be affected by gaseous attacks was Gondo. The undead had their immunities, and gases which did not inflict acid or fire damage would not harm them at all. Aura had a magic item which surrounded her in a bubble of fresh air, so mere gas counted for nothing against her. In other words, as long as Gondo was protected by magic, he could walk safely through the billowing vapors of death. And so, the three trials were easily conquered by Ains and his party. Ains' spell. The Bless of Titania, which told its user the best way through a dungeon, slowly faded away. It looks like there's a fresh Quagoa corpse inside that cave. But we haven't caught up with their unit yet. I guess a day makes a huge difference. Still, we've closed the gap greatly. We've almost caught up with them now. Really now? Then, let's discuss what we'll do afterwards. Gondo, we'll be reaching the royal capital soon, right? Yes. I've only heard of it in legends, but if those caves were the legendary Maze of Death, then we ought to be there soon. Was that really a Maze of Death, though? The legend said that those who didn't know the way would only find death at the end of their journey. Ains could not answer that question. After all, it had been too simple a challenge. Perhaps it was only a ruse, designed to trick the opposition into thinking they had cleared it before the true trap was sprung. That was not entirely out of the question. When that happens, all we need to do is break through any traps that await. That said, stepping into a preset snare is the height of foolishness. Let's slow down and advance while staying alert. We had been moving at great speeds to catch up with the enemy. However, we had not caught up with them yet, even after coming all the way here. We should rethink our strategy while operating under the assumption that the enemy had already returned to their base. Then, we shall consider what we will do after reaching the enemy headquarters. After verifying that everyone had nodded, Ains turned towards Gondo. To begin with, Gondo and I will take on the royal palace. I will handle the dragon there. Neither the Guardians nor Gondo objected to this. The highest-ranked dragons were some of the strongest opponents in Yggdrasil. It was very dangerous to move separately from the Guardians while we do not know the enemy's strength. However, I possessed a world-class item. It possessed many powers, and one of them was very effective against dragons. Therefore, even in the worst-case scenario, I ought to be able to escape it. In contrast, if I brought the guardians with me and the enemy was more powerful than expected, then I would have to work harder in order to make his escape. With Gondo around, the worst that could happen was that I would have to abandon him. I could not abandon the lives of my friends' children. The best solution was to not have them with me in the first place. Dragons, huh? I'm looking forward to this. In Yggdrasil, dragons were mighty foes and also a bounty of riches. They dropped good data crystals, and they had a higher chance of dropping artifacts than normal monsters. One could harvest their skin, meat, blood, fangs, claws, eyeballs, scales and other body parts for various uses. One could say they were delicious enemies. Knowing that he would soon encounter his first dragon in this world filled Ains' heart with a blend of unease, anticipation and desire. Ains was so delighted that he was barely able to contain himself. According to the dwarves, the mighty frost dragon which had laid waste to the western city might be there. If things went poorly, I might face another battle with questionable odds of victory, much like the one with Shaltear. Could the dragon have defeated the Death Knights? I can still manage if it was the same entity, but it'll be troublesome if there was another one. Should I remain hidden and bring up everyone except the Hanzos? No, this ought to be the right choice. Ains-sama? Ah, Shaltear. Forgive me, I was lost in thought. Then, I shall give you to your orders as well. Aura and Shaltear, you are to face the Quagoa and have them submit to my rule. If they dare to refuse, then show them the power of Nazarick. The two guardians replied with forceful affirmatives. Ains' gaze shifted to Gondo. He did not look like he had anything to say. That attitude seemed to imply that he would go along with any decision I made. While I had agreed to clear out the Quagoa, I did not intend to completely exterminate them. I simply felt that the genocide of a race which did not exist in Yggdrasil was a bit of a waste. Indeed, killing them all might eliminate this race from the world. No, even if that were not the case, they might end up being beneficial to Nazarick in the future. Of course, they might also be harmful to Nazarick. However, extirpating them before verifying that was something of a waste. Extermination is easy, but revival is difficult. Thus, there's only one path I can take. And besides, if they are fools who will not swear their loyalty to me, then reduce their numbers to around 10,000 or so. Try and keep the strong ones alive. However, after considering future issues, do not select them purely based on strength. You must make sure an equal number of them are female. In addition, you must not let any of them escape, do you understand? Especially the one that is the equivalent to their king. But, Ains-sama. We don't know exactly how large the Dwarven capital is, but it seems like quite a large area. It'll be difficult for just the two of us to ensure that none of the Quagoa escape from such a broad space. What should we do? A reasonable question. Because of that. Aura, it's time for you to shine. Use the world-class item I gave you earlier. Is that really all right? This is when it should be put to use. I understand, Ains-sama. While that there are no use limits on that world-class item, if the enemy fulfills certain conditions and escapes, ownership of the item will automatically shift to them. That is the worst-case scenario and must be avoided at all costs. The incident where Ains' old gown had seized possession of it. How many mails had the enemy sent, begging us to give it back? If you didn't want to lose it, shouldn't have used it, was the matter-of-fact reply. Nothing was more stupid than a guild which could not accept such a rational conclusion. If they did not want it to be taken, they should have stashed it in their treasury and never taken it out. Also, you must be cautious of foes you cannot suck into it, because such enemies possess world-class items as well. That means you won't be able to enter either, right, Ains-sama? Not when it opens up. However, there are ways to go in if you choose to do so. You need to pay attention to the time lag when that happens. Alright, let's go, then. Led by Aura, the group set forth. Perhaps they were near the former Dwarven royal capital, but even the naturally formed caverns were easy to traverse. Aura suddenly stopped. Then she cupped her hand to a long ear, listening intently. Ains-sama, I can hear many living beings ahead, numbering in the hundreds. I can't gauge the exact distance, but I think we'll make contact with them within minutes. Ho! Have we caught up to them? No, they don't sound like they're moving. It feels like they're waiting. I see. Did they sense our pursuit? Are they ambush troops? If that were the case, they had probably used some sort of divination magic to spy on us. Until now, I had not let the enemy observe our power. Because of that, they wanted to throw their unit against us and observe our abilities. From the enemy's resolve and actions, I could sense their anxiety and willingness to sacrifice lives to learn about us. It made me feel that I had won this battle of wits against my opponent. Ains-sama, shall we capture them? Come to think of it, we haven't shown too much of our abilities to the enemy yet. Therefore, let's gather some information before we roll over their headquarters in one fell swoop. Understood. In addition, even if they did learn about us, they could not devise a counter-strategy that easily. Therefore, there was only one thing we had to worry about. The number of powerful entities. The fact that I don't know that figure scares me a little. Given that I can't fully verify that particular point, I should probably keep the idea of retreat in mind. Well, in any case, we can't proceed without punching them to see what the enemy has up their sleeve. Oh, the spirit of Yameko-san is possessing me. Shaltear. You are not to go berserk this time, alright? Of course, Ains-sama. Very good. Normally, we should avoid revealing the fact that we possess divine class items to the enemy. However, they won't be able to see through it without very good detection skills. Alright, go. Understood. In Burkana. Inside the residence of the Lord of the Quagoa clans, P. Ryuro. By the time Yozu returned, Ryuro was seated into a large and soft cushion. His attitude was one which carried on as normal, without entertaining the possibility of anger or anxiety, even after hearing about Yozu's failure. He withdrew a squeaking lizard, a fat, round and juicy lizard, a snack fit for a king. Ryuro extended the hand holding the lizard toward Yozu. Want a bite? No thank you. Really now? And so you retreated. What of your pursuers? We're unsure of that. However, since the suspension bridge had fallen, I do not think the enemy would continue their pursuit. And frankly speaking, we had the dwarves by the throat. All the dwarves could do was reinforce their defenses, find and seal off the flanking route, and then perhaps they might mount a counterattack on this place. Maybe the reason why they had only committed those 2 suits of black armor was either because they were foolish enough to split their forces or because that was the sum of their military power. It wouldn't be strange if there were 1 or 2 more of them. Ryuro seemed to have sensed Yozu's unconscious display of surprise. He poked repeatedly at the lizards in the cage while lazily explaining his meaning. The dwarves were confident in their fortress defense. If it was brought down, they would feel that the chances of their city being conquered were very high. Therefore, it was not wrong to assume that the black suits of armor they had sent out were a significant portion of their total number. However, since they did not know how exactly the fortress had been conquered, committing all their forces to the front lines was a dangerous gamble. If there were multiple avenues of infiltration, then they might be lost. While it was not a situation where they could dole their fighting strength out bit by bit, they did not have the information to commit their entire force to a counterattack either. Therefore, even if there were more, there would only be 1, maybe 2 more. Yozu felt that it was exactly as the Lord had said, and he was filled with awe at the wisdom of his Lord. Then, who do you think can defeat those golems? I am certain that you could defeat it, my lord. Ryuro was the mightiest being among the 8 clans of the Quagoa. Indeed, his fighting ability was exemplary. Yozu recalled the sight of Ryuro battling a monster in the past. He was absolutely confident that Ryuro's might was superior to that of the golems. Dispense with the pleasantries. Do you truly think so? Yes. I do think so. Which clan were you born in? A surprising question. After Yozu stated his birth clan, Ryuro fell into thought once more. I see. In that case, you must really think I can win, then? What does that mean? I simply suspected that you might consider this a chance to eliminate me. It is true that I am stronger than anyone else in the entire species. Because of that, you might seek to have me battle the golems after underestimating their strength. Then, the golems would kill me. Well, if you did that, then nobody would be able to defeat the golems. But they would be damaged during their battle with me, and then you might be able to crush them with numbers. Although the lord to which he had pledged his loyalty cast his suspicions upon him, Yozu's heart was filled with nothing but respect. If he were in Ryuro's place, he might not have thought so deeply into the issue. Yozu firmly believed that Ryuro was the true lord of the Quagoa, and his loyalty deepened ever further. Ryuro did not quite understand the man before him, and asked Yozu a question. Why did you not immediately answer that you had no such intentions? Yes. My deepest apologies. I was merely entranced your deep insights, my lord. As you have said, I harbored no such intentions. What an interesting fellow you are. The men I granted you are lost for nothing, so there must be a punishment for that. But I will not inflict wounds upon you, which might affect your future development. In truth, you learned about the golems and returned here after realizing that it was important information. In addition, your anticipation of enemy pursuit and the allocation of part of your troops to the defense of the city shows your keenness of thought. Thank you very much. Now, I have a question for an excellent leader like you. How shall we gather more information about those golems? By attacking the Shorties' nation. That is one way to go about it. If you do so, we might be able to learn if there are truly golems in reserve. Yes. If there aren't any more, then we must conquer the city as soon as possible no matter the losses we suffer. If it was a matter of lives, then much time would be needed to bear and raise them. However, golems only needed to be built. Time was not on our side, but on the enemy's. What other methods are there? Forgive me, but I cannot think of any at the moment. Would you like one? Do I look that hungry? It was true that I had fled back here with all my strength, and I had not even eaten or rested properly so far. However, I was not thirsty or hungry enough to beg from the king's table. No, thank you. Really now? Then, my lord. Have you thought of any other methods? Ah, yes. We can ask that fellow. His wisdom is far beyond mine. Although, the troubling thing is that the payment he demands will be equally high. By payment you mean? Could it be? Correct. We must give the dragons. Just as Ryuro was about to speak, there was a disturbance from outside, and then the doors swung open with a great crash. Clan Lord. Clan Lord. Looks urgent. What happened? Yes. There seems to be someone headed toward this city. Where are they coming from? They had come from the flank where Yozu had positioned his troops. Maybe, they had come from the Dwarven nation. So they've sent out pursuit troops. I underestimated the stunties. It seems we've been saved a lot of decision-making. I will go meet the dragons now. Are you going to ask about the golems? No. I'm going to convince them to deal with the approaching stunties. Since they're stunties, they'll have their golems in tow. Then, we should have them fight the dragons and weaken both sides. Might as well let them earn their keep. The clan lord was deeply furious about how the dragons had taken the best spot in the city for their own. This was something which only his most trusted confidants knew, in addition to how the clan lord had cleverly hidden those feelings and bowed to the dragons. Yozu, it's not too likely, but just in case, begin moving toward the ruins district. I don't want you to get involved in the battles of dragons. Understood, clan lord. Then, Can you help me prepare some offerings for the meeting with the dragons? They like jewels, so prepare some of them. I trust you also know that they're very greedy and won't agree to the initial payment right away. They'll surely raise their price. With that in mind, prepare some lower valued items as well. After nodding to Ryuro to show he understood, Yozu immediately began the preparations. The mightiest species in this world were the dragons. There were races which could adapt to the harsh lands where humanity could not reach. The Azalesia mountain range was no exception, and the frost dragons ruled the roost here. The lord of these frost dragons, Alisar Dark Halilio, coiled around his throne, looking down on the Quagoa who craved an audience with him. So, you have come. What is the matter? Yes, I am deeply honored to be granted an audience with the mighty white dragon lord, Alisar Dark Halilio. Dispense with the formalities. Get to the point. Yes. Firstly, I wish to thank you for granting an audience. The Quagoa waiting behind the Quagoa lord produced a beat-up old sack. They opened it, and as expected, the glitter of gold spilled forth. It was not enough to satisfy him, but that amount should have been all the Quagoa could manage, so he had to bear with it. All right then, what do you want? Yes. In truth, there are some uninvited guests with designs upon our homes, so I was wondering if we could call upon your matchless might, White Dragon Lord Sama. And who are these people? We are not sure. We have not grasped their true identity yet. However, they should be dwarves. Dwarves. Alisar Dark glanced at the great door behind him. Behind that door was the Dwarven city's former treasury. No matter how many times I had attacked it, it had not opened or been destroyed. The protective magic worked on it by the Dwarven runesmiths had defended their treasures from all the attacks I had brought to bear on it. My obsession with the contents of the vault had long faded, and that door was little more than a scratching post for my claws. However, now that I heard about the dwarves, the smoldering embers in my heart ignited once more. If these dwarves could make it here, perhaps they might have a way to open this vault. Is it time to abandon the Quagoa? The dwarves are more useful, in various ways. As Alisar Dark contemplated these matters, he glared coldly at the Quagoa beneath him, and the Quagoa lord's pleas finally came to an end. I am sure that you will be able to defeat the dwarves or whatnot with contemptuous ease, White Dragon Lord Sama. Please, lend your strength to us. Needless to say, when they are defeated we will offer up double the sum from just now, no more than that. His greed tickled by that last line, Alisar Dark's face twitched. I see. I shall consider it. Please wait. White Dragon Lord Sama, the enemy is close. And the dwarves seek to retake this city. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that these measly dwarves can evict me from my nest? I did not say that. But, there's no telling what the dwarves intend to do. For all we know, they might have a way to destroy this city. Do you not think they would have done so already if that was the case? It is very likely they intend to destroy the city from the inside. It seemed a little far-fetched, but it could not be entirely ruled out. This place was absolutely necessary for the creation of a draconic empire. After claiming the dwarves' royal palace, I had ordered my wives to lay their eggs here, and then raise my children as they grew. In the past, we had randomly found a place to lay eggs and left them there, or kicked them out of the nest a year or two after they were born. That would not strengthen the draconic race. I must increase the number of my offspring, and then subjugate the frost giants. Then, I can completely dominate this mountain range. The frost giants and the frost dragons were the apex predators of this mountain range. Alisar Dark regarded his concubines, sprawled lazily around the room. They were 3 female dragons. There was the youngest of them, with a single alabaster horn, Myanadalon Fuvinus. The one who had fought with Alisar Dark for territory many times, Minuinia Ilislim. And then there was the only dragon in residence here who could use divine magic, Kilistrand and Shushua. What do you think, Myanadalon? Why not help them? After all, the miserable little dwarves are hardly fearsome foes. I agree too. Frankly speaking, I don't care what they say. But if the dwarves attack, knowing that we're here, that would be equivalent to looking down on us. We ought to carve fear into the hearts of those cocky little creatures. And what say you, Kilistrin? I oppose and approve of it. I oppose it because we cannot be sure that these attackers really are dwarves. In addition, if they're attacking while aware of our presence, they must have surely taken our power into consideration. However, while the very idea of destroying the city is absurd, a mechanism capable of doing so is not out of the reach of Dwarven technology. It would be foolish not to respond to that. So, the ayes have it. Well then. I shall accept your request, inferior Quagoa. Yes. You have our deepest thanks. However, you must offer 10 times the previous amount of tribute. 10 times of the tribute? You do not even know who is attacking. That much should be expected. Then, what will you do? If you cannot produce the requisite amount, then you can deal with it yourselves. Please wait. We will offer the tribute. Please let us offer the tribute. Could the Quagoa actually pay that much gold? Or was it because the dwarves were unimaginably powerful foes, which was why they were trying their best to get me to commit no matter how much they had to pay? Well, it doesn't matter. If they can't pay, then just as Minuinia said, I will carve an indelible terror into the hearts of these weaklings. Then, begone, inferior Quagoa. Yes. But when can we expect your arrival? Soon. Until then, wait. Yes. My deepest thanks, White Dragon Lord Sama. Will you be going in person? As if. Of course not. Who should I send over? Whose child would be best? In that case, send my child. Yours? Who would that be? The eldest, of course. That would be a Jinmul, then? That boy might look like that, but he has a good head on his shoulders and he will see the opposition for what they really are. If they turn out to be dwarves, don't you think he'll bring about a most agreeable negotiation? You must be starting to tire of Quagoa slaves, no? Can he do all that? Can the other children not do it? Better than Tarangulet, at least. Kilistrin. The most important thing for dragons is the power of their bodies. One cannot defeat power and speed with one's head. Alisar Dark beat me because his body was stronger than mine. Remember that. Tarangulet's superior body is far better than that of Hajinmul's. But things will turn out poorly if you don't think. If you send out your child, who might kill the Quagoa for no reason, who knows what they'll end up doing? That's enough. Let's go with Kilistrin's idea and call Hajinmul over. It's no use. He won't come. Just break down the door or whatnot and drag him out. Era, I didn't destroy your fortress because you asked me not to. Does that mean you're giving me permission? Although, it may not just be the door that gets destroyed. Indeed. While dragons were skillful, we could not rebuild a door once destroyed, and we do not know magic which could do that. Therefore, if we destroyed something, we would leave it where it was. It would be a shame to live in a castle filled with holes. It can't be helped. I'll go, then. Please. Alisar Dark looked at Kilistrin with an indescribable expression on his face. The fact that I had to go in person despite being a lord did not sit well. Should I allow a few Quagoa to live here and let them work for me? I could not bear the thought of having inferior life forms like the Quagoa running around my fortress. Someday, when I defeated the giants, I would have them work for me as slaves. Until then, I would have to bear with it. When one considered the height of the dwarves, their royal palace was of a staggering size. It was because it was so large that the dragons could live here, and it was a long distance from one end to the other. Alisar Dark climbed and climbed, until he reached the door on the highest level of the Dwarven royal palace. It's me, open up. He waited for a while, but there was no movement from the other side of the door. I'll say it again. It's me. Open up. Dragons had very keen senses. The way he was shouting, anyone inside should have heard it, and they would have woken up even if they were sleeping. However, the door did not open. The anger which blazed up turned into motion. He lashed out at the door with his tail. Struck by a tail that was the size of a log and sheathed with scales that were harder than steel, the door creaked as it twisted. Get out of there, right now! In response to the angry shout, a dragon sprang up. Frost dragons had slender bodies, but not this one. Simply put, it looked obese. It had a pair of tiny glasses on its nose, and it regarded Alisar Dark from head to toe with a nervous look in its eyes. Well, given that he was standing in front of a ruler like myself, cringing and twitching like this was unavoidable. Still, I had hoped to see some strength in his eyes. And then there was that disgusting fat body of his. He was more like a swine than a dragon. In truth, having to send a child like this out to fight on my behalf might damage my reputation. Father, what do you wish of me? That said, he might not be much of a dragon, but he was still a dragon. Dragons grew more powerful with age. Perhaps even that flabby frame of his could still be of use. I have a job for you, Ijinmal. A job? Ah. The Quagoa seemed to have been invaded by the dwarves or something. Repel them. I. Nothing. It's nothing, father. How shall I put this, I'm not very confident in my strength. Then what are you confident in? Do you feel you can defeat the enemy with magic? Well, that's one thing. I had to learn by myself because I had no mentor to teach me. Then what the hell have you been doing in there all this while? Learning. I've been gathering knowledge. What? Knowledge? Weren't you learning how to use arcane magic? No, it's not like that, father. The knowledge I sought was not to use magic, but to further my studies, learn how this city was built, what sort of races live in this world, and so on. I was learning about that sort of thing. I don't understand at all. Does learning these things make you strong? None of that matters if you don't become powerful. Just then, he spotted it. Ijinmal had tried to cover it up, but he saw that his son had done something, like a wordless gesture. What is it? Spit it out. It doesn't matter if you lock yourself up in your room until you lose your agility, but there's no point losing yourself in books. If you want to acquire knowledge, leave this place and travel the world. He had abandoned his body and exchanged for something utterly useless. There was nothing else I could say about this. I was preparing for that. If I don't know what sort of people there are in the world, I might die before I manage to see it. Then why don't you die? You're being too foolish. Why not seek strength from the beginning? Once you're strong, you'll be feared even when you leave this place, no? Like me. But, father, knowing what sort of powerful beings there are in the world is very important too. It's the same with you, isn't it, father? Aren't the frost giants strong? If you went against them without knowing anything. I'm not afraid of those frost giants. Forgive me, father. As he glared at Ijinmal, who had his head plastered to the ground, Alisar Dark rounded his shoulders powerlessly. That's enough. I command you to complete your task. Then, I will kick you out after a month. You can live as you please from then on. I'm not good at fighting. Ijinmal was currently in a tunnel which led to the royal capital. He sighed, the way his father had. The enemy. Hopefully they'll be scared of the way I look and run away. Ijinmal inhaled forcefully, sucking up his protruding gut. Then he splayed his claws and opened his maw. That way, he would look more like a proper dragon. Oh, I almost forgot. Ijinmal gingerly removed the glasses on his nose. They were not a magic item, but if they broke, there would be no replacements for them. Thus, he had to treat them with care. Ah. Dragon scale makes for strong armor. But all I can do is pray the dwarves aren't savages. But what if they were? No, that was almost certain to be the case. That was because Dwarven libraries were the source of much information about draconic materials. Hijinmal forced himself to stop trembling. He knew all the Quagoa in the royal capital were watching him. If possible, I would have preferred to fight in a deeper tunnel, where I would not have an audience. However, if that was the case, the Quagoa would not be able to see me do battle, so Father had forbidden it. Father had told me to investigate the enemy to the best of my ability, and take them as servants if possible. It was in order to display my strength and dominate the weak as one of the strong. Therefore, defeat equaled death. I would die if I was defeated in battle. Even if I survived a defeat, the Quagoa would lose their respect for Father. That would displease him, and then I would be killed by Father anyway. Then, how about fleeing right away? After all, I would be exiled in a month, no matter what I do. It was a good idea, but I needed a month to prepare for it. Hijinmal expelled his breath. The supercooled Suspire froze an entire wall into an expanse of solid white. Good. My breath is normal, and its power is consistent with my age. This was one of a dragon's trump cards. Dragon breath. Frost dragons possessed freezing breath, and its power grew with age. My breath was quite well developed, and it was more reliable than my own physical strength. Still, dragon breath was a frightening thing. Anyone who knew even a little about dragons was aware of that. After all, this was a fundamental ability of all dragons. In fact, the Dwarven libraries had said just that. There was no way the dwarves coming this way would not be prepared for it. Hijinmal sank further into despair. Although Father had already said so, if he could really use magic or whatnot, things would surely be different. I'm just a sacrificial pawn. My brothers faithfully obeyed Father in a very draconic way. The fact that he had not given this task to them but to me was a sign that he did not care if the hikikomori of his family died off. I do not resent my fate. If I had not encountered books, if I had not known the satisfaction of seeking knowledge, I would not be what I was today. There was no point regretting that now. Suddenly, Hijinmal's nose twitched. He turned his ear to listen, and picked up multiple footsteps approaching from within the tunnel. Those were not the sounds of Quagoa feet, because they were clearly wearing shoes. Are those dwarves? There's only a few of them, which means they're very confident of victory with just those numbers? Or are they an advanced scouting party? So if I defeat them, the job's done and there'll be no problem if I go back? Strictly speaking, I would have fulfilled my orders even if I only defeat that scouting party. The question now is whether an excuse like that would be accepted. Illuminated by glowing stones, for silhouettes. Though he could not be sure as they were still far away. Emerged from the cavern. Are the smaller three dwarves? Then what's that larger one? Even the dwarven subraces shouldn't be that big. Then, did the dwarves beg that bigger shape for help, much like the Quagoa did with Father? Whether or not the dwarves had requested its help, I had to be wary of the bigger shape. Still, while it was a large silhouette, it was still much smaller than a dragon. Should I strike first with my breath? No. I should ask them what they want and try to complete this task through negotiation. Regular dragons would immediately launch into a fight. However, I had no confidence in myself and did not want this encounter to end in tragedy. Therefore, I should sought a way to safely resolve this situation. Finally, his keen draconic vision. Although Hijinmal's was somewhat subpar for his kind. Verified that the one walking at the head of the group was not a dwarf. Haven't I read about them in a book before? Isn't that one of the dark elves, who live in the depths of the forests? It was impossible for one to be here. However, that one's far too short, compared to the dark elves in the books. Could it be a child between a dark elf and a dwarf? Or is it just a dark elf child? As Hajinmal pondered these things and many others, he shifted his gaze to the huge shadow behind the dark elf, and then his eyes went wide. Ha! Isn't that an elder lich? What is it doing here? This is bad. They're immune to freezing breath, and they can cast fireballs. Fire was the weakness of frost dragons. My most powerful attack was useless against this elder lich, and this opponent could grievously wound me. And... what's that? It looks like a really expensive robe. Dragons had a keen nose for treasure. They could roughly sniff out the value of any item, no matter how valuable. No, at a closer look, it's the same way with the clothes of the dark elf walking ahead of them. I've never seen something as valuable as that before. The shadow after that looks female. Isn't that a dwarf as well? It's not a dark elf, and neither is it an elder lich. Then, an elf? Or a human? I don't get it. Still, she looks like she's wearing very expensive clothing too. Is my nose not sensitive anymore? But if that's not the case... Finally, he saw the dwarf at the rear of the group, and Hajinmal was relieved. Just a regular dwarf, and he's not wearing anything valuable. That's being too naive, right? The three people in front of me are anything but normal. Maybe this dwarf is something special too. Carelessness is dangerous. After that, the dark elf pointed towards him, as though to tell everyone that he was there. Although he thought he might be suddenly attacked, the opposition merely paused to confer, and soon they were headed towards Hajinmal again. Should I prepare myself for the worst? If they had attacked immediately, I would have gone on my guard. But that was not the case. What should I do now? My stomach aches. I hope that's just a kind-hearted undead being who's come to negotiate. The group finally reached Hajinmal's vicinity. Hajinmal took a deep breath, and then carefully spoke, not to seem too imposing. The area from this place on belongs to the Quagoa and we dragons. Why, may I ask you fine folks your reasons for coming here? The dark elf standing at the head of the group changed places with the elder lich. In that moment, he realized who was the leader of the group. We're about to launch an attack and there's only one dragon here? The dragons I know of grow stronger with age. In other words, their bodies get larger and more powerful. Given your size, you don't seem particularly strong. What's the meaning of this? What did he mean by what's the meaning of this? However, it would seem this elder lich was not at all wary of a dragon like myself. This is really bad. It's so bad I can't even describe it. In any case, I doubt they'd send just one dragon to collect information on us. Is this a strategy on the enemy's part, or am I being paranoid? Given the information we got from the Quagoa we captured, probably the latter. I have no idea what the elder lich was talking about from the beginning. It did not look like the elder lich wanted to enlighten me either. In other words, he was probably talking to himself, but why did I feel so afraid, then? Thinking too much about this is annoying. Let's see what kind of dragon you are. A thrill of terror shot through Hajinmal's body. And then, in the moment when he saw the elder lich raise his hand. Grasp. Wait. Please wait. After his thunderous roar, Hajinmal pressed his head to the ground. This was the greatest degree of respect a dragon could show. The posture of servitude. Heart, hang on, what? Hajinmal desperately pleaded with the elder lich, whose hand had stopped moving. Please wait. My name is Hajinmal. May I please inquire about your mighty name? Looking around, he saw the dwarf's jaw drop in shock. However, the dark elf and the elf-like person did not seem surprised. In other words, this was a natural occurrence for them. I'm certain my judgment was correct. My name is Ains. What is the meaning of that pose of yours? Yes. I believe this is the proper form of address for when humans know each other's names, Gaun-sama. This posture is the greatest sign of respect we dragons can show. Then, why are you doing this? Naturally, it is because I immediately realized that you are an extraordinary person, Gaon-sama. Could I possibly take any other position before a mighty being like yourself? No, I could not. This was a huge gamble. He had bet everything on it. The dwarves used heated steel to describe the burning sensation when gambling, but what Hijinmal felt now was a chill that froze him to the core. Time seemed to freeze over for several seconds. So, you intend to submit to me, then? Yes. If you allow it, Gaon-sama. There are many uses for dragon flesh, hide, teeth, scales and the like. You. Raise your head. The elder lich's attitude was one that was used to giving orders, so he must have found it natural that even someone like Hijinmal had submitted so readily to him. Clearly, the elder lich did not consider me worthy of mention. Dragons are the strongest species, but they were not an invincible species. Many beings could kill a dragon. Frost giants were a good example of that. However, if one compared the two species, in the end, dragons were probably still stronger. This elder lich must surely be a legendary undead creature whose name had gone down in the history books. However, it would seem the Dwarven libraries had not recorded it. Hijinmal slowly rose. He felt like the elder lich was appraising his body. He was ashamed by his decidedly undraconic frame. I see. So dragons that live in these frigid environments store fat under their skin. Although, I thought frost dragons were immune to the cold. Or could it be that you were storing up nourishment in case you couldn't obtain food? No, it's not like that. I'm the only one who's like this. Ho! That is to say, you're a rare specimen, then? Is that what you mean? Hijinmal was not sure if he had any value for being rare, but there was nobody else in his family like him. Therefore, it was a correct statement. That might be so, Gaon-sama. Really now? Killing you would be a waste, then. Hijinmal's keen draconic hearing picked up those words. He struggled desperately to keep his breathing under control. It would seem I had made another correct choice, which would permit me to live. Are there any other dragons? Yes, there are. There are 4 dragons older than me, 6 around the same age as me, and 9 who are younger than me. Ho! How many of them are stronger than you? The elder lich seemed very happy, but I was sure he had some sort of evil scheme in mind. The 4 who are older than me are all stronger than me. The dragons of the same age as me are also stronger than me. I might even lose to my younger siblings. I could not say that. After all, if my value dropped in the elder lich's eyes, I might be killed on the spot. I see. Then, what tier of magic can these elder dragons use? Are they only capable of arcane spells? The strongest of them can use magic of up to the 3rd tier. As you have said, it is arcane magic. What? They only have 3rd tier spells? The elder lich seemed disinterested, but then he perked up as though he had noticed something. No, I should probably ask. What if this is just a ruse? They say that a mighty eagle hides its claws. Is it possible that the strongest dragon there can use 8th tier spells? No, it's impossible. Or rather. Besides, 8th tier spells could not possibly exist. Would it be better to tell him that? No, I could not. The truth sometimes hurt more than lies. If I gave offense to this undead magician, there was no way I would prosper from it. No. He can't possibly use spells of such a high tier. I once heard that he had learned a 3rd tier spell of flame resistance. I should probably say that, right? Father was not a foe who should be underestimated. I see. Well, it's only natural that one would want to cover up one's weaknesses. Aura. Yes, Ains-sama. It would seem the dark elf was called Aura. Judging by her smell, she was probably a female. The other one who looked like an elf did not have a female scent about her. In fact, she had no scent at all, much like the elder lich. I'll give you this dragon. I recall you said you wanted one. Thank you very much. But can this chap fly? I can probably fly. I might have been a hikikomori, but I ought to be capable of flight. Flying was the same as walking for dragons. There was no way I could forget how to do so. Hijinmal gave that answer as he regretted the fact that he had not flown here. Then, I'll take him, Ains-sama. Then, I need to show him who's the boss around here, and make him obey me completely. Before Hijinmal could wonder what exactly she was going to do, he felt thousands of frigid razors impale him. He was dead. There was no doubt that he was dead. The fear which informed his instincts of that fact became invisible blades that pierced his entire body. In an instant, his mind went blank. In his diminished state of awareness, he clearly felt his heart stop beating. As he cried out, it banished the black chill crushing his entire body. His heart slowly began beating again. His limbs trembled, and his lungs struggled to pull in oxygen. He recalled something like this from a book somewhere. It was called Murderous Intent. In other words, the dark elf who would be my mistress was a being who could radiate murderous intent that was powerful enough to instantly put a frost dragon into a near-fatal state of shock. In that case, what sort of being was the elder lich which she called master? There was no doubt about it. He was beyond one's imagination. I had made the right choice. By the time Hijinmal had come to his senses, he found that the group had backed off, looks of surprise on their faces. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he realized the disgusting sensation below his waist. As he looked down at his feet, Hijinmal was shocked. It would seem his bladder had gone slack and he had wet himself. A puddle spread below him like a lake. What should I say now? It was possible that I had displeased them and I would be killed. I was so overjoyed that I peed a little. I had abandoned all delusions of control. Though I had the feeling that they would not believe me, it was better than saying that I had pissed myself out of fear. From today onwards, this one shall serve and attend his mistress, Ora-sama, and offer his utmost devotion and loyalty to her. Hers was an expression of absolute disgust. This is bad. If she felt I was worthless, I might be discarded like a piece of trash. The mighty could do that. In fact, had my father not done the same thing? However, help came from an unlikely corner. I see. Well, that can't be helped. Really, Ains-sama? I once heard about something like this from one of my friends. Enkoro Machi-Machi-san. She once told me about how upset she was when her dog peed out of joy. It seems this sort of thing happens when they get too excited. You mean, Enkoro Machi-Machi-sama? Really? So it's like how Fen and some other magical beasts mark their terrain, then? That might well be. Granted, I'm not too clear on draconic biology. However, that was probably the reason why that chap did it. The being who might or might not have been an elf had been listening quietly all this while. She tilted her head and asked the elder lich. Ains-sama, would it be better if we did it as well? Shaltear. Is it really appropriate to say that? As Ora said, if you did that, I would collapse in shock. This sort of thing is only cute on small pets. Well, Enkoro Machi-Machi-san was worried because that dog was getting on in years. She said something about not getting him too excited. Those were the days. The air around them changed, to something that was the polar opposite of the murderous intent from just now. In any event, Hijinmal moved to wipe the soaked portion of his body on a nearby wall and scraped off the stain. Say. What will we do next? The dwarf, who had been watching the proceedings in silence, finally spoke up. Had the dwarves hired them as mercenaries and sent this dwarf to keep an eye on them? If that was the case, I would have to show this dwarf respect as well. Still, where did I rank as their subordinate? What sort of orders would I be given from now on? You have a point. We'll leave the Quagoa to Ora and Shaltear. I shall go with this dragon and eliminate all the dragons opposing us. Hijinmo's body shuddered again. He spoke in a casual tone. Dragons were beings which he could take lightly. This was the attitude of the mighty. Hijinmo hesitated about what to do. It would probably be wise to beg for the lives of the other dragons. Gaon-sama, Ora-sama, may this one be permitted to speak? Very well. Speak. Understood. A thought occurred to this one. The people here do not know the greatness of Gaon-sama. Would you be willing to extend your mercy to those fools? In other words, the other dragons should know of the glory of Gaon-sama. What do you two think? Everything depends on your will, Ains-sama. That's right. We won't object to any decision you make, Ains-sama. In any case, all we need to do is chase them out of the royal palace, right? Ahem. Dragon, may I ask you a question? Hijinmo glanced at his master's faces. In all honesty, he had no idea what sort of attitude he needed to take towards this dwarf. Please do. Still, I didn't expect you could completely dominate a dragon. No, after seeing that power of yours, it might be natural. Sorry. Are there any other dragons around besides the ones in this place? Of course, there might be. There might be, huh? Then, if there were, could you order around those dragons as well? I could not. They belong to a different tribe. Then we should fulfill the request to chase the dragons out first. After that, we'll tell them that there are other dragon tribes around. That way, they'll have to count on your Majesty's strength to protect their reclaimed royal capital. Surely they would not easily surrender this land which they took so long to reclaim. Is that not the most profitable course? It would seem this elder lich was a king of sorts, and his subjects were the dark elf and the elf, perhaps. Are you all right with your race being squeezed dry and used up? Your Majesty has chosen me. Us. Is it not natural that I would pick your side in any dispute? Thank you for your considerations, Gondo. Please don't say that. I am the one who should be thanking you. The pain that has plagued me all this time has been wiped away by the few days I have spent with your Majesty. Truly, you are my savior. I am pleased we have forged a mutually beneficial relationship. While I do not feel your Majesty may benefit from this, I shall surely repay the kindness you have shown me. Even Hijinmo the outsider could understand their relationship. The dwarf was deeply indebted to the elder lich. It was a debt that he would pay even if he had to betray his race. If you feel that way, then I don't mind. All right. Then, take me to the dragons you say are stronger than you. Also, where is the treasury of the former Dwarven royal capital? Hijinmo knew where the treasury was, and nodded confidently. This one feels that your question is quite fortunate, because both of them are at the same place. With his master and the dwarf on his back, Hijinmo headed to his father's location. His body might not have been used to exercise, but it was still a dragon's body, and carrying two people posed no problems to him at all. He listened to His Majesty speak as he walked, and as he did, he was certain that his knowledge and instincts were the most valuable thing in this world. If I had shown the arrogance typical of a dragon when we had first met, I would have been slaughtered. No, if I had not loudly proclaimed my allegiance and gained their interest, I would have died without ever knowing what had happened to me. It had truly been a narrow escape. Hijinmo clenched his slackened bladder. If I peed myself again, their opinion of me would not just drop to rock bottom, it would grab a shovel and continue digging underground. Fortunately, we had not encountered any other dragons along the way. They proceeded directly to his father's room. Or rather, the throne room cum treasury. Hijinmo took a deep breath. Your servant wishes to inform your exalted majesty that apart from my father, there are 3 dragons there who serve as his concubines. Will you be bringing that dwarf in there with you? Is there a problem? No, not at all. If your exalted majesty feels it is fine, then naturally your servant has no objections. I have granted him immunity to freezing cold, so it should be fine. However, it might be a little troublesome if we are subjected to numerous area effect spells of other elements. Your servant feels that will not be a problem, Your Exalted Majesty. Breath weapons are the favorite attacks of dragons, and it is natural for them to open combat with their breath. They would not consider using their arcane spells, which are far weaker. Then it's not a problem. Ah, Your Majesty. May I say something? Certainly, there is no way a mere 4 dragons could begin to oppose Your Majesty. However, it would seem this one's mother is in there. Could I ask you to spare her? It can't be helped. I shall try to let your mother survive. Thank you very much, Your Exalted Majesty. The words of praise immediately fell from his mouth, because he did not wish to displease the person showing him such largesse. In addition, if my mother survived, the burden on me might decrease in the future. On the contrary, if there were more dragons, my own rarity would decrease. If I do not want them to think my death would not be missed, I would have to do everything I could to please them. Still, Your Exalted Majesty seems a bit too. From now on, you may use Sorcerer King or Ains as well. Is this a trap, or is it a test? Without hesitation, Hijinmal spoke the words he felt were correct. Understood, Your Majesty, the Sorcerer King. Let's go. Understood. Hijinmal carefully hid his quiet sigh of relief. It was a test, after all. If I had been careless and failed to pay him the proper respect, I would surely have been punished appropriately. For all I knew, I might have been killed and then dissected. If there was one thing I had engraved into my heart, it was that I must never be arrogant. Soon, they reached the doors leading to their destination. Before anyone else could speak, Hijinmal shouted. He who sits upon my back is the Sorcerer King Ains Gown. He is the king who shall rule this land and us dragons. Silence filled the room as the words faded. It took some time for the other dragons to parse the words Hijinmal had just said. Have you gone mad, you little whelp? In an instant, his father's anger boiled over. He rose from his coiled position and took a fighting stance that would allow him to pounce right away. King of Dragons. Will you submit to me in exchange for your life? The hell you say, you damn skeleton? How could he be a skeleton? How does father cannot picked up on the treasures my master wore? Perhaps he was so angry that he had not even noticed. If I hadn't aggravated him, maybe he wouldn't have ended up this way. No, that was impossible. For all I knew, it might have been even worse. As Hijinmal's mind whirled with delusions, a look of surprise appeared on his father's face. No, wait. What are those clothes you're wearing? Perhaps after calming down somewhat, his draconic nose for treasure had kicked in. Hijinmal felt that this was very bad, and he looked around for help. However, all the concubines had the same excited look on their faces, a bestial hunger for treasure in their eyes. Only his mother was trying to surreptitiously leave this place, but she had no intention of helping her son. This is the first time I have seen such treasure. If you want me to forgive your foolishness, then offer me your raiment, skeleton. Dealing with fools is truly tiresome. Why did my father's instincts as one of the living not tell him that death awaited him? It must have been his draconic avarice at work here. You idiot! You've just thrown away the only chance you had to survive. No, I should kill you. Grasp heart. And with that, his father's body slumped powerlessly to the ground. All eyes went to the body of the strongest dragon here. The way he did not move at all looked like he was sleeping. Of course, that was definitely not the case. I have no interest in last words. Then, Hijinmal, which of them is your mother? I shall show her mercy and spare her life. As for the others, well, I'm sure there will be various uses for them after we're done picking them apart. That's me. 3 voices rang out at once. For a moment, Hijinmal almost said that's me. As well. What's this? Don't tell me there's the mother who bore you, the mother who raised you, and the mother who cared for you? Hijinmal looked at the two dragons who were not connected to him by blood. The two of them were gripped by fear. Currently, the power of life and death over the other two dragons rested in Hijinmal's hands. However, he could not take delight in this. All he felt was a tremendous sympathy for others in the same situation as himself. It is as you say, Your Majesty. I have 3 mothers. Is that so? What a shame. However, a promise is a promise. All right, I shall spare them. Still, is there only one dragon corpse? Dragons are far too useful. One does not seem quite enough. What a shame. After peeking around, the 3 concubines bowed before Ains in the pose of submission. Leave this place and gather all the dragons here. Then, inform them that you are now under my rule. If anyone refuses to accept this, then I will deal with them personally. Now go. The concubines burst into motion and ran at top speed. It was a speed that either inspired awe in onlookers or frightened them speechless. Hijinmal did not think for a moment that they might try to escape. In the face of this mighty magic caster, their chances of escape were slim to none. They ought to have realized that as well. No, it made no difference even if they escaped. After all, if they did so, I would know how His Majesty, the Sorcerer King, would find and deal with them. Talk. Someone tapped lightly on Hijinmal's head. Turning around, he saw his master's eyes looking at him. I have another order for you. It is a very important order. Gather all the Dwarven books you have, including those you have not yet finished, as well as all the other books outside your room, and bring them to me. Yes. I understand. I shall do so at once. After nervously setting the 2 of them down, Hijinmal ran with all his might. So, they've gone. Ains watched as Hijinmal vanished into the distance. I had inquired about how many dragons lived here from him. Therefore, if the numbers did not add up, it would still be of benefit to me. There was only 1 dragon corpse. However, punishing freshly subjugated people who had done nothing wrong for the purpose of generating corpses would violate my ideals of fair reward and punishment. Cuckoo. If they ran, I would hunt them down, kill them, and take back the corpses. As he pondered how to make use of said corpses, Ains turned his gaze to the glittering pile of gold which the dragon before him had been lying on. That's a dragon for you. It's a veritable mountain of treasure. It was nothing compared to Nazarik's treasury, but it was still the largest pile of wealth I had seen ever since coming to this world. Where had he gotten all these things from? Perhaps only the dragon that had become a corpse knew. Hardly any brass or fool's gold. So most of that is natural gold? Is that a dragon's sense of smell at work? Gondo muttered all that to himself as he studied the glittering ores. Are those any different from gold? I should properly appraise them once I got home. I trust there are no problems with exercising my victor's rights over the dragon's hoard? Those rights are yours, of course. However, how about trying to open that while nobody's around? Who? You're quite the villain. It's purely for research, of course. Then, please tell me if there's anything you desire, Your Majesty. According to that dragon, there's no ledger of treasure or anything, but it might not be good to take a Dwarven treasure that's too famous. Why not say the dragon took it? If that happens, they might request that Your Majesty return the dragon's hoard, no? While I don't think the council will say anything to Your Majesty, it would be best not to sow the seeds of future conflict, don't you think? It is as you say. Then, I shall open the door to the entrance. It's better if less people know about what will happen. Please, Your Majesty. Ains and Gondo went about their respective business. First, Ains used Gate to bring over his 8 edge assassins. I have an order for you. Search this palace, hidden rooms included, and bring all the books you find to this place. If you meet any dragons, say you are my subordinates. If you are attacked, you may kill them. However, avoid making the first move. Also, While I doubt there are any around, there might be powerful beings present, so move in groups. If you encounter any such entities, prioritize bringing that information back to me. Since the books were written in Dwarven, only Gondo could understand them, so I had no choice but to let him read them. As he watched his subordinates disperse through the royal palace, Ains chucked the dragon corpse through the gate. First I'll harvest all the materials, and then process them. And then, if the dragon is willing to accept resurrection, I'll have another batch on hand. Though I doubt that's likely. As Yuri Alpha of the Pleiades looked at him, Ains ordered her to store the corpse on the 5th floor. In order not to let the corpse rot, he ordered her to put it on ice. Your Majesty. There are no signs that it was opened. It would seem the treasure should still be in place. Really now? Then I shall open it. He bade Yuri farewell, and after the great doors closed, Ains stood before the entrance to the treasury. As he recalled his Yggdrasil days, elation soared in Ains' chest. It had always been an exciting experience to encounter a treasure chest-shaped drop. Even if there was only a single data crystal inside, one would not know before opening it. Ains felt that same excitement now. However, it was forcibly negated. Every time his joyous emotions were cancelled, it gave rise to some measure of displeasure. Even so, it still enlivened him somewhat. Ains took out a magic item which looked like a board. It was an artifact, epigonoi. It was a magic item which could only be used 7 times, but it possessed the lock-opening abilities of a level 90 thief. This very valuable, and I do not want to use it if possible, but I had not summoned any vassals with high-level lock-opening abilities. The 8 edge assassins were specialized in stealthy combat, and they had very poor lock-opening abilities. It can't be helped. Ains, who very rarely used any rare items he obtained, decided to use it after some waffling. He touched the artifact to the treasury door and activated its power. As they peeked through the slit of the opening door, Ains and Gondo clenched their fists. Amazing. Much like the dragon's hoard, the dwarven trove could not compare to that of Nazarick, but to Ains, it was also a commendable sum. Ains picked up a gold coin. He had never seen coins like this before, and it did not look like the gold pieces used for trade nowadays. They say that in the past, the dwarves traded with the huge human nation which ruled the area around this mountain range. This must be a portrait of the ruler of that nation. Runesmiths flourished then, it was their golden age. Then, please excuse me for a moment while I look for technical manuals and any items made by runesmith researchers, and so on. Do so. I will look around myself. Pandora's actor would probably be very happy to see this. As he recalled his bizarre attitude, the mental image of Ains making sure the treasury's door was properly locked came to mind. Ains saw armor and weapons seemingly buried by gold pieces. Would that not damage them? Why did they not mind that damage? I see, if it was neat and tidy, then any thieves who got in could quickly find the treasure they were looking for. So instead they messed things up? If that's the case, then they might use that old dodge as well. Gondo, I have something to ask you. Is it possible that there is a secret door under this mountain of treasure? I see. It's not impossible, but even if there were, it would be very difficult to find. After all, we would have to move out all the treasure in here. Then, we could estimate the distance from this level to the one below, and if there's a discrepancy in height we'd be right, then? I feel that even if one wanted to put in a secret chamber in this place, it wouldn't be anything more than a sliding secret door to hide several pieces of treasure. Measuring thickness would also be quite difficult. Also, since this is the treasury, the walls and floor would naturally be thicker. Well, that is not our reason for coming here, and we do not know if it really exists. Wasting too much time and effort on it would be foolish. In any event, once the dwarves come to reclaim their city, we will have them serve as witnesses and buy those items at their proper price. I understand. Then I shall go and see if our objective is in this place. Gondo began searching again, and Ains picked out several items which seemed more magical than others. This is? Among those items, Ains discovered a sword. Going by levels, it would be around level 50, then. What a beautiful and exquisite sword. But there are no runes carved on it. How could that be? Ains gripped its hilt. In that instant, the sword vibrated. It felt as though mana was flowing through it. This is something even I can use? Ains could not use longswords due to his class restrictions. However, it would seem this sword had been imbued with some sort of magic which waived that restriction. Interesting. Greater magic item. Your Majesty. How goes the search? Did you find anything interesting? Several articles, but I'll decide which one I want to take afterwards. Is that so? I'll leave you to it, then. Now that Gondo's call had interrupted the spell, Ains tossed the sword back into the pile. While a sword which I could wield was quite interesting, given my present circumstances, it was nothing more than that. Any item I took from here would have to be more special and beneficial. Is that the caliber of the magic items here? What a shame. Well, I guess I shouldn't have been hoping for a world-class item or whatnot. Ains continued searching, and an item caught his eye. Gondo, I've made my selection. I'm not sure if this is a national treasure, but could you come over and help me take a look? Then, let's begin. After saying that to Shaltear, who was standing beside her, Aura unfurled the scroll, the world-class item she had brought with her, and activated its power. Depiction of mountains and rivers. The targets are sealed into a closed-off space. Alright, Hanzo, I want you to block off the escape route from this world. It'll be troublesome if any of them got away. Lean over a bit. The Hanzo leaned over from his hiding place in the shadows, and paid close attention to Aura's explanation of the escape route. Then, Aura. How many more people have entered this world after the others? Only 2 people. That answer meant the enemy did not possess world-class items. They breathed a sigh of relief. Shaltear looked around the residences of the old royal capital. It was a large city, but it was quiet, as though its citizens had all fled. We have to quickly capture the clan lord, the ruler of the Quagoa, and convey the Supreme Being's words to him. However, our visibility is impeded by the houses, and we could not find the place where he was staying. Can you burn those houses away? I can't. However, I could create a hazardous environment to deal damage over time. For instance, if there were a line of log houses, we could create a lava region and burn them to ash. That might kill them all, so you can't do that. Yeah. Still, I could activate it briefly and deal with everyone who survived, but it would be a shame if their ores melted. The Quagoa fed their children metal and the like, so there ought to be large quantities of metal or raw ore and minerals lying around. Destroying them would be a waste. Besides, Ains Sama's order was to see if they were willing to flock to our banner. And then he said that if they refused, we would cull their ranks to a specific amount. Shaltear. It'll be fine. I won't mess up this time. I absolutely won't mess up. If only that were the case. I think I get it now. You have to use your head. Shall we? Let's go. Then, can I leave the thinning of their numbers to you? I think I'm more suitable for that task. Are you okay with that? Yeah, if Mari were here, he'd trigger an earthquake and wipe a whole bunch of them out. That boy has the strongest area attacks in Nazarick. I'm pretty confident in that field, but my power is limited in a place like this. So you've already received orders like that? All these tasks were for you to learn, Shaltear. That's true. Judging by the strength of the enemies we've encountered so far, it doesn't look like there's anyone here who could defeat a Death Knight. Then, could it be that they were beaten by chance? It's more likely that they used an item or defeated them with a summon that was later recalled. It's quite rare that Ains Sama's predictions are wrong. Shaltear realized Aura was staring at her. She did not want to ask why she was doing so. What? Did I miss something? It's not like that. What a dummy. If I missed something out, then why not just tell me directly? Say. How could Ains-sama make that sort of mistake? Was getting the Death Knights defeated part of Ains-sama's plan? It's true that Death Knights made by Ains-sama have very high stats. Nobody we've encountered so far should have been able to defeat them. Is that possible too? I see. So it's possible that he intentionally let the opposition kill the Death Knights. I didn't think that far ahead, but I wanted to say that his predictions weren't wrong. The Death Knights went down with the bridge, but I think they died from the fall. Their footprints were there when we passed through that fortress, but they weren't there on the other side. In other words, they were defeated halfway through. That means, there's only one reason they could have died. If that was the case, does that mean this has exceeded Ains-sama's predictions? I told you, it's not like that. If Ains-sama was talking to you seriously, it might be like what you said, Shaltear. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I told you, right? Ains-sama already knew that the Death Knights died from falling into the Great Rift. Did he knew already? Why don't you think about what happened back then? You see, when Ains-sama was explaining things to you, I wanted to ask if the Death Knights had been pushed to their deaths, but Ains-sama looked right at me and ordered me to be quiet. Didn't you notice? It was in the moment when he gave his instructions. Shaltear blinked in surprise. She had seen her master make that gesture. I thought it was because he wanted Aura to keep quiet because he was saying something. However, the Supreme Being was a genius strategist, so Aura's explanation was more likely as opposed to my potentially flawed reading of the situation. Still, if that was the case, why had he explained all that to me? What kind of face are you making? Think about it a little and you'll know. Could it be for me? Did he do that on purpose to train me? Is that what you mean? What other answer could there be? Along the way, you said there could be a strong enemy and asked Ains-sama many things. If you knew they had fallen into the Great Rift, would you have asked so much? Can you keep this a secret from Ains-sama? It's all because you doubted Ains-sama. You say I doubted Ains-sama's ability? How could that be? Well, just keep it a secret. Just as Ains-sama wanted me to keep it a secret from you, you have to watch your lips too. Of course. When one reflected calmly on this, Aura had committed a mortal sin, that of ignoring a Supreme Being's orders. However, that was because she felt I had shown disrespect to the Supreme One. So was it me or Aura who was rude to the Supreme Beings? Or was it neither of us? Shaltear's head ached, and she decided to stop quibbling and not brood about the matter of keeping secrets. Still, isn't that a sign of disrespect in itself? Speaking of which, if they don't submit to Ains-sama, he said something about cutting them down to about 10,000 people. While he did say to spare some of the females, what about the children? Did he specify to leave a certain amount alive? Although, don't they get stronger by eating metals as children? And if we're going to rule them, wouldn't children be easier to brainwash? Shaltear. If Ains-sama didn't leave any specific instructions, that means it's a test, right? While we could always send the Hanzos to ask for directions, Ains-sama said he left it to you, right? So I think Ains-sama wanted to see how you would deal with it. Can our number 1 floor guardian take good care of this task? For 1,000 males and females and 2,000 children ought to be enough. I guess. You seem to be handling this pretty easily. Aura fell silent and cupped her hand to her ear. Shaltear knew what she was doing and kept as quiet as possible. I heard what sounded like a large group of Quagoa making their move. Are they fleeing, or are they deploying their forces? I can't be perfectly sure because I'm going by sound, but they don't sound like they're running away. It's more like they're dispersing outside the city. Apparently, there were 80,000 Quagoa here. If they mobilized over 10,000 people but deployed them within the city, their advantage in numbers would be cut down by half. While the intruders were so few they did not qualify as an army, they possessed incredible fighting power. The matter of the dragon should have spread throughout the Quagoa. If that were the case, the smarter people would lead the others outside the city to evacuate, while setting up in formation to lure the enemy into the city for a fight. If a small number of enemies moved into the city, the Quagoa could surround the city and mount waves of attacks to tire them out before dealing the finishing blow with a team of elite warriors. That seemed like the most appropriate battle strategy. In any case, one needed a wide, open space to deploy a large force. I was hoping for just that. They're over there. Then, we should begin negotiations now. Of course. We need to work hard so we don't keep Ains-sama waiting. Over 60,000 battle-capable Quagoa were formed up and waiting for the enemy. Still, despite mustering a force bigger than any in recorded history, Clan Lord P. Ryuro was not happy at all. This is far too strange. The cave which contained the royal capital had suddenly been wreathed in mist. What on earth was going on? The battle-ready troops began lining up, facing the royal capital. If the enemy feared our numbers and did not come out, then that would be the best case. As long as our enemy was not stupid, they would see that there was no point in fighting. However, someone emerged from the royal capital. One of them was dressed in red armor, and another was a dark-skinned shorty that was not a dwarf. According to the ones who had watched the encounter with the dragon outside the royal capital, there should have been two more. They must have been grabbing treasure, while these two were buying time for them. In any case, just to confirm, that is not a golem, right? Yes, it's not a golem. According to Yozu, the golems were tall of stature and wore black armor. So that suit of red armor was something else. However, perhaps that's a type of golem. It might be better to think of it that way. Still, why did they come out to face an army in the tens of thousands head-on? Is it because they're confident of killing us all? No way, it can't be. That's impossible. Ryuro shook his head to disperse the horrific image that had appeared within it. I could guess that the opposition possessed unimaginable power, given that they had created this bizarre dimension. The fact that they could make a dragon prostrate before them without a fight also suggested they were very strong. Still, my side numbered over 60,000. It was completely incomparable to having only hundreds or thousands of people. There was no way to fight this many opponents. However, if they were golems, then it was understandable. Golems did not tire like living beings. They could fight forever, and if they were strong enough to defeat me, then they could theoretically kill everyone here. Still, that was merely theoretical. Even if only one out of several Quagoa dealt damage through a lucky hit, over the course of thousands of rounds of fighting, the accumulated scratch damage would result in injuries that could take the enemy out of commission. Numbers were strength. With my army of 60,000, as long as we fought on the ground, we should even be able to slay a dragon lord. I'll go talk to these people. You wait here. If I'm killed, well, do as you please. It's too risky, clan lord. We can't talk to golems, so I'll talk to the one beside it. It would be bad if we didn't find out their objective, at least. The enemy must be strong. That being the case, I would ask them their objective. If they could be reasoned with, then I would not mind paying a certain price. If they could chase off the Dragon Lord, then acknowledging them as our new masters would also be fine. Even if that was impossible, I could pay them more than the dwarves did in exchange for switching sides. Nobody must follow me. If a lot of us come at once, it might trigger hostilities. Without saying anything more to his aides, Ryuro stepped forth. His troops parted on both sides of him, and the opposition seemed to have noticed that someone was coming. Sorry for the wait. Ryuro was the first to speak, and his voice made the enemies look at each other. Who are you? It would seem the red-armored one was a golem. It seemed paler and taller than the humanoid next to it. Still, at a glance, there was no telling that it was an artificial being. It looked very realistic. I am P. Ryuro, lord of the Quagoa clans who live in this place. And you? Who might you be? We are under orders from the Supreme Overlord who has come to this land in order to rule you. It spoke. The red-armored one spoke. Since I heard that golems could not speak, it was obviously not a golem. Rule us here? Correct. Our lord has come to subjugate you. Bend the knee and bow before him. Then, what should I do? I did not mind bowing and welcoming a new ruler. All we needed to do was grow strong beneath that ruler and then overthrow them. The problem was that we could not submit to the opposition without knowing their power. They might have made that dragon kneel before them, but that dragon was not the dragon lord. For all I knew, after bending the knee, we might be made to fight the dragon lord. There should be 2 more of you. What happened to them? You do not need to know. You are only allowed to say if you accept our rule or not. You say you want to rule us. However, it is very difficult for us to accept your proposal without knowing your strength. Does that make sense to you? Is that so? Our orders state that if you will not accept our rule, we are to reduce your numbers until you are forced to bend the knee. After that, you are to kill yourselves until there are only 4,000 males, 4,000 females, and 2,000 children left. You should be able to differentiate who is more valuable, am I correct? Then, once there are only 10,000 of you left, we will take you back to our country, the Sorcerer Kingdom, where you will be put to work. Fear coursed through the clan lord for an instant. It was not because of the cruel content of the message. It was because they had delivered it in a matter-of-fact tone that was completely devoid of arrogance. I feel these 2 people could actually do it. Yes. These 2 people could kill an army of over 60,000. Were they mad? Were they overconfident? Or? That unbelievable attitude left Ryuro at a loss for what to do next. They could not listen to such insane orders without so much as a fight. Perhaps they had sensed the hostile intent from his side, but the 2 of them looked at each other, and their faces twisted into grins. Wait. Ryuro could not finish his request for them to wait. Then, I shall now begin reducing your numbers to an acceptable level. That being the case, do not give your clothes to anyone else. Normally speaking, the Quagoa did not wear clothes. After all, they were covered in fur from head to toe. However, a king needed to show his authority, and thus he needed something to easily differentiate himself from others. I could let others wear my clothes to serve as doubles for me, in order to deceive enemies from other races. Had they seen through that plan and thus tried to cut me off halfway? Taking out the enemy leadership to cripple the enemy army was the most obvious victory condition. However, why had they not done that? No, that's not it. There's another reason for that. Could it be that must be it? They're not trying to kill me, they're trying not to kill me by accident. The differences between species ran very deep. However, as long as I wore my clothes, they could tell who the clan lord was and thus they would spare me. That was the meaning of their haughty declaration. Then, isn't it about time you went back? We will start once your side moves towards us. I would be glad if you picked out the ones you wanted to survive before that. Hurry up and go back. They waved him off, indicating that he should return. In other words, there was no need to negotiate any further. I told them I was willing to bend the knee, but why couldn't they make even a little concession? If they aren't even willing to do that, does that really mean they view our lives as worthless? In the face of this arrogance, the clan lord struggled to suppress the terror overflowing from this heart. In any case, they can't possibly cut the 60,000 people here down to 10,000. Yes. That must be it. They must have lost their minds after seeing our forces. Under normal circumstances, that sort of thinking would be correct. Even dragons could not reduce their numbers by such large amounts. In that moment, realization struck the clan lord. Could it be that they intend to mount flying hit-and-run attacks? If they fought like dragons, then things would be very tricky. Deploying in a wide-open area like this would be detrimental instead. Then, should I pull my forces back to the residential district? However, that would be very dangerous. If the enemy could destroy buildings, then it would cause great damage to our homes. In the end, this was the only place we could fight. After returning to his troops, the clan lord gathered his aides. Was that a golem? What happened? You look very uncomfortable. Ah. In any case, gather the blue and the red Quagoa. Will they be a personal guard? Not just that. Gather all the exceptional individuals of each clan together. Ryuro gave voice to a mighty cry. It was a cry infused with the skill he had obtained when he had ascended to the position of clan lord. As he saw his army of over 10,000 charge the enemy in response to the cry, he even felt a little pleased. However, the results of that charge were too horrible to watch. Like a flow of water striking a wall, the charging soldiers struck an invisible barrier and were sent flying. What splashed everywhere was not frothy water, but Quagoa, or what used to be Quagoa. They're flying. They're actually flying. This was not a metaphor. The charging Quagoa were literally flying through the air. Neither did they do so one by one. Several dozen of them were sent flying all at once. Their pulverized corpses became a shower of meaty chunks which rained down on their comrades. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. For some reason, the fact that they could not see any blood spurting made the sight even more surreal. What the hell is that? Ryuro did not even have the strength to answer his advisor's mournful cry. This many. How? Clan Lord. What is that? It's nothing like the golems we saw before. They smashed away every single Quagoa charging at them in a single blow. This was no longer a battle. It was not even a massacre. It was simply disposal. We have to run. Where will you run to? Where can you run to in this strange dimension? These people said they're going to kill us until there's only 10,000 of us left. His aides had nothing to say. After seeing this monstrous strength, they understood that their threats were not a joke. That's impossible. Clan Lord. What the hell are they? What have the dwarves brought here? Why are such tiny people so powerful? As he heard his advisors, another flash of inspiration struck Ryuro. Could it be that red-armored chap is also a dwarven weapon? They sent something stronger because they knew the golems were destroyed. So if we defeat it, they'll send something even stronger than that? The cries of his men echoed all around. Only the region around Ryuro was silent. Let's pull the men back. Stop. They have to fight. There's no other way out for us. However strong it is, it'll get tired eventually. When that happens, we'll wait until it can't swing its weapon anymore, then force them to negotiate and demand concessions from them. I see. But will it really get tired? In any case, as long as it lives, it ought to get tired. It might have more stamina than us, but it'll definitely get tired. Until then, make it keep swinging its weapon. Even if it doesn't get tired, once it gets bored of killing we might be able to discuss something. Besides, we can't win even if we fight it. Not against a monster like that. My troops would not be demoralized to the point of flight. The cry I had used to sound the charge turned my men into warriors that did not know fear. More importantly, they were immune to all fear-related effects. The great mass of soldiers continued charging without ever looking back, and they were cut down to half their previous number with such swiftness that hardly anyone could believe it. You chosen heroes. He could not raise his voice. Ryuro saw the red and blue Quagoa before him, as well as the other Quagoa with special abilities, all of whom had been formed up into the strongest combat units of the clans. You are our ace in the hole. The enemy has killed many of our comrades, so it should be tired. You will be able to make it suffer. It ought to be tired. He said that, but there was no sign of it. That's right. No matter what, it's living, so it'll get tired. You can do it. Go! Our heroes. With a prayer in his heart, Ryuro sent out those heroes. He gave his men orders to clear the path to the red suit of armor. Then, the heroes would assault the red armor. My lord. Mighty clan lord of us all. After hearing his aide's trembling voices, he slowly opened his eyes. You don't need to say anything. I know. I saw it too. Nothing had changed. That was right. It had made no difference. Just like the regular soldiers, the chosen heroes had been chopped into mincemeat and sent flying as lumps of flesh. It had all happened in an instant. They had met the same end as the regular soldiers. So. Ryuro could not say anything else. Although he did not know what that red suit of armor was, it was something which was undoubtedly stronger than a dragon. Said they wanted 2,000 children. Pick out that amount. And the remaining. 2,000 children. My lord. There's nothing else we can do. Even if there's only 10,000 of us, as long as we survive, someday, we can make the Quagoa great again. Nobody could say anything in the face of Ryuro's words. That was because everyone clearly understood in their hearts. Speaking of which, what is the Sorcerer Kingdom, anyway? Does it have anything to do with the dwarves? Someone please tell me. His muttering came straight from the heart. However much he tried to deny it, the carnage before his eyes gave him the feeling that an even greater tragedy would soon come. Suddenly, he saw his Quagoa servants holding cages. Those were the cages used for storing food lizards. Ryuro knew that now was not the time for this, but the stress on him made him reach out to the cage. There is no way I could beat the absolute ruler who would soon subjugate my race. The idea of flourishing again was so outlandish that even I had nothing to say in its defense. No matter how many generations passed, we would never be able to rise up in revolt. The Quagoa of the Azalesia mountain range would forever wear collars in service to our dreaded master. The wildly thrashing lizard slipped from Ryuro's hands and vanished between his men's legs. Ryuro went on what was more a sigh than a shout, and then he collapsed into silent sobbing from sheer misery. If you were that strong, you should have said so in the first place. Why didn't you tell me? The whimpering of the Quagoa lord, hailed by his people as the greatest ruler in their history, blended with the screams of the children as his own soldiers butchered them. Ains and Gondo left the treasury together. A flight of dragons bowed their heads before them. There were 19 of them in total, including Hijinmal. In other words, all the dragons Hijinmal had mentioned were here. Now there would be no need to hunt them down. It's good that they're all being obedient, but it's a shame that I don't have more dragon corpses. Should I find some excuse to kill a few more? No, that would be evil. Then why not let them breed and then harvest them later? Isn't that the same thing? Most exalted Sorcerer King. Your faithful servants have gathered before you. Raise your heads. The kneeling dragons raised their heads as one. Due to the massive size of their bodies, they were far taller than Ains once they rose, but there was no sense of them looking down on him. However, there were a few surprised looks among them. I won't accept this. To think the person who killed father is actually... What? Ains walked in front of the roaring dragon. Then he smiled, and beckoned with his hand, as though to say give it your best shot. The dragon swiped its claws at Ains. They were fast, but not as fast as the troll he had fought recently. Ains did not dodge them. He took the dragon's attack head-on. The dragon grinned broadly, but when he realized that Ains had no need to dodge, that grin froze on his face. After making sure that the dragon knew that, Ains cast a spell. Grasp Heart. Ains' gaze moved from the dragon who had collapsed like his father, and turned to the others. Is there no one else? After that quiet query, the dragons were bowed even lower than they had been earlier, as though they were trying to lie flat on the ground. Ains opened a gate and chucked the dragon's corpse through it. Then he took Gondo and got onto Ejinmel's back. His mother's back was larger, so mounting would be more suitable for a ruler than taking Ejinmel. However, Ains had already ridden Ejinmel all the way here, so he might as well ride him the rest of the way. Leave the city. My subordinates should be waiting there. The dragon flight took wing in unison, and the Hanzos led them to a place where many Quagoa were kneeling down. The sight of countless Quagoa in silent prostration was quite bizarre, and as Gondo saw this, he croaked hoarsely. Ains was about to make the same noise himself, but he could not do such a thing in front of his guardians. Ains-sama. As you ordered, we've finished the selection from the Quagoa. There are 4,000 males, 4,000 females, and 2,000 children. The rest are all corpses. Also, we allowed them to recover the intact bodies and place them elsewhere. I see. So they rejected my compassion, but now they cling desperately to their final chance for survival. What a bunch of fools. Then, where's their king? Over there, Ains-sama. Shaltear pointed. As expected, it was the trembling Quagoa. Before Ains summoned him, he activated his halo of obsidian radiance. According to his research, that effect best suited a ruler. King of the Quagoa, raise your head. Yes. The Quagoa lord's body shook violently as he raised his head. Then, his eyes went wide, and he went still, as though he had been frozen. I am known as a merciful king. The sin of not immediately accepting my proposal shall be absolved by the blood of your people. Yet, if you will give your lives and your loyalty to me, I shall guarantee your prosperity. Understood. We are your servants, and all our children and our children's children shall grind ourselves to dust in your majesty's service. A good answer. It pleases me. Yes. Thank you very much. As though to terminate the conversation, Ains waved his hand, as though to indicate that the Quagoa lord could resume his submissive posture. Excellent. It seems all my practice paid off. The endless repetition of lines and poses before the mirror had finally borne fruit. After striking a victory pose in his heart, Ains turned back to his two guardians, who had flawlessly discharged their duties. You have done very well. I am very proud of the two of you. Thank you very much. Your words have cleansed my heart of the shame of my previous mistake, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. After seeing Shaltear's delight, Ains was sure that he had used the right words. Then, is this amount all right? If it's too much, we can cull them again until their numbers please you, Ains-sama. No, there's no need for that. This ought to be a good number. Come to think of it, could any of them become powerful adversaries? Not by our standards, of course, but by those of the people of this world. My deepest apologies. Those people were. No, that's not it. The clan lord whom you spoke to was considered quite strong, although we never saw his strength. Is that so? While I was not sure how the Death Knights had been defeated, it was most likely a coincidence. For all I knew, they might have fallen into the Great Rift. As he thought of that, Ains felt deeply ashamed. Realizing that he had been mistaken after lecturing Shaltear so passionately made his face feel like it was about to erupt in flames. And then, the shame was gone. In its place was a smoldering depression. And then, as he thought about how Shaltear had been taking notes, it deepened. And then he was back to normal. Should I try to bluff my way through this? However, if I messed it up, they might tell the others, Ains-sama said this, but actually and so on. This is bad. This is really bad. I shouldn't have gotten carried away by my joy and lectured them like that. I feel like crying now. Well, come to think of it, isn't this a good chance to tell the guardians that I can mess up too? From there, I can move from the position of an incredibly wise ruler to an ordinary ruler, and that might free me from my emotional torment. And if I do that, the guardians might notice my mistakes and warn me about them. Ains ordered the dragons to leave, because he knew they had very keen senses. Then, he had the Quagoa move some distance away. Gondo looked very lonely all by himself, but he would just have to bear with it. Once the three of them were alone, Ains gulped. What I would do next might well send all my hard work down the drain. Ains felt uneasy over how the way the situation would change and what might happen in the future. His body, which knew no fear, started to feel afraid. Despite that, he gathered up his courage to speak. "Ah, you two, listen up. Do you remember what I said about the possibility of a being in this place that could easily defeat the Death Knights?" The two of them looked at each other, and their faces suggested that they had realized something. "Yes, that. It seems I was mistaken. Maybe the dragon I killed could have destroyed the Death Knights, but it doesn't seem like anybody else could." "I understand, Ains-sama. Your words were intended to make me learn. To think that you had to disgrace yourself on account of my inexperience. I, Shaltear Bloodfallen, tender my utmost gratitude to your exalted self for your merciful considerations." Much to Ains' surprise, they were looking at him with respect in their eyes. In particular, Shaltear's face was flushed red, her eyes were moist, her lips were pressed flat, and her mouth was quivering as though she was on the verge of tears. What part of that deserved respect? Had I touched their hearts in some way? Also, I should deny what Shaltear said, right? No, Shaltear learned a lot from this journey. Then I'll put my faith in you, Shaltear. It seems you realized it, Shaltear. Yes. Ains-sama. Say what? Still, I had to clarify it myself. Still, even I can fail, and I can make mistakes. I hope you will keep that fact in your hearts. Yes. While I don't think it's possible for our great ruler to ever make a mistake, I understand, Ains-sama. Shaltear seemed to have reached the limits of her endurance. She sank to her knees and began sobbing. As she clenched her teeth and wept copiously, Aura put her hand on Shaltear's shoulders, her own eyes brimming with tears. While it was a touching scene which illustrated their friendship, Ains had no idea what was going on, and all he could think about was where Shaltear was secreting her tears, saliva, and other bodily fluids from. Yes, there were far too many things in this world which defied understanding, or rather, they were situations where I had to feign said understanding. That was how I felt when I listened to my CEO explain important cases. This was merely kicking the can down the road, but at the same time, I feel that my future self who would encounter the problem again would be a better person. After kneeling down in front of Shaltear, he wiped her tears away, like a parent would for their child. And then, in that moment, even more tears coursed down her cheeks. Ains-sama. All right. Don't cry, Shaltear. I told you the same thing back then, didn't I? You can't waste your beautiful face on tears. Was I useful to you? Yes. You did very well. You were everything I expected of one of my guardians. Ains-sama. Alright, it's about time you stopped crying. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for all the kindness you have shown me. Shaltear looked up at Ains as she breathed in through her nose and tried to wipe her tears away. Alright, then we ought to move on now. There's still a lot to be done, no? The council chamber had been noisy all morning, but after receiving the latest piece of news, it fell silent. If they were not hugging their heads, they were scratching them. Not a single dwarf in the room could stay calm. And then, someone spoke. He's back. He's really back. Well, that was fast. Did he really take back the royal capital? Are you trying to find fault with him? What a brave fellow you are, putting yourself at odds with the monster. No, the mighty being who returned after seizing control of that dragon's nest of a royal palace. I'd say you're as brave as that hero king from the legends. By the way, please tell him that all of us believed in his majesty from the beginning. According to the messenger, he seemed to have returned on dragonback. Dragons were very strong, and thus they were very proud. They were thus very interested in how anyone could have performed the shocking feat of subjugating such a being. Then, what should we do? We're out of time, aren't we? His Majesty has returned. If we don't meet him right away, we'll be in trouble. That means we have to make a decision right away, about that. About the Forge Master. Now that the Forge Master had fled the country with the metal ingot which the Sorcerer King had entrusted to him. Right. Who would commission any work from a country with such a bad reputation? Worse still, it was not an average blacksmith who had run off with the item, but a member of the nation's leadership. It might well be interpreted as the nation pulling strings behind the scenes. As they imagined the future which might result from this, they began searching, all the while discussing what they should do if they could not find it. I still can't believe he actually ran off with that ingot. Then what should we do? There's no doubt that he ran away with the ingot. We've also received eyewitness reports of the Forge Master leaving. Could he have been controlled by the Sorcerer King's magic? Even if you don't want to acknowledge this crime committed by a fellow dwarf, by one of us, anyone who says that about the person who reclaimed the royal capital that we could not. Simply put, that person is the scum of the dwarves. Don't be like that, Commander-in-Chief. You should know as well, he searched the hardest among all of us, and he's the most tired. I don't think the problem can be explained by simply saying that he was fatigued. Well, let's leave non-constructive talk like that for later, Commander-in-Chief. We need to make a decision about more important matters now. Should we inform His Majesty right away? I feel it might be better to try and delay things and use the time to continue searching. What do you think? It's a bad move. That leads to the problem of us covering things up. We might as well come clean and beg forgiveness. Besides, have we found him yet? For all we know, he might be in the belly of a magical beast now. If only we could recover the ingot. That idiot. This was not something they should be saying about a friend, but nobody would speak out against the people rebuking the Forge Master for causing such a big problem. Fortunately, he didn't take the short sword as well. But, well, if we apologize, will we be forgiven? Well, it's not like we can do anything but apologize. It's important to apologize, but it's even more important to state the truth. And after that, all we can do is accept whatever terms he dictates. Then, what will he demand from us? We did not know what metal made up the ingot and could not estimate its value. Now we could not suggest payment in cash terms. If we underestimated the value of the item, we might end up angering the Sorcerer King beyond all hope of our relationship ever recovering. Therefore, we had to let the Sorcerer King name his price. Still, would he actually ask for money? No, he would ask for something else, but even I could not even imagine what exactly he would ask for. I can't think of anything. Let's turn it around. What can we agree to? No, what request should we deny him? Can we even do that? It would be hard, right? This city might have historical value, but we don't have any national treasures of a physical or magical nature. Oh! I've got it. What about the treasury within the royal capital? We talked about this earlier, didn't we? Saying that sort of thing to the person who reclaimed the royal capital for us is just too. Still, it's also true that there's nothing else. Hopefully, the dragons didn't destroy it. Don't say that. Then, let's invite the Sorcerer King to enter by himself this time. There's one less person. What happened? There was a strange expression on the faces of all the dwarves as Ains entered the room. There is also another matter which we must tender our sincere apologies, Your Majesty. The ingot which Your Majesty entrusted to us has been stolen by the Forge Master, who fled the nation with it. We are currently searching for him, but we have had no luck in finding him. Your Majesty gave us that ingot in your trust, but yet an incident like this occurred on our part. We do not know where to begin apologizing. Why would he do something like that? Did running away with the ingot mean that he was going to sell it to someone? Was it financial greed that made one of the Dwarven nation's counselors abandon his post? For a moment, Ains wanted to say that there was a player involved, moving their hidden pawns in the Dwarven nation. However, a player would not need an ingot like that. It was not valuable enough to make people forsake their position, even for very low-leveled players. That being the case, it would have been more advantageous to keep their subordinate hidden and in a position of power. We don't know. We honestly do not know. None of us have any idea why he would perform such a rash act. Then, my next question, what about the armor I requested? We cannot possibly apologize enough for that. While he left the short sword, he took the ingot, and we are unable to return it to you. We have already sent out search parties, and we will return it once we find it. Then, if you will permit it, please allow us to offer a substitute for the armor. While it pales in comparison to the ingot you entrusted to us, it is the greatest effort we can muster. We plan to prepare 3 sets of adamantite chainmail, and then enchant them to the best of our ability. If you desire a shield, we can fashion one for you out of orichalcum. Now if I were a malicious customer with a complaint, now would be the best time to make a scene. However, I do not want to be such a customer. Still, the loss of the ingot. Does it pain me? It's not rare, I have many more like it. And for all I know the metal isn't found here, but it might be obtainable in other regions. That being the case, it'll be better to have more suits of armor, right? They did say they were going to enchant them too. Plus, even if they do find that ingot, it's not like they're going to ask for all the other items back, right? That would make this a pretty good deal. If you don't have it, it can't be helped. Then, let's leave matters at that. Discuss this with Zenbaru later and prepare what he wants. Should I have given them a harder time? Still, it would be bad if people doubted my kingliness due to my pettiness. In that case, perhaps accepting their offer would allow others to view me as a generous person. Still, they ought to be all right with a request or two. Then, may I add another request to that? What is it, Your Majesty? Their stiff voices indicated that they were all on guard against him. There is no need to be so tense. It isn't a big matter, after all. I simply wish your country's support for the matter of recruiting runesmiths. What do you mean by that? Could you hold a ceremony in this country and make a public announcement about them working in my nation? That would surely make them happy. The dwarves looked at each other and nodded instantly. Really now? Then please allow my nation to handle the matter of catering. Preparing for these will take some time, so I hope you won't mind my staying here for a while. There were no objections from the dwarves, and it made Ains smile in his heart. Now I would not need to return to Urantal. At first, I thought I would have to spend more time on all this, but in the end I had taken back the royal capital in a flash. But that was bad. The first reason was because I wanted to inform Albedo about the Empire's request for vassalage with message, so she could plan it with Demiurge. Things would be very bad if I were present. Therefore, I needed a reason to not go back. Also, I wanted to improve my friendly relationship with the dwarves, which was also a very understandable reason. I also wanted to learn 3 pieces of information from the Dwarven city. 1. The presence or absence of players. If there were none now, there might still have been some around in the past. 2. Further investigation of runes and related information. I do not know enough about this topic. I had already learned quite a bit from the runesmiths. Runes had been around for a long time, but it was unclear when exactly they had appeared and who had introduced them. Part of the reason was the chaos of the demon god's attack, but Hajinmal's books did not contain any information on this, and neither did the treasury. 3. Knowledge on smithing and ores. Now that I had enlisted the runesmiths to my cause, all I had to do was slowly tease that information out of them. However, there did not seem to be any of the prismatic ores here, as expected. Regarding the second point, I intended to have the dwarves find out more after we returned to the royal capital in the future, which was why I needed a firm friendship with them. The long lines of tables were set with many plates, each of which was laden with a sumptuous variety of dishes. The piping hot food exuded a bewitching aroma, which drifted over to Ains. As one of the undead, Ains had no desire for food, but the remnants of Suzuki Satoru did. His wish to try some and his curiosity over how it would taste pricked at him. This body does have its good and bad points. I could curb my hunger, but not my curiosity. After all, my curiosity was part of my mind, which was not affected by my undead body. Perhaps if the dishes before me were made by the chefs of Irantal or Nazarick, it might not pique my curiosity so, but these were made by dwarves. Since the runesmiths wanted to bring their entire families to the sorcerer's kingdom, they had their wives, mothers, daughters and other female relatives cook for the event. Of course, most of the 2,000 shares of food here today were supplied by Ains. By Nazarick. Of course, I'm not a person who would use items wastefully, so most of these were essentially Irantal's cuisine. On other matters, there was little difference in the external appearance of Dwarven males and females. The biggest difference lay in their beards. Male beards were very long, and they were typically woven into 3 braids, while female beards were sparser. That said, sparse still meant that their beards resembled those of human males. However, the ladies seemed to have a habit of trimming the whiskers under their noses. I don't really see how it's a habit. Well, that's culture for you. The Sorcerer's Kingdom has gathered all sorts of humanoids. Probing too deeply about this sort of thing might cause problems in the future. Ains turned his gaze away from the ladies who were still serving food. His eyes crossed the countless dwarven heads before him and rested on the raised platform in front of him. Some of the smiths bound for the Sorcerer's Kingdom were standing with the members of the council. And then, the council informed them about the migration to the Sorcerer's Kingdom. It has begun. So it has. You're their representative. Is it all right if you don't stand out there in front of them? Give me a break, Your Majesty. I'm almost useless as a runesmith. It would be a shame to let someone like me represent them. Wouldn't you be a better choice, Your Majesty? Ains and Gondo locked eyes for a moment, and then they chuckled. Naturally, Ains simply did not want to stand on the stage to meet and greet people. His earlier words were simply something he had forced out. Still, I can't thank you enough, Your Majesty. Why is that? This farewell party. Please look at the people on stage. Ains looked at the stage once more. They were not finished speaking, and that was all that came to mind. However, it would be a bit insensitive to say that he had not noticed anything after Gondo had brought it up. I see. In the end, he simply used the appropriate answer as a smokescreen. It is as Your Majesty surmises. Everyone's eyes have changed. Indeed, they have. Ains replied without thinking, though he still had no idea what was going on. Still, why is that? Gondo chuckled, like he found it amusing. It is the joy of feeling admiring gazes on them once more. Today's ceremony, with dishes made with ingredients never seen before, as well as all kinds of alcohol, was to let the runesmiths realize that they weren't being sold, but being hired by the Sorcerer's Kingdom. I'll be expecting great things of them, you know? I remember I once said that I would repay Your Majesty's kindness. That applies to the others as well. Thank you very much. Oops, looks like it's about time, Your Majesty. After taking a large stein of beer from Gondo, he thumped it against the table like the others were doing. Ains then raised a tiny cup of liquor and a toast, and then gave it back to Gondo because he could not drink it. The dwarves, who had been holding themselves back all this while, burst into activity. Many dwarves flocked towards the food, gorging themselves non-stop with the dishes on display. What's this? It's amazing. Did your wife really make this? His Majesty provided the ingredients. We had a lot of failures while trying it. It's good, that's a fact. But to an old fogey like me, it could stand to be a bit blander. You're meant to wash it down with wine. What? Let me try. Oh ho! Incredible. The taste is just right. The wine's good too. I wonder if my wife could make this too. It seems that the Sorcerer's Kingdom will be sending us food for some time. Looks like we'll be eating well, then. I'd rather have their wine. This is from the Sorcerer's Kingdom, right? Better be prepared to pay. They talked at the top of their voices as they ate. And then. I envy those runesmiths. They get to eat this sort of thing whenever they like. No, these should be pretty expensive, right? Doesn't seem that way, does it? Look, in human countries, vegetables are cheap. Seems to be the same way with the Sorcerer's Kingdom too. They really are a fortunate lot. And, I only had a bit, but is it me or is the Sorcerer's Kingdom's wine top-notch stuff? I only had a sip of that myself. Ah, that was delicious. Still, grape wine is good, though maybe not that strong. Don't we have a reason to visit the Sorcerer's Kingdom? I've heard tell that they're planning to let the citizens of both countries move freely between them. Oi, everyone here's pretty highly placed, but shouldn't you be more careful about letting that sort of thing get out? Nah, seems they're going to make a public announcement. In the future, this country will be active in a lot of places. And although this is just a rumor, they say that we took back the royal capital. Rumor has it that the royal palace was a nest of dragons. The Sorcerer's Kingdom is really amazing. Naturally, Ains picked up on those words as well. Rather than praise me directly, their opinion of the Sorcerer's Kingdom seemed to have gone up instead. That probably meant we could continue being friends in the future. Ains smiled in satisfaction and turned to Gondo again. Go speak to them, Gondo. I may not be back for a while. Is that so? Then I shall go talk with those chaps from the mines. Gondo was looking at a dwarf with an evil look in his eyes. And what will you be doing, Your Majesty? A messenger from my country has come. I need to meet them. Then, see you again. Ains raised his hand in farewell and walked away. He had originally been standing in a corner of a vast, spacious room. He opened the door to leave and headed for a guest reception room cum lounge room cum parlor. It was quite a luxuriously furnished room, with tables, chairs, cabinets, and the like. Demiurge was standing there. Forgive me for making you come all this way. Certainly not. Your location is where I should be headed, Ains-sama. Ains walked across the room and sat in a chair. Then he bade Demiurge to take a seat as well. I've seen the reports. I'm working here, so I must apologize for having you put them in writing instead of just delivering them by mouth. The reports in question detailed Demiurge's preparations and activities in the Holy Kingdom. Of course, if I heard them from Demiurge himself, it might damage my disguise. This had also been taken into consideration. Even so, you've done well as I expected, Demiurge. Your accomplishments can only be described as outstanding. Thank you very much, Ains-sama. Still, I could not hope to equal your feats, Ains-sama. You have firmly secured a place in the dwarves' hearts. He must surely be referring to how I reclaimed the royal capital or recruiting the runesmiths. However, was that really the case? So it seems you've seen through it already, Demiurge. Do you think the dwarves have noticed? Rather than notice it, I think they have no other alternative. Why wasn't there anyone else here? If only there were, I could use my usual tactic. As Ains studied Demiurge in detail, he noticed a smile on his face. What's so funny? Demiurge's smile made Ains' non-existent stomach ache. Albedo's smile was similarly terrifying. The idea that they might have seen through my act always makes my non-existent heart pound faster. If the dwarves see through it, what do you think I should do? I doubt that will be a big problem. After all, you did provide the catering for the runesmith's farewell party. With that, you can shrug off anything the dwarves say. What's he talking about? I trust it's not important, then. Now that his attempts to lead Demiurge on had failed, Ains decided to leave it at that. Asking too much about an intelligent person like him was very dangerous. Then, How goes the vassalization of the empire? Yes. Albedo and I have discussed the matter and we have drawn up a draft. After that, we hope you will look over it and share your opinions with us. If Demiurge and Albedo finished it together, then I won't need to step in. Have you given the empire enough benefits? Enough that the neighboring countries will look at the empire and think, life will be good for us once we become vassals of the sorcerer's kingdom, or something along those lines? It will be fine. Yes. In that case, I could give it my okay without even looking at the draft. Even so, your achievements in the Dwarven kingdom and the empire were truly breathtaking. I imagine the term fathomless wisdom exists to describe you, Ains-sama. Certainly not. I'm confident you could have done this easily as well, Demiurge. Demiurge revealed a rare expression. A bitter smile. Then he shook his head. Indeed, if that was all. Even so, how far into the future have you predicted the course of the sorcerer's kingdom? Not even tomorrow. But of course, I could not say that. Ains wondered what sort of answer would fit the style of a ruler. Just then, he remembered a guild name from Yggdrasil. It was called Millennium Kingdom. If only the sorcerer's kingdom could really last 1,000 years. Perhaps it was because of that thought, but a relevant memory came to mind. I had no idea why the guild's emblem was that of a crane, so I have asked Yumeko about it. After that, she told me that it was because cranes were said to live for 1,000 years in mythology. Similarly, tortoises would live for 10,000 years. Ains frowned as the words slipped out. He had accidentally overstated the scale. Just as Ains hurriedly looked toward Demiurge, intending to correct himself, he realized that it was already too late. To think your plans were of such a grand scope. Demiurge's eyes went wide, and those jewel-like pupils of his shone even brighter. Ah, this is bad. I was kid. That being the case, things like spreading the undead around must surely be to encourage the other nations to rely on you rather than viewing our troops as dangerous elements, Ains-sama. That must be the right answer for someone who views the world from such a wide angle. Still, how fearsome you are. I do not know what he was saying, but I knew there was only one thing he could do at this point. Well done, Demiurge, you have completely anticipated my plans, as I expected. However, I could not use that tactic all the time. Therefore, this time, I would say. Fufufu, I haven't thought that far ahead, Demiurge. Is that so? Understood. I shall carve this matter into my heart. As he saw Demiurge's gentle smile, Ains' heart flooded with cold sweat. What? What's going on? I'm not too sure, but doesn't this mean I'm in an even more precarious situation now? However, I can't think of any solutions. Then, I would have to deal with it with a fake smile. Fufufu. I'll leave it to you then, Demiurge. Fufufu. Understood, Ains-sama. In contrast, Demiurge's smile shone even brighter than before. Even though he wanted to cry, Ains managed to pull himself together enough to ask a question in a trembling voice. Then, Demiurge. About the report you sent. When do you think it will take place? It will begin in the fall, but I shall have to trouble you in the winter, Ains-sama. The beginning should be fine, but once the opposition makes their move as well, there might be some discrepancies even if we manage to manipulate them. Well, you did plan this after all, Demiurge. I can leave it to you in peace. Thank you very much, Ains-sama. As for the matter of the Empire's vassalization, I'll listen in detail once I return. Can you give me a copy of the plan first? Understood. Then, I look forward to how this project of yours will unfold, Demiurge. That's all for today. See you guys in the next one.